Welcome back, guys, to day 4 coverage of the main event here at Merit Poker, La Notte Degli Assi. As we approach the end of La Dolce Vita series, David, 41 players left in this one.
That's right, Andrew. We are in the end game of this epic 5-day festival right now. Some of the notables, some of the front runners include Maher Akor, Anthony Kutsami, and don't rule out the chasing pack of Mihai Nista and Adrian State, that Romanian duo, both in the hunt, eyeing up a spot on tomorrow's final table.
Well, that's enough out of us. We're going to toss it over to our colleagues in the booth. Ali Najad and James Dempsey going to take you through the early going as we approach the final table.
And thank you, Andrew and David, and a warm welcome to all of you here on day 4 of La Notte Degli Assi, part of the Dolce Vita series. The main event, in fact, here in Northern Cyprus at Merit Poker, where 41 hopefuls remain. Ali Najad alongside James Dempsey here with blinds of 40, 80, and 80, and average chip stacks of roughly 2.8 million. A look at our featured table, one of just a smattering that remain from an absolutely earth-shattering over $2 million prize pool that was collected, blowing out the $1.5 million guarantee by a considerable margin. 1 hour-long levels, 134 players were originally paid in this one, and the bubble really started at sub 200 players, I want to say, somewhere in that neighborhood. Current payout, $9,400. And with all of that said, James, I say hello to you, my friend.
Ali, I've got a top tip for you.
Okay.
If you end up playing cash here in a poker game, and you find yourself facing a river bet, and the person making the river bet is the same person who decides on the size of the guarantees here, fold. When do we not hit the guarantees?
I mean, listen, it's not that we're being exceedingly conservative with those guarantees. There's some real ambition, considering that this was a $2,000 buy-in main event. But obviously, the good folks at Imperium, a lot of the Italian delegation coming through to help support this particular field. I've seen a number of Iranians that have made their way down here on this trip, Lebanese folks and Turkish folks also ever present. And this time of year, coming down to Northern Cyprus is not a tough sell. The Mediterranean Sea just outside your room, beckoning.
I mean, a whopping 355K first prize in a 2K buy-in event. That's enough to get anyone's juices flowing.
Well, that's exactly the point, because when you consider tournaments worldwide, James, there are only a handful that can lay claim to something like that, most of which are, you know, part and parcel to the juggernaut that just finished, which is the World Series of Poker out in Las Vegas. So I bring this up as a point of reference just to demonstrate how significant what's taking place under this roof is here, and it really is the product of the efforts of Songul Beckham, Ashkan Barei and company, Miss Angela. You know, they really do put so much work in between stops. They know their client base, they know their demographics, they know their numbers, and they're able to deliver a product that I think few can. And here we deliver you a first glimpse at our featured table.
Ooh, hello. I see the return of Rafael Castro, who I laid eyes upon last night. He was in there fighting away, really flummoxing some of the players. Won a really big pot when he got a call on the river by ace-deuce high whilst holding 2 queens that he defended the big blind from. Played real tricky as well. Top set jacks in a 3-bet pot. Got a check raise. Got called by like ace-6 high. He'll be one to watch as we go forward. And yeah, exactly that, Ali. I mean, I am an exponent of the World Series of Poker. I think that is the best. They just get the biggest numbers, the biggest fields, huge prize money for small buy-ins, tough to beat. The next best series, in my mind, is all the events here in Merit. It's the closest thing to it. You just get monster fields for these buy-ins. 1,000+ players here for a 2K. And Ali, the play, kind of beatable is the best way to put it.
Yeah,
there's action here.
There's plenty of recreational play. And apologies, by the way, I referred to that initial chip count as though it was going to be our featured table. It was, in fact,
you bluffed me.
Chip leaders overall. Small detail. And now is your look, by the way.
Yeah, and I actually thought that because I looked at that and I thought, I'm sure I saw Tulip Bergenhoff on our table. And there he is, although propping up the table with just 11 blinds. Adrian State the chip leader with 67. So this table, again, yesterday, whilst I was in there in the booth, seemed to always be on a table with monster stacks. This one a little bit more indicative of the tournament as a whole. As you mentioned, 2.7 million average. So you can see this is like a pretty standard stack table. And that's a good thing for Adrian State as he gets to really leverage having 67 big blinds.
Consider also the diversity of the banners that we're looking at over here,
Oh, yeah.
1 through 8. No two people from the same country here. Really representative of how multinational each and every tournament here at Merit is.
Do you still want to go under my 32 different countries in the field?
Maybe not once I look at that particular graphic. The other day we were positing a question with respect to how many independent countries would be represented across this main event field, and I think you're probably right, James. It's the over on 32. So then...
Manny Carros as well. Saw him last night, played very well. Cifuentes, we've seen a little bit of him before now as well this series. And Andrian as well in the 8 seat, playing 8-handed on this table. He's in the mix. Unlu, I'm sure I've seen him before as well.
Yeah, absolutely we have seen him. No doubt about it.
Yeah, there is Andrian. He played great last night. And looks like he hasn't got much sleep. When you're getting down in the first hand of the day, Ollie, and you squeeze out a yawn, not a great sign.
Not a great sign. You're right about that, but this is a day 4 that we're soaking up here, and we're going to plan on playing down to our final 9. That would be the final table, and then we would pick up the action down to a champ tomorrow. And I think the players actually appreciate, you know, in spite of that yawn there, you're not being asked to play extraordinarily long days here.
I think David said it best. It's just, it's a 4-day tournament spread over 5 days. There's no rush. We're in the med. Like, it's okay. Again, it's not like you're somewhere in the middle of nowhere in some bad weather.
Right.
So we don't mind stretching this thing out. We don't mind getting to bed early, getting up, going out to the pier, to the beach.
In fact, I think a lot of people prefer it.
Yeah.
Especially when they're down here with their families and they're making a holiday out of it. It allows them to kind of have enough time set aside for the other stuff.
Yesterday was the first day. Day 3 was the first day in this tournament they actually had a dinner break, because usually they just bag up so early you can just go for dinner. So it's nice. And this one won't be a long day. To get from 41 to 9, it's going to take some time for sure. But we're not going to be burning the midnight oil.
Naji Abdo of Lebanon made it 205,000 to go from the cutoff. Has company from the dominant king-queen suited of Manny Carros. Neither player interacting with this 8-4 deuce, 2-club flop. That's not going to stop Abdul from continuing to tell the story. And
yeah,
did you catch that glimpse from Manny Carros, by the way? He's looking over like, really, guy? You're betting this board?
Yeah, it's a board we, in theory, don't bet too much. But at the same time, our opponent's going to have a lot of give-ups. We can make some of the king highs forward like this, so he gives it a go.
And he will collect first pot of the day.
One question. The time bank I have to throw, or you will remove it? You will extend the time.
I think so.
Okay.
I don't think
you will take it later.
I don't think you need to throw.
Okay.
They will automatically assume that.
Okay, just for visual.
I need to know how many time banks you have.
Yeah, okay.
But you need to have enough time again.
Ace-king for Sinan Unlu, suited no less. $150,000 plus in career tournament earnings for Sinan of Turkey. Almost all of that coming courtesy of results here at Merit Poker, dating all the way back to March of 2017. Most recently, in October of last year, finished 17th at the EPT, which is going to be coming back to these shores.
17th in the main?
That was in an $1,100 freeze out.
I was going to say, I mean, not to be sniffed at, that'll be a big field event, just like this. I'm in admiration of anyone who's ever got deep in an EPT. I haven't played a lot of them. I was going to say I didn't play a lot of them because it stopped for a while, but I haven't played a lot of them, but never really ever got deep in one.
You know what I'm in admiration of, James? Because being in the United States, the vast majority of the Iranian, diaspora that I am around are Iranian Americans, people that are born generationally in the United States. And so coming here to Merit was one of the first times that I was able to interact with folks who are born, raised, naturalized in Iran. And it's not a nation that has casinos. It's not a nation that has legal poker. And yet it's one that produces so much participation. And, of course, World Series of Poker main event champion Hossein Ensan, an Iranian German, but the enthusiasm for the game in a nation that really is making it challenging for its populace to find ways in which to get involved is always impressive for me.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, mostly going to be those players who at least spend a lot of time outside of Iran, the ones doing it. And it just feels to me, again, you'll be able to speak more to this and you'll probably turn your nose up what I'm going to say, but let's see. It seems to me that just that Middle Eastern culture, if you will, is kind of built around the social aspect of games. It seems like I can just picture people who sat in cafes playing chess or backgammon, whatever. It just that's the kind of culture.
Yeah.
And so therefore it's only natural that poker slips into the mix. They had big backgammon events here. I mean,
that's right. They did have one not too long ago.
Also, you'll see down on the pier, which I frequent sort of every day.
You'll hear the dice.
But you'll see people requesting, oh yeah, can we get 2 orange juices and a backgammon board, please? And they sit there out there just grinding backgammon.
That's why when you were looking at card, I move like this.
Oh, nice.
Sporting of Sinan Unlu there to advise Mr. Sahafi that he's looking at his cards in a manner that could potentially reveal them.
It's difficult, Ali. The rail on this table is much higher. You see there, obviously with the lighting, it does create a different. You have to come in much more angled.
Yeah.
It's like you're on approach to the London City Airport. You can't come in at 3. It's 5.5 degrees.
James and I are aviation geeks, which is what allows him to make that comment here in the booth and have me appreciate it.
But clear Canary Wharf,
Yeah.
It's tough.
If you're not accustomed to playing on a televised table, then it is very awkward to have the elevated rail and being tasked with making sure that you scan your cards over the RFID reader, all of these little things that are very second nature to tournament professionals that find themselves on stream tables all the time are very foreign to your average player.
You see how they just pick up, you have to pick it up a little bit higher because, I mean, usually I'm like a tiny amount of the card revealed. I don't want to risk anyone seeing, oh, mosquito down. Ali, a man after your own heart.
Yeah, we're actually in a different broadcast booth this time around than the one that we typically are in over at the Crystal Cove where the event takes place.
I haven't found you yet.
Down at Royal. And so I haven't been tasked with any extermination. I don't know where those mosquitoes would come from, but they most definitely made things awkward for us in our old digs.
Yeah, it's nice in here. Very soundproof, Ollie. They don't want us getting out of here.
No. The lock is on the inside, though, which is the good news, as opposed to the outside.
I mean, you say that. It's just the key job from either side. I mean, we could be locked in here. They could not let us out.
Oh, yeah, we don't have...
We don't have the key. If we had the key, Ollie, that'd be okay, but... Wow. That'd be like a greatest fear realized.
Jack 10 offsuit. The key to a cutoff open, it would seem, for Sahafi.
I mean, I feel like you'd be just fine in here. Internet access. As long as someone brought you drinks, I reckon you could do a few days in here.
By the way, without food would probably be a good idea at this point, just given we're several days into our visit here. And
well, we've drawn the no lunch straw in the divvy up of hours today, which means I'm going to have to forego a buffet visit. I grabbed a croissant on the way over.
We're all glad to hear it, James.
I mean, there's going to be a little leftovers.
I wasn't worried about you evaporating into nothingness.
It's not very nice.
Jack 10. No, but you know, we've worked our way up to being able to handle this particular shift over the course of the last week.
Yeah. It's always hard this time of the year. And by this time of the year, I mean this time every 4 years when my TV is plastered with these in the best shape of their life athletes competing at the top of their game, and I'm just trying to get out of bed to go down to the buffet again.
I would imagine
struggle.
Most of the folks who are Turkish nationals and are joining us at this stop have caught wind of the international sensation that is their man who won a silver medal in shooting.
Yeah.
With literally no professional equipment, a pair of sweatpants, a hand in the pocket, and two eyes open with a normal pair of glasses.
Yeah, it was great. I saw, sort of before I caught wind of that becoming a big meme thing online, I had the TV on in my room, and obviously I don't know what's going on. It's in Turkish. I don't know what's being said. But there was this guy with like 15 microphones thrust in his face, just answering questions. And you didn't have to understand, he was just kind of very understated in his answer. I don't know what he's saying, but he just seemed like completely chill in the situation. I can't imagine he's ever been in his life before. All these cameras and tensions on a pistol shooter. And then I see all the stuff online comparing him to all these people with these aiming aids and whatnot, looking like cyborgs. And he's in there just... I can almost see him just sort of turning the pistol sideways and firing, you know, like he's...
like in a British mob movie?
Yeah.
Simone Andrian doesn't need any aiming or shooting aids to pop it with ace-king from the small blind, and Abdo wakes up with an ace in the big. Blind versus blind. This is a good bit of hand.
Interestingly, he's gone kind of under 3x into a 25 big blind stack. We tend to go a little larger if we do want to raise these spots, but maybe an exploit here, just holding ace-king. Happy to get a little bit more action.
And action he gets in the form of a call, over $500,000 in the middle.
Ooh.
Bottom pair for Abdu, who smacks his kicker for the lead. Andrian recognizing that this board texture is not his. Checks it over. And in turn, Abdo recognizing that that check is generally not going to be attached to better than ace-3 in this spot. Does fire 150.
Yeah, things get a little murky now, of course, for Andrian as the opener. Seems like ace-king still ahead of a lot of hands here. Certainly not going to fold for one.
5 feels quite cozy for Abdo on the turn as played. Andrian's hand really reads a lot like exactly what it is.
Oh, he's going for the sort of set my price for showdown bet here. Just 225 into about 800. It's a little scary because as Andrian has raised up from the small blind, he does get to have some of this board still, but again, just setting that price early. I'm on board with it. And look at this, getting called by the inferior holding.
And this is a call that really begs for a check back on the river out of Abdo. Although, to be fair, as we see the deuce roll off, which is not a troublesome card for Abdo, you almost prefer the bet because you expect that a bluff might carry on with the third barrel, James, something like a 9-10.
Right, those are the things. You're looking at 9-10, 8-10, 10-jack type holdings as the bluff. Andrian almost didn't like it. Like you say, when there's a check, it's like, well,
now he's got.
I hope he's given up with this bluff, but ultimately, it's a tough spot on the turn with the ace-king there.
And it's a disheartening one when you're shown the dominated ace-3, just to take that big pot down.
I wonder. Obviously, I'm not familiar with any history these two players might have, if any, but I'm wondering if the ace-king isn't best served there as just limping in and looking to pounce over any kind of raise that may well have come in with a hand like ace-3. Of course, you know, raising, looking to call an all-in, also a fine move. And it all comes down to how you want to balance your strategy here. 25 big blinds deep, out of position on the small blind. The worry is you don't typically see a lot of raises there just because your opponent does jam a lot. So some people might approach that as just always having a limp strategy, or some might just be completely unbalanced and, hey, I'm going to raise with my ace-kings of the world and limp in with the rest and just hope I don't get exploited. I'm probably in that latter camp. I am in that camp. And we talk about GTO, we talk about what we're going to do with the rule range, but we're not playing against the Silicon Overlords.
No, and it just feels so sacrilegious to limp an ace-king.
Right.
You know, granted, it's exactly that sometimes can earn you a big pot because your hand is so deeply under-represented.
Well, the complete exploit would be, of course, to raise this ace-king, hope we get, and like go in that smaller size because we don't mind getting called. We dominate a lot of the hands that call us. We flop top pair. It's effectively the nuts, and also we just induce jams, and ace-king loves to play against jams. So yeah, I'm approaching that from 2 points, from the pure sort of what we want to do in theory with our range versus how we're going to play in game in a situation where there's 40 left in a 1100 run a tournament against players we've probably got very little experience against, and we probably don't perceive them to necessarily understand the deep fundamentals of these spots. No disrespect to Abda, of course. But.
You know, I'm going to tell you this, though. While the deep fundamentals that might apply beyond these borders need to be employed more so in other fields, there's a whole different school of education that you kind of need to get a diploma in that is the thing that we often talk about, MPO, Merit Poker Optimal. Since the onset of our covering the play, the stream final tables and feature tables here, we've really grown to appreciate and understand. Andrew Headley in particular, who made a deep run in a main event here, that adjustments need to be made.
Yeah. Interestingly, you weren't in the booth yesterday, but we had a gentleman at the table who was wearing a baseball cap. The cap had a few words on it. They were, normal rules don't apply.
I love that.
That is, in my mind, it's now MPO. Normal rules don't apply. It's the tagline. It's the sequel.
Queen 5 played as a limp here. The Spaniard Cifuente checks back. His suited ace, by the way, a hand that certainly was a candidate.
Yeah, but
take it upstairs if he wanted.
This is exactly it, though. You don't want to be in a situation where you raise here and get jammed on for 25. Such a waste of a hand. You want to have some ace-x when you check back here because your opponent from the small blind is going to attack a lot of those kind of boards. So keeping his man in, and what a glorious turn card, really, for both to see. Cifuente now with open a straight draw, nut flush draw, Manicaros improving to a pair. Interestingly, he chose to check the Queen 5 with a spade on the flop. Certainly a hand that could have bet. Perhaps looking to maybe have mixed in some check raises with this combination. Or even, it's hard to imagine he willing to check call, but maybe that was the plan. Sneaky little check raise with this. As it is, he finds a pair, bets, Cifuente with all the equity in the world. No reason to do anything, I don't think, but call here, because some of our equity is still based on the fact that, hey, we have ace high. That's good some other time.
Yep. Pot grows courtesy of the call. Two-way straight draw, nut flush draw. Disappointingly, does not improve on this King of Spades river, which does complete the front door flush draw. Queen of Spades becoming relevant in that regard for Manicaros.
Yeah, in a spot. I think Manicaros is just gonna look to get to showdown. If we're gonna bluff this, I think it's probably in the form of a check raise bluff. Is he thinking about going for
160?
Value here? He is kind of like a blocky, just thinks, hey, I might be up against the worst 5.
Or targeting a 3, because maybe the 8 or 6 are more inclined, and very much in the range, by the way, for Cifuente as a check back pre-flop, but would be more inclined to bet the flop. So if we remove the 8 and the 6, and we got called on the turn, you know, we don't think the front door flush draw is going to check back all that often, so the 5 feels good.
Also, I'm going to go on a limb and say Manicaros is looking at this combination as a potential block 3-bet jam as a bluff hand, with the Queen of Spades specifically. I think that's certainly in his mind there.
So sound procedures there from the Greek.
We just don't think Cifuente has too many flushes. We can certainly have flushes having limped in. Check that flop, bet small on the turn, bet small river. I would love to have seen a razor just to see if that's where his mind was at, Manicaros.
Iraklis Manicaros, just shy of $200,000 in career live earnings at the Mediterranean Poker Party in May of this year was his most recent cash.
Manicaros?
Yep. Results dating all the way back to December of 2018.
Tulip Bergenov, he looks the business.
Yeah, he's a familiar sight around these parts.
Yeah, I think this is when I remember Manakaros before was in the Gangster series here at the end of last year. He got 14th in the main. I think that's when I first laid eyes on him.
Ace Jack off suit out of the hijack, raise and take it for Andrian.
We go back to the thing, the other poker gallery makes 1,000.
39 remain. Just lost 2 players so far today in the first 20 minutes. Play a little slower in that respect. Obviously, we're getting towards the point where ICM starts to build up again, and it's also the start of the day, Ali. You got fresh batteries.
Yeah, unless you're Andrian, who was yawning to start the day.
And you've got a complete redraw. You've got a fresh lineup. Fill each other out, allow dynamics to establish.
Andrian, by the way, a real player, James, 1.2 million in career live tournament earnings. You see him here. Not going to be playing this Deuce 4 offsuit. Was playing this summer out in Vegas, however. Oddly, no cashes at the World Series, but he did find an 8th place finish in a Win Summer Classic event, good for 21,000.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at his mob here with you. Let me tell you, when you have 1 cash on the 14th of June, 4 binds, it's not been a good summer.
No, you're right about that.
You'd rather not cash and tell everyone you didn't go.
I don't think he flew all the way to Vegas to play the Win Summer Classics. Being respectful.
You haven't probably just play 1 5K at the
Right.
win. Yeah, it's Operation Rebuild, for sure.
Never a bad place to try to do it, by the way, and multiple results here at Merit for Simone.
Yeah, my own Hender mob looked like I turned up and played for 1 week in the middle of June, and that was it. Wasn't pretty. Hender mob tells many lies. Abdu with the raise and take. It's a half heat 9 deuce off, not a hand that he can continue with, of course. And welcome, one and all, to those of you joining us. Myself and Ali, calling this first frame of action. And of course, we would love to hear from all of you. We are one eye keenly on the YouTube chat here on our Merit Poker channel.
Yeah, those of you streaming us, do us a favor and click like and subscribe. Help support the efforts being made by the good folks here at Merit Poker.
There's nothing more American than saying the words of the good folks.
There's plenty that's more American than that. Firearm ownership.
More specifically American, is what I mean. Like just the word that the rest of the English-speaking world don't use.
Folks.
Folks, yeah.
Was it you that got
So
me,
wholesome.
that tried to get me off the term nosh? I think it was.
It has a certain connotation.
Yeah. You know,
Around the British Isles, it means something else. I think probably in Australia as well. I don't know.
Cifuente. V9 offsuit has piqued his interest out of the cutoff. No takers.
Yeah. A couple of garbage hands in the big blind in the last 2 pots have resulted in raise and takes. 9 deuce, 8-4. These kind of things. This is what happens in poker, people. It gets real.
By the way, his Hendon is showing Cifuentes. So perhaps we've left an S off of the surname.
We had an S on the name the other day.
Okay, so then let's go with that.
Make sure it's still the same person. You know. Well, same first name, Ali. You're right. It'll be a big chance if there's 2 Guillermo Cifuentes here.
580,000 plus in career tournament earnings, and playing under a flag, by the way, that has produced some incredible talents.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that long ago that, I mean, it is quite a long time ago. It doesn't feel that long ago when I used to see the Spanish flag and the German flag and the French flag and rub my hands together and think, oh, yeah, baby.
Oh,
Now,
you're making a big mistake if you do that today.
Yeah.
By the way, Carlos Mortensen, you know, the Matador, won the World Series of Poker main event. He was one of the early ones. Now we're looking at Adrian Mateos. We're looking at Sergio Aido.
Yeah, I mean,
Juan Pardo.
Not questioning Juan Carlos's nationality, but someone who was based in the US all that time, right? He was, as far as I understand, he was living in the States, right?
I don't know that he was.
Oh, okay. Pardon me. I stand corrected. But certainly not of that same group anyway. You know, he's...
No, a prior generation, without question. But just an effort to kind of reflect upon how far back, you know, we're talking about 2 decades, the mark being made on poker by Spain.
You been in 2000?
Extends. I want to say it was.
2001, something
Maybe
like
that was Chris Ferguson's year. I don't know. It was 2001, somewhere around there.
Maybe 99, I don't know. Barconio 2.
Wow.
That one kind of gets forgotten about.
There's a few that do. Rightfully, because they sort of dropped the microphone after the main event opus.
Yeah. I dream of that one day, Ali. See ya. You wouldn't find me grinding a Triton if I won the main event.
I hear you.
I still play the World Series, though. I love it too much.
Espen Jorstad took a different approach than you would.
Yep.
He's there at the Triton events now.
Go sort of 2 ways with it, don't you? You know, obviously, young guy, super good poker player. Wants to cement some sort of legacy, wants to build on that money that he won there.
Sahafi, cut-off raise here with the suited wheel ace. Takes us to 180.
Tulip Bergenov thinking about doing something here with the suited king from the small blind. But, yeah, it's just... productivity not that great when you've got like 8 blinds.
He doesn't want to get bled out. He understands that there's some urgency to take a spot at some point, but he'd certainly rather be the opener off of this stack depth, jamming maybe, than 3-betting with the expectation that at that price he's going to get as many hands to fold.
And we're only 3 away from a pay jump, so maybe just wanting to burn a little bit of that clock. You know, I don't think the pay jump isn't significant enough that's going to change the range of hands he plays in that spot. But if he can play 1 hand fewer before that pay jump gets realized, then that's certainly going to benefit him.
Andre undefended with King 8 offsuit, disconnected from this 9-high rainbow board. He checks and faces the middle pair top kicker C-bet of 125,000.
Yeah, I think this hand just a little too weak to continue. We're going to have plenty of gut shot draws that can. All the ace highs can still go. All the backdoor flush draws maybe even. Or most of the backdoor flush draws, but looks like he feels different. Looks like he thinks this king high, particularly with the 8 working, is enough to continue. I'm not sold on this. Oh, a raise.
Oh,
okay,
it's a
here we
check
go.
raise. That was a lot of chips
This is
in his hand. He's not looking to flat. He's rather looking at this texture, James, and saying, should be my board.
Yeah, taking one of the worst hands, or one of the best hands he wants to fold, moving it into the raise category. I still feel like this is better done, better served with a hand with, you know, 2 diamonds, 2 clubs, 2 hearts in it.
Yeah, for backdoor flush draw equity, sure.
Rather than this particular holding, but hey, let's deviate. Let's go for it. And Sahafi, going to feel pretty comfortable for now with this 5 ace kicker, but let's see, a second barrel would really start to introduce some fear.
He'd certainly prefer that there was a spade on the board.
Hang on a second. Is he piecing out a 3-bet on this flop? What is going on? Wow, wow, wow. I kind of like the funkiness to it. He's thinking, I don't know what the bad cards are on the turn. I'm not sure I can call a turn bet. I think he's full of it here. Let's find out.
Well, listen, it isn't even necessarily that I think he's full of it, but this 3-bet puts the betting lead back in our corner in the event that a flat comes in and we begin to range our opponent toward a 9.
Well, if we call this check raise and it comes a 3, 4, 6, 7, or 8, we just don't know where we are. All these kind of hands are the ones you expect to see improve the check raise's range. Finding out now for this bet, maybe, rather than calling off and just denying equity.
I'll tell you what, that's particularly impressive out of a gentleman in Human Sahafi, who has only 2 recorded cashes, both of which have come here at Merit back in March and April of last year during the Carmen series, which we were here for. Deep runs, by the way, 10th and 4th, respectively.
That tells me he's a cash game player, Ollie.
Yeah, could be.
Because he doesn't look like someone who's new to poker.
No, no doubt about that.
And yeah, coming out with a different route. It's a weird one because we're not supposed to really 3-bet that flop kind of ever when we get check raised, because it's hard for us to be balanced. Are we really going to 3-bet with overpairs? Are we going to 3-bet our sets? We don't really have 2-pair or 9-5 deuce as the opener. So it does open the spot up that Andrian could read into that and take advantage. But also you're asking someone just to make a massive read and blast off here in Andrian's shoes with a bluff, which isn't that likely when there's only 38 left in a 1100 run of field. I like it. I like the deviation.
I do too.
And I don't think we see deviation in poker, but that kind of stuff, like 3-betting the flop there with his like medium strength hands. Interesting. I enjoyed that hand.
Suited 1-gapper being enjoyed by Andrian, who was the victim of Sahafi in that last pot. Makes it 240 and will collect a couple of blinds.
Interesting.
From Abdo's fold.
He sized up slightly bigger than when he raised with ace-king, although the stack size is a little different this time, but it's worth noting he went 220 with ace-king. I said, oh, that's a little small. Wonder if he'd go a little bit bigger with other hands, and with another hand he goes 240. Not a huge difference, but these things matter.
Haven't yet touched on the shot clock, by the way. We saw a time bank was utilized by Sahafi.
Oh, yeah.
In that last pot when he did 3-bet against Andrian. 2 pots ago, rather.
There's ever one room in the world, Ollie, that doesn't need shot clocks. It's right here.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of stalling over here, and I think it's part of the culture too, because once you realize that everyone's kind of on board and towing the line of let's keep things brisk, then you don't feel as though there's any competitive disadvantage to, you know, leaving that sort of aspect of late stage tournament poker behind you. Sahafi here, who impressed us moments ago, now looks at ace-9 suited.
How could you feel having got that one right? 50 blinds. And also you've taken those chips away from one of the most capable players at your table, who's downwind of you, who's going to come after you now. Ace-queen.
Yeah, dominating and on the button. But in context, you know, when I've just 3-bet somebody and forced them to fold, and now potentially they get after me a couple of pots removed from that exchange, I'm always in my own head thinking how much of this is personal and how much of this is the hand.
That's why this can get awkward. I think we always 3-bet, but we're 3-betting and deciding.
Well, in the event that a 4-bet were to come in, which this hand, of course, is not a candidate for in Sahafi.
What I'm saying is when we 3-bet off 30 blinds and below, usually, the vast majority of the time, we know what we're doing to a 4-bet. We're either 3-bet calling, 3-bet folding. This one is one that's like right in the line that it may be a mix, and it may be down to just the speed at which a 4-bet comes in, the mannerisms of the player. I mean, I'd be surprised if we see a 4-bet come in here with the ace-9 suited, but wouldn't rule it out. We just saw him ask the question of Andrian a moment ago.
No, he finds the fold.
Yeah.
Which, considering what he was up against.
But that's the hand that we kind of always 3-bet, and it's the one that we don't quite know what to do with. We 3-bet ace-jack offsuit, we know we're folding. 3-bet ace-king offsuit, we know we're calling. Ace-queen is certainly going to be a sometimes call, sometimes fold to 4-bet jam, all dependent on our opponent, of course. And may not have an established read just yet. We're so early on this day. Now, of course, they probably have played throughout this tournament already because we've gone down to, what, 37 players from our original 1,000 plus. So it's reasonable to assume there's some sort of baseline there. And we just saw a happy 3-better flop that, in theory, he's not supposed to. So that'll have been logged in Andren's head already, even though he doesn't know, of course, for an hour what the hand was.
You did get a glimpse there at the 2 trophies, which are awaiting our eventual champion here, with 37 remaining in this day 4 of the Merit Poker Dolce Vita Series main event, La Notte Degli Assi.
The night of the aces.
And the day of the pocket fives.
What a cool name, though.
I mean, Italian in general is just so cool.
We're going for the not huge fan of this early off this sort of stack size. I think we just want to either jam this hand or fold it. The kind of the small raise off 14 blind type hands, you want to have like an ace-5. We want to block some of the ace-x. Stealing with 5s is pretty tough because all the big cards are out there. And we don't really ever want to raise call this. When the big blind defends, it gets kind of murky because, hey, we've only ever got a pair of 5s, bar the miracle flop, of course. But let's see how this plays out. Manikaros, well, he may just decide to send this over. Now, the flip of this, of course, is Unu's going to have his biggest pairs when he does this as well. But if we can see he's going to have some steals, we're only risking like 1.1 million. Actually, this is close for Manikaros. Actually, this is close. I'm giving credit for. I think 9s were always in. 8s is probably a mix. 7s might even be a fold, actually. Oh, he's going for the other route. Just going to call. Allow Cifuente in, who shouldn't really come in with this a6 off. That's a really bad hand to take 3-way, albeit with the price he's getting. Yeah, does make the fold. So then, 7s v 5s. Manikaros, I feel like stuck in the middle there. Didn't want to fold it, didn't want to jam it, so he elects just to take a flop. And maybe recognizes that when he sees a board like this, he just has to go with it. Unlu. 2 5s. That's a pretty tasty looking board for that hand as well.
Yeah, only 1 overcard.
Right, Manikaros isn't supposed to have too many better pocket pairs. Like, he's called with 7s here.
And he's not supposed to have many 9s.
Right, he's supposed to have Broadway combos.
Yep.
But Unlu just wants to take one more safe card, and that's a beautiful looking card from 2 diamonds, 2 hearts on board now.
Little does he know it, but it's not beautiful because it makes him a little bit more proud of these 5s, and they're in bad shape.
And now Unlu looks like he's got a hand like an ace-jack, a king-queen type holding the big cards that have missed this flop, because they don't really need to bet to protect against a small blind range here. And so with all that, when he's actually got better than that, he's inviting this kind of bet from Manikaros, especially with 2 hearts and 2 diamonds out there. And I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes for even an equity denial here, Ali.
Meaning a raise.
I think if the turn was a spade or a club, he wouldn't have had to, but with 2 diamonds, 2 hearts out there, and your opponent having so many flush draw combos, I think it'd be reasonable to just rip here. Like, I just don't see how the small blind has a bigger pair than me. I don't see how they peel. Like, though, he is just going to call. Add 1 more decision point to this hand, and Jack of Diamonds is a scary one.
Yeah, especially because some of the continues on the turn from Unlu, let alone the pre-flop opens, would consist of diamond combos played in this way. Note that Unlu does have a diamond in his hand as well, so let's see whether or not Manikaros comes with something blocky into this 860.
I think we probably just
check to side.
Want to check, and I don't think Unlu wants to bluff this hand. I think he can eat some stuff. And like he went to table his hand straight away, thinking maybe he'd won, but sees the 2 7s. An interesting one. That one played out almost different on every street in my mind how I thought it was going to. And Unlu now, and with just 10 blinds.
Nice little pickup there for Manikaros.
I think I might have just folded those 7s if that was Manikaros.
Beautiful one here for Sahafi. Is that a police car that's on top of the big blinds cards there? Really?
State the officer. Ah, maybe it's a state trooper. 2 on the nose.
A little bit, but I'll allow it.
Okay. The sort of joke I'd expect you to make.
I'm here for all of it. Yeah, you know, I tend to lean into the lowbrow. The low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, I jumped on your bit. I apologize. Bucket hat as well. Thoughts? I used to be anti-bucket hat and then fell I started rocking one, and now I guess I like them.
I'm going to say this about the bucket hat and the sunglasses in particular. The lights at a feature table are particularly bright in an effort to make things look good.
Mm-hmm.
And it can be a lot to deal with throughout the course of a day. And pocket jacks is going to be something to deal with as Cifuentes 3-bets to 600,000.
Yeah, and he's obviously making a decision here, but he's not going to enjoy what comes next. Don't think we can have a 3-bet to fold the jacks. We're 3-betting to call, but at a 8-handed table, this feels pretty grim when we get met by the under-the-gun 4-bet. Maybe we just hope there's some 10s and 9s in there. Obviously, there'll be some history. We just saw Sahafi 3-bet that turn, being very active. Oh, well, I did not expect that out.
Nor did I. Very seldom do we see the ace-king played as a flat, but they are deep.
Yeah, well, they're not that deep. I mean, Cifuentes has only just got just over 30 blinds, and so much of the value on ace-king is the jam pre. There's 1.36 already in there.
Maybe I'm talking about in consideration of the rest of the stacks at this particular table, which is not as relevant as the overall field, as you're pointing out. But, you know, Sahafi sort of not looking with 37 left to get himself into some sort of violent altercation.
Yeah, now we're a little lost in this pot, having just flat the ace-king.
You're right about that.
I mean, the counter-argument, of course, is you do keep in some of the weaker. Some of the bluffs might be an ace-queen, king-queen kind of hands, but against under the gun, I think we just get the jam. And we can maybe make, on some occasion, we can make 10s and maybe even jacks fold at some frequency, which is amazing.
Oh my, not as amazing perhaps as the ace on the turn, hitting Sahafi. A disastrous sort of development here for Cifuentes, because as played, it does feel as though maybe some of that big ace backdoor flush draw type of kit is involved in the procedures.
Right, I mean, the most likely hand that has an ace that Sahafi obviously pills a 3-bet with would be the ace-queen suited.
Yep.
So those in diamonds, hearts, and clubs would, of course, all continue. Those are the ones that are available.
Maybe some ace-jack suited gets curious.
Yep.
But those two in particular, we tend to remove the ace-10 suiteds.
When we're holding 2 jacks, of course, makes that far less likely. Only the ace-jack clubs, ace-jack of hearts are the combos that could be in there of that holding. And wow, was that just I just missed the speed at which that bet and fold came in. 625 was a number and an instant fold from Cifuentes. Wow. Turbo fold, Ali.
I'll tell you what, he knew where he was at there. I think he just decided no reason.
Yikes,
to venture into the murk.
I'm surprised that fold came so quick.
With that sizing as well.
I mean, is he thinking, hey, my opponent's flat my 3-bet there. Maybe there's some trappiness in there. Maybe there's some, you know, like the pocket 10s are obviously overtaking me. That's like the one
are there.
Whenever you're 3-betting with jacks, you're hoping your opponent's got 10s, right? That's you always want your opponent to have one pip lower than you do with any hand rank.
Well, the thought process, you know, you think to yourself, queens, kings, and aces. Maybe the aces are okay to flat in position. The queens and the kings are likely incentivized to put another raise in there.
Yeah.
We have the jacks, so, you know, we don't expect maybe 9s to get curious. The 10s in particular can hang in there. So that's a problem hand for us.
We don't expect the 9s to bet turn as played.
No,
we don't expect, like, if he has trapped with queens or kings, them to bet.
You're right. So we narrow things down into the big suited Broadway combo ace-X's.
And I guess we have 2 jacks, so we block
the ace-jack in particular.
Yeah.
The straight draws.
I get. Question of, do you think he's always peeling the flop with king queen? Does he then bluff those on the turn? Probably does. Probably should.
A couple of king queens squaring off now as we are staring at an Abdo raise and a pause on the small blind of State.
Let me just say, I wasn't surprised that he folded. I was surprised he folded so quickly. Right. Abdo popping up, as you mentioned. State with the dreamy hand to 3-bet light is the king-queen-o from the small, but Sahafi, after that last hand, after the 3-bet on the flop a moment ago, is now going to look so absurd when he comes out with this cold 4-bet. Wow, what a dream.
What a nightmare for State, by the way. Imagine how well the aces perform as a flat in a spot like this. It would be silly.
He's going very big here.
Too big?
Yeah, too big. I mean, we're going over 3x on a cold 4. A cold 4 screams strength. We don't really worry about getting peeled too often when we cold 4. It doesn't really happen. It's not a thing. You want to sell the story, Ali, that when you're cold 4ing here that you can fold. You could have just gone like 1.1, just double the previous bet, and then give State the opportunity to blast off. Instead, he's just going to get away from this one nice and easily. He just has no fold equity now. You may as well just cold 4-bet jam at that point. It's the same thing.
And he shows the aces, by the way.
State angling for that information.
Yeah.
Got Cifuentes smiling as well.
I think Cifuentes may be smiling because he appreciates that State, who's also a professional poker player, managed to get the free intel from Sahafi there with a casual conversation. But careful with that sort of stuff, unless, of course, Sahafi is going to look to leverage, having shown those aces, to take something light into battle as a 4-bet later on down the streets.
Yeah, I think I referenced earlier maybe a little tournament inexperience in that man. That was certainly on display there with that.
You think that's more of a little cash game play there, that 4-bet?
It's just the size. I think he just, yeah.
Now back to the Kazakh, Azamat Tulip-Bergenov.
Yeah, hasn't had a chance to play a pot yet so far today. Is just going to burn some time here. I think this is one we're going to go with. Oh, actually, sorry, we're under the gun. Let's have a look at this. 8 blinds, 37 left. The pay jump comes at 35. Obviously, never sure how much we can trust exactly what it says. He's going to try and get one through here, making it 2.5 blinds. I'm not sure about this particular size because now the big blind does peel some hands that would fold to, say, 4 blinds. And Abdo, well, does he now get to sort of run it?
I mean,
at this depth that he wouldn't be able to if it had just been a jam.
It's a pretty hand, and unfortunately for Tulip-Bergenov, it's one that has him dominated here.
Yeah, I'd love to see him just click raise this. He is going to fold, so what?
Let it go.
Yeah, it's a close one. You got all these players stacked behind you. Tulip-Bergenov has made this move from the 1 seat.
Does it read strong to you for somebody to put 200 of 665 out there as the raise instead of just jamming?
No, I think it reads of... I mean, it might be a range scenario, but I wouldn't ascribe this. I wouldn't be thinking, oh, this is ace-jack or ace-queen. I think those hands just jam. We know he's not folding, that's the thing. So kind of it's a weird line to take. It's the sort of thing we'll see on a final table, Ali, when someone puts that sort of number in and then gives themselves the opportunity to get away if carnage ensues behind. Because
where there's big pay jumps,
because that could still be a real hand, right? You're going to fold some really strong hands in those situations. When there's 37 left, I'm not sure that's true. Obviously, I think in this instance, he was doing that, going with a hand that he could burn a lot of time if he needed to with a pay jump looming. Now, my question is 200k the right number to do that? I think you want to just go that little bit larger, go 300k, stop anyone peeling from the big blind who isn't ready to commit for all of it. It's a $1,600 pay jump from 36th to 35th. Our screen says 37, but you're never quite sure if that's fully accurate. Someone might have busted in the hand. The floor haven't collected the card and updated the screen just yet. So, although, of course, the table will fill up when we get down to 36 as we're playing a 9-handed event.
More importantly, perhaps, for Tulip Bergenhoff, it's an orbit's worth of gaming tokens, allowing him to keep his head above the waterline here. Sahafi on the button, ace-queen suited, a stack that has been quite active of late.
Tick is up. And he's got Tulip Bergenhoff in the big. I'd like to see him go larger than min here, like a 2.5 blind raise, just because the big blind is so incentivized to defend. Gone 1 1/4, but it's one of those weird things, Ali. It sounds counterintuitive, but you do want to raise bigger on a real small stacks big blind. I guess when he's got 10 blinds, it's a little different. If he was sort of 6, just because the big blind's so incentivized to call and defend, the reverse implied odds are so low calling from the big blind because, hey, we don't lose much after the flop anyway.
Yeah, we're not so worried about the jam.
Right, like if you
with a hand like that.
If you when you've got 6 big blinds and you defend from the big blind, and you flop bottom pair, going broke isn't a bad thing. Like it's as opposed to if you defend with 15 big blinds and going broke with bottom pair, is a really bad thing. You just the odds you get, the direct odds are so good. But the risk, the downside, the reverse implied odds, as we used to call it back in the day, aren't so bad. Abdo, ace king.
Also not so bad. In fact, so good.
Manicara's the next seat with 2 6s. I'm not sure we can do much here. Clearly a man who likes to flop sets though. Called with the 7s before in the small, thinking about it there with the 2 6s. Fuentes. Yeah, again, just this is a hand that if we were on the button here and Abdo had open in the hijack.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we can't really play this against under the gun. Again, I think maybe also off that stack size served taking a little bit of time, just trying to get down to 35. Again, we're not going to fold any hand we would usually play, but if we get to 35 one hand sooner, that money locked up, $1,600.
So you think the pay jump has more to do with the king-queen fold than player-specific under-the-gun open?
I say I don't think we're changing the range of hands we play.
Right.
But I think we want to try and stall a little bit to get to 35.
Okay.
Just because it's 3/4 of a buy. It's significant. But yeah, I don't think we're going to suddenly fold a hand that we would usually play. I don't think it's that significant. But if we, like I say, if you stall and get to that pay jump one hand early, and then bust that next hand, you've secured the pay jump. You know, it's
sure.
It's a thing.
Let me ask you this: would you rather go into battle against this Abdo under the gun raise with king-queen offsuit or ace-8 suited, as we see Adrian State electing to flat from the hijack? Granted, much deeper stack than Cifuentes.
Off the stack size, I'd rather have the king-queen, but as of this stack size, I'd rather have the ace-8 suited, I think. Again, kind of what I referenced before. If you've only got like 20 blinds and you play king-queen, you flop top pair and get it in, it's never that bad. If you have State's stack, then you can get some really dicey spots with top pair against Abdo.
954 board here. 2 customers facing the follow-through of just 200,000 into 660 here out of Abdo.
You're not really a board we want to bet too much from under the gun, but we do have all the overpairs. And you do pressure the man in the middle here in State because he has to worry about Andrian behind.
And State does feel skewed toward a good bit of the rest of the Broadway combinations. When we have ace-king, there could be a lot of that queen-jack suited.
Yeah.
Jack-10 suited business, given the depth of his stack and the fact that he flatted.
Yeah, so Abdo just trying to clear this out, have one stab. He does have backdoor spades, of course, but and it's a small bit optimistic, I think, because especially you've got this man in the big. Now State's supposed to play pretty tight from the big when there's been a call in front, but...
Oh, look at this turn. It would have given State the best hand with 8s and an ace kicker. Instead, it leaves Andrian, who had the gut shot straight draw, to check call and end up in front. Now north of $1 million in the middle. Of course, being called was unpleasant for Abdo. And let's see whether or not he's got another barrel. He's reaching for chips here, James. This board and this second bet, for me, is optimistic, but if we're going to make this bet, it would seem as though that third barrel bluff on the river could be upon us as well.
Here's the thing. we're betting here. We're trying to really put pressure on a 5, a 4, those kind of hands. The problem we have is when he's defended big blind here with someone else already in the pot against under the gun, the 5x and the 4x are probably the hands like 5-7, 5-6 that have now picked up straight draws as well. It's not like he's in there with, you know, the king 5-0. So there aren't that many 5x and 4x that don't also have a straight draw, and thus those hands kind of all like to call.
Andrian does call, and now makes trip 8s on the river. I wonder whether or not that isn't a card that Abdo thinks he can lean hard on.
Oh, yeah.
Provided he's given the opportunity here with 1.9 plus in the middle. Sub 1 stack to pot ratio.
He should be given the opportunity, because if Abdo has aces, kings, queens, jacks, 10s. Oh,
no, Andrian just jams.
Wow. Doesn't want to give him a chance to potentially check those back, I guess. I think he just believes that Abdo has a hand. I
got to tell you, this ace-king performs as a bluff catcher here as well. I'm not sure what the natural bluffs are, but, you know, with the jam all of a sudden out of nowhere with the running 8s, you don't think trip 8s is going to get that greedy, and you don't think a 9, 4, or 5 are going to act that way. You start to wonder, what's going on?
I think he's just worried that maybe Abdo was going to check back 10s, jacks, maybe queens. I think aces and kings he's going to trust, or he's still going to go for it, but just thinking, yeah, it's a spicy one. I mean, the bluffs are those hands, the 4-6, 4-7, 5-6, 5-7, maybe they just decide they want to bluff. Seems unlikely. That was a weird one. Normal rules don't apply.
Normal rules do not apply. Merit Poker Optimal. I've always found it interesting throughout my career as a cash game player when...
We're calling it a career now?
Somebody... when somebody shows up in a game and then takes that sort of very math-based, you know, I'm going to play the poker that I've always learned is the right poker to play. And then throughout the course of an entire session, as they get bludgeoned repeatedly because they're taking that approach and fail to make the adjustment, how diehard folks can get, how married they can get to that ideology because they think it's just the gospel. But you need to realize you're in a different church here. You know?
What people fail to realize with GTO is...
Jack's taking it up, by the way, here for Sahafi.
Yeah. It's game theory optimal. But game theory optimal changes based on your opponent's ranges. So if your opponent like never bluffs a spot, that means you should never call that spot.
Right.
Like GTO isn't just this is how this plays GTO. You have to change the ranges that are inputting to get the output that you want, the correct output. And I think some people kind of lose sight of that a little bit. Like, I'm supposed to call with this frequency. We are not, because the 8 and 9-year-old guy playing the main event for his first time is probably not blasting off. Sorry, focus on. Tulip Bergenhoff, ace king. Oh, Unlu, pardon me, Unlu. Jamming, I was lost in my rant there.
Well, lost is the cause of the ace-6 suited here, which will no doubt be forced to take a flop. All in.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a 3-wheel in, Ollie. These two stacks, both sub 10 big. Sahafi not going to fold these two jacks. I think Tulip Bergenhoff, again, I'm hitting the point once more, taking his time. Number one, wants to sell that this is a closer spot than it is. You want to perhaps let Sahafi call with ace-jack, ace-queen, those kind of hands. And secondly, 36 left, 35 is the page up. Takes a little bit of time, makes sense. So now, he does, of course, cover Unlu, but he's worried about perhaps losing to Sahafi behind.
There is the predictable jam out of the ace-king. Sahafi covers quite handily.
Yeah, just us.
Not going to be folding these jacks, so.
Just checking the count. Gets the count. Sees what it is. And Unlu in the unenviable position. The horrible spot. The double domination.
Diamond's not occupied by either player, though.
Right. You need to hit an ace-6, 2 6s, or diamonds. It's a horrible feeling when you get 3-wheeled in with a bad ace, because this is so often the spot. Tulip Bergenhoff, chance to get right back in this. Or will it be Sahafi? Double elimination, perhaps, climbing up to 7 million?
Well, he rates to be enjoying that by a 1% advantage over a coin flip, and King 10 takes that advantage and puts it right squarely in Bergenhoff's camp. trips, and Unlu understandably on his feet. Backdoor diamond's working.
He's got a shot.
And no longer the case. So Unlu is eliminated. He realizes it.
Interesting here. So Happy does hit it. Tulip Bergenov would, of course, secure that pay jump, but right now he's thinking of that. A brick. That's what he gets.
So a triple up and then some here for the Kazakh, Azamat Tulip Bergenov, who really exhibited some patience over here and then found the spot, which wasn't a bad one. Sinan Unlu. No longer a part of this main event.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. Obviously, I believe he came 36, didn't get a pay jump, but maybe someone busted out the sort of same time just before one of the outer tables. It could be that he secured an extra $1,600.
Worthy of note, by the way, the plan is to redraw once more. We did redraw tables to start the day's action, of course, at 3 tables, which would be 27 remaining. $1,600 pay jump now realized by the remaining 35 players. $11,000, the on-tap payout, and that'll be the case for some time as the payout band will stay static for a number of bust outs. Blinds have gone up to 50 and 100,000 here, and Ivan Sahafi off of his high water mark, but he has gone up in the last frame to over 5 million in chips to overtake Adrian State, who was the chip leader at the table coming in. Abdo has slid to the short stack.
Yeah, and just look at that. Tulip Bergenov finally gets it going. Gets, as you say, effectively a triple up. And then they move the blinds up on him, down to 21 blinds again. Kind of been a... Every time you're in 21 blinds, very much a holding pattern. Can't do a lot with that stack.
Sure.
Very much dependent on card distribution at that point. I mean, obviously that's true of every stack in every stage of a tournament, but more so when you're on 20 blinds. Just don't get to play that many hands. State leveraging his chip stack, coming in from +1 on Queen 10 off.
That he is.
Kind of spicy. Especially with Mandarin on the button. Ah, here is my man rejoining us. Rafael Castro. I mentioned him at the top of the show, saying how excited I was to see him on our feature table. He was on it. He had a big stack, but here we go. We get to see him in action. Bit of a live wire.
Rebalancing effort has delivered him to our doorstep.
Gets one through.
Yeah, raise and take it there.
State Trooper. I'm sticking with it. I hate myself for it, but I'm sticking with it. Plus, he's got the mirrored specs. I mean, I've not seen too many highway patrolmen rocking a bucket hat, but it's only a matter of time till that becomes official uniform, I imagine.
It would be strange, I would say.
Hi guys, good luck. Thank you.
Oh, hang on. Castro.
Yeah, 6 million.
Looks like he's coming in with far fewer chips than he was listed with at the start of the day. I heard him say the word cooler. He had, as he just mentioned there, I think 6 million. Joins us with just 2.3, so something has gone awry.
Bonjour, mon ami.
560,000 plus in career tournament earnings for Castro, by the way, most recently picking up 3 results earlier this summer. The Vamos Poker Tour in Milan. Ace-7 against Ace-6 suited. Tulip Bergenov up over 2 million after the triple. Not interested. Sahafi continues to be active, and now Andrian, with whom he has tussled, looks down at the black nines.
Now, Castro with an option here. Ali at the first hand at the table, seeing Sahafi open. Andrian just flat. Does incentivize him to maybe give this a go.
And by that you mean a 3-bet squeeze.
Yeah. I mean, it's scary against no position raise. but it's certainly an option. Looks like he's counting out a call. Also kind of an option. I'm not quite as wild on it, but you know, Andrian just doesn't really ever have us dominated.
I mean, we'd certainly rather secure the betting lead and play this pot in position heads up than be a bit adrift in a three-way affair without the betting lead. Granted position.
The problem is, right, so King-Queen plays really nicely in heads-up spots because your opponent might bluff into you, and when you flop top pair, it's really good, and you can get really big value for top pair in a heads-up pot. In three-way, that becomes a lot harder. So I think a lot of the value of this hand tends to be in just running it. Maybe Andrian calls, and you play a flip. But as it is, look at this carnage that may ensue.
Yeah, top pair for Sahafi, the opener. Andrian with middle set. Castro will not be interested any further. And you see Uman c-betting 185. This is fairly small here. Just sort of looking for some clarity. Andrian in no hurry with middle set as Castro bows out. Two-tone texture on the turn after the 10 rolls off, which leaves Sahafi drawing dead. 1.2 in the middle.
Wow, he's going for a second street. This is
yeah, I'm
optimistic.
really surprised that he's reaching for chips here, because that particular board texture, there is a good bit of ace-X that has us out-kicked.
A big part of Andrian's flatting range pre and post in a three-way pot is going to be the ace-X. We're really just only charging hearts here. Okay, he's gone a very small size. He's gone like a block.
It's one thing to fire this bet in position, James, where then we presume that we'll have the opportunity to check back and get to showdown. But out of position, we get called here. We're not really all too proud of the ace-6 on the river. We check. And if it's a dry river, by the way, where none of the straight draws and flush draws come in, then we're really adrift against a barrel from our opponent.
What a fun spot this is for Andrian. He doesn't rate to have too many hands that want to raise, like ace-10, set of 9, set of 4, set of 10s, and the only real ones. And if Sahafi was kind of trying to presume that maybe he's up against a flush draw, does he kid himself now? I think he's still up against that flush draw. We saw him make the Foxy 3-bet on 9-5 deuce with ace-5 against the same opponent. Put him on a bluff correctly that time. Is he going to make a misstep here and feel the same? This is really the problem with having bet this.
Oh, wow. Shows the ace and folds it.
Oh, that's so disappointing for Andrian to see the ace and get the fold. Maybe, obviously, Andrian as well, putting Sahafi himself on some of those draw combos. Didn't want to give him a free look, a 255k look, I should say. Wanted to bump it up, charge those hands.
I mean, something like a queen jack of hearts would be the hand that, like, doesn't have us beat, that might be, you know, playing it as a raise on the turn, as a semi-bluff. But even that has so much equity.
I was thinking more, I think those hands probably cool. I was thinking more the other way around. If you're Andrian, what are you thinking that's a happy bets twice here with for that small sizing? It looks like maybe he's just trying to buy a river with his draw. And so therefore that's why we come in for a raise with a set of 9s, kind of.
I was taking it from Sahafi's perspective, right? Where I'm thinking that Andrian...
Sahafi we just have to fold. We just overrepped our hand.
No, I absolutely agree. Because even if it is a queen jack of hearts, where are we going with ace-6 of clubs from this point forward if we call?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even sure the queen jack of hearts would raise. It's got so much equity. I mean,
I agree.
It doesn't want, because it can't raise fold. That's the problem. Yeah, fun hand nonetheless. And again, normal rules don't apply. Sahafi betting twice there. Really
by the way,
put us in uncharted territory.
The point to be made is that we have so much trouble identifying any hand that we're doing well against with the ace-6 of clubs as played. Hence the fold. Undaunted though, Sahafi continues to be the recipient of the better part of card distribution. Ace-10 suited this time. Raises to 225,000. Adrian, full service delivery of the big blind there. And again, the ace show. State unable to get full disclosure on that occasion, despite engaging Sahafi again.
Last thing towards. Last thing towards. Checks. Yeah. I don't like that.
Oh, I saw the jack at the bottom.
Your original razor.
Yeah.
The bottom.
Seven deuce. Return to sender.
Yeah. I think Tulip Bergenov's played 7 deuce too many times in his life.
Maybe in the cash game streets with a bounty,
Yeah.
but definitely not here under the gun. Castro, pretty one.
He's my man. Now, Ollie, I quizzed David on this yesterday. How's your Mario World knowledge?
Poor. I kind of orphaned my Nintendo days many decades ago.
Oh.
Pocket jacks here for State.
Well, we're getting this in, surely.
He does cover Castro, who comes in with 20 bigs. He does have that big stack of Sahafi to his left, though. We can't go blasting off for all of it.
No, but
bet to 600, though.
There's still a wide range of hands that we can 3-bet from the small blind here. Fold to Sahafi, but call it off against Castro. And there's going to be some bluffs as well. We're going to want to maybe mix in some of that King, Jack, King, Queen type hands. Maybe some of the Ace-5 suited kind of hands. Wow, is Castro going to fold this?
Sure. That feels doubtful.
I mean, I watched this man play yesterday, and I think he's far more comfortable in pots where he has the lead and likes to do the driving. He wasn't as strong in sort of reactionary pots, as I like to call them. I mean, State just has 3-bet folds here. We've got Ace-Queen. It's the perfect hand. I mean, the perfect hand obviously is aces before the chat comes at me, but you know what I mean. This is a hand that's pretty easy to jam. Wow.
Hang on. And he shows the Ace-Queen and folds. Now, ill-advised is that because it makes us exploitable. But in turn, Adrian, some reciprocity, shows the pocket jacks.
Don't show, Ali.
No, I agree, but I want to unpack it in another way. You know, you favor the 4-bet as opposed to the fold in that spot if we're Castro.
Yeah.
Never the flat.
Never the flat. Just so much.
You prefer the fold to the flat?
No.
Okay. So the worst of the 3 options then.
I think so. I mean, look, credit by credit's due. State wasn't light. State had a hand. He had the 4th best hand in poker. But the problem is, he's also going to do this. Yeah, he can have jacks. He can also have 10s, even 9s.
No, you're right.
Maybe not 9s. Yeah, you just this is the, I kind of got this feel from Castro yesterday. Like I say, he was doing a lot of front running and in a big stack, but he does strike me as someone who's perhaps gonna just value that life a little bit too much when it gets down to this sort of stack size.
Cifuentes activating with Queen Jack in the cutoff. Ace-9 suited now for Tulip Bergenov in the big blind. Far deeper than he was not long ago and able to play some post-flop action.
Well, playing Cifuentes stack though, so 16.5 blinds is the effective here. I could see him go either way here. I think we just jam and try and deny exactly hands like this.
You play like 1-5?
1-6 total.
Chewing on it.
I mean, call's an option, but Yeah.
Just going to defend.
Keep some weaker in. Maybe he'll use like some of the hands like ace-10 off as the 3-bet jams, ace-9 off, and flat with the suited combos, because maybe you get a flop like this, and now your opponent's going to find it very hard to put you on an ace.
Yeah, and Cifuentes so incentivized as played on a board such as this, which is so dry, to rep the ace, which we see him doing in the face of the check. And Tulip Bergenov is not going to be in any hurry to inflate this thing either. He's content to play this as check call and then see what develops from this point forward. Another 250 into the middle. And of course, once we get called, if we're Cifuentes, maybe we find the second barrel on the turn here, which is the 3 of hearts, targeting some baby pairs.
Yeah, some, again, but I mean, those pairs probably just 3-bet jam pre.
Maybe, maybe not. Maybe there's some MPO where we're not looking, you know, this deep, 33 remaining in the main event to suddenly have a catastrophic outcome if we're wrong. Note the turn does quickly go check, check.
Yeah, I think Cifuentes, if you're going to bluff here, you're trying to make like the king highs of the world fold, and he can maybe do that on some rivers. Instead, he checks back and kind of done with this. And he's looking at, wondering maybe the ace-9 suited is jam pre. I'm not sure.
He does manage to continue his ascent there as played. Go on, James.
We get right into the middle ground there, right, with ace-9 suited, where it's the sort of hand that kind of the better ace is all cool, and the worst ace is pretty much all fold. Maybe he's looking to just flat with the ace-9 suited, maybe jam some of the ace-5 suited, make like some stuff fold, and then maybe use the ace-9 and the ace-10 suited as the cool, and then jam the better stuff. You kind of want a middle there, where you jam the worst aces and the best aces, and then have some middle ones as your defends, and maybe ace-9 fits best in that camp. But I'm a sucker. I see ace-9 suited, 14 blinds. I want to deny equity. Let's go.
I think also, though, James, you're somebody who's been so seasoned and has played tournament poker for long enough that you're just willing to accept your fate in those spots when the jam performs so poorly. You're dominated. You're up against a big pair. I think that, you know, in a 2K main such as this, after so many days of play, such a grueling long journey, you know, to have the marathon come to an abrupt end in a spot such as that, where you're going to, in retrospect, if it does go awry, think to yourself, this was an avoidable confrontation.
Yeah, no,
I didn't need to press this spot, you know. But accepting and embracing that sort of variance and having some risk tolerance is a part of playing winning poker.
I mean, the flip of it is, look, here, Cifuentes in here with ace-8-0. We keep those hands in, and if he jammed, he would have got those to fold. So I actually, if we're going to flat some aces in the big blind, kind of ace-9 suited maybe one of the best ones to do it with.
Ace-4 suited here for state.
But as long as we jam like ace-3 suited. If we're flatting all those and the ace-9 suited, I think we're flatting too much, not jamming enough. State coming out.
Yeah, these ones in particular.
Wow, this is so spicy. Here we go. Have that, Cifuentes.
A very clicky 3-bet up to 425 against 1.1 back.
Yeah, you just cough in all the offsuit combos here that Cifuentes is open with. And you just saw him open with Queen-Jack off. That's the funny thing.
Is this an argument, by the way, for Cifuentes, who's actually, you know, in less late position than he was a pot ago with the Queen-Jack, to maybe have a different take on the ace-8, as we see Adrian with a couple of 8s, and Cifuentes is just surrounded here.
So,
did he just snap fold it? Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Of course, he has to fold this one. I mean, some people with 13 blinds just won't have a raise range. It'll be a jam range.
Okay.
But I like having a mix here. He's going to raise with like small raise ace-king, ace-queen, and the biggest pairs. Maybe king-queen suiteds. Jam the rest, and then that allows him to maybe mix in some raises with the hand like ace-8-0, which is one of the best ones. I referenced earlier how I wasn't as big a fan of a steal attempt we saw with 2 5s of a shallow stack because it doesn't block anything. But ace-8-0, actually, a far inferior hand to 5s, actually works really nicely because it's less likely someone has an ace behind.
Sure.
So I like that from Cifuentes as part of a blended strategy. Now, if you're the person, like some people will just always jam for 13 blinds, and he could maybe jam 13 blinds there. I'm not exactly sure on the Nash on that. I think, where was he? Hijack. It might be. I'm not sure. I should know that stuff. I don't, Ollie.
You know enough that when you look down at 2 red jacks under the gun, however, going to be getting involved in a pot. Abdo, who's been trending in the wrong direction, by the way. 3 X's from under the gun, and an ace-queen suited directly behind for Manicaros. James. Covering stack.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just too much hand. It feels pretty grim when it's Abdo, who has been pretty tight, opens here under the gun, but he's only got 14 blinds. It's like
550 the declaration, a very clicky 3-bet.
I love this because you're asking the question of Abdo regardless, and this way you can kind of get away from a hand if it takes off behind. So I think this is always the play if we're playing this hand. And it just looks so strong. The rest of the table, no, you're not light here. You're never bluffing in this spot.
This is the Overpoker Cup. New man levels, so right 2,000, big man 5,000, with 5,000 big man empty. This is the last level for registration and realities.
Now for Abdo. He has so much hand.
Yeah, I mean, we're just in. Again, he's not really enjoying it because Manicaros is repping a lot of strength here, but
it almost feels like we're being begged to jam and sort of hang ourselves, does it not, when we're 3-bet to this sizing by directly under the gun +1?
It just feels like our man's got a hand he wants to go with as well, and
right
for 14, and those hands do include maybe 10s, the ace queens, the ace kings, of course.
That we are vulnerable to with the pocket jacks, but
yeah,
we're not being really given a choice. It is what it is.
Yeah, we're somehow in a situation where we don't feel comfortable with 14 blinds and the 4th best hand in the game.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
You've got to look at it and go, hey, I've got the 4th best hand of the game. Is he just calling? Is he going to try and see a non-ace king flop and go for it from there?
It certainly looks like that, and consider what a significant quotient of his stack back the call is, and you see Manicaros very surprised by this choice, it seems.
If this was against a min raise, I would say, oh, maybe there's some like king queen suited in his, but the fact that Abdo made it 3x, it's kind of declaring I want to get it all in. So when Manicaros gives him a chance to get it all in, he doesn't do that. It's very confusing. And like he has, it looks like he's just kind of looked for the non-high card flop, and then, well, he's doing a stock take, but he may just decide to jam this himself and think that he denies a hand like this. He does. He just goes all in, and now suddenly Manicaros hates it, but reluctantly gonna call it off here. Could be the same kind of hand. Still runs okay against these kind of holdings.
I think he very much identified that this is an overpair to the 5-5-7 board the vast majority of the time, but it isn't something like Queens Plus all that often as played, or Ace King. So, you know, I have a decent amount of equity.
Yeah, maybe
maybe
he's got an ace jack suited and I'm ahead. Maybe he's got the same hand as me. Maybe he's got this kind of hand. So I'm just going to run it. I'm not going to let myself get exploited.
Oh, and I'm just going to find a queen on the turn.
Wow.
That is brutality for Naji Abdo, who's now left with just 2 outs to stay alive here in this Dolce Vita main. And the 8 of spades is not one of them. The heartlessness of poker on full display there, as a 33rd place finish for Naji will yield him an $11,000 payout. Pay jump won't happen until we reach 26 remaining. And a merciless pickup there for Manicaros. He'll accept it. Certainly has been on the receiving end of those sorts of exchanges plenty throughout the course of his poker career. But the executioner role, the one that he plays in that act of this main event. It's so deflating, James. I gotta tell you, all these years of being in the booth, all these years of playing poker, I have such an empathetic slant to me. When, you know, when you watch the guy with the jacks, just, this is where I want to be.
Yeah,
you know, 3 dozen players less, you know, left in this main with a massive over $300,000 up top in a 2K buy, and I've played for a week. And really, that's how I'm gonna do it. Get out of here. Hurts.
Really does, especially when he found a way of getting to a flop there with that hand and feeling like, hey, I'm going to do the stop and go maneuver.
And also feeling like you know, I got you right where I want you here. I found the clean flop, right?
I found a way that
became ace king or queen on the board. Maybe I'm going to get out of there, but
if it comes ace high, you don't get me. But I'm going to get you every time it comes 7 high.
That's right.
Like, I feel like I got you.
That's right.
Even though it kind of dealt a 14 big blind flip.
Yeah. But that's the wicked witch that is poker. We can do everything to perfection. You know, not suggesting, by the way, that that's the assignment for Abdo's approach there, as we both felt like maybe the jam would have been the more desirable response to the 3-bet pre-flop. But even perfect lines have imperfect outcomes.
I think I can smell a burger, Ollie.
I mean, really, you're the culinary equivalent of like an airport drug dog, James. This is just alarming. I understand we skipped lunch, but my friend, you know, we'll have a break in a little while. Relax. I wish you guys could see James, his snout planted on the carpet right now, trying to trace this. King 9-8, top pair for Manicaros as he's heating up. Defended his big against the min raise from Andrian. Ace-6 does not follow through. Button versus big blind board. Pairs on the turn now. A welcome sight.
Yeah, and I wonder if Manicaros just goes for the check again here. Two schools of thought here. Your opponent's going to have a lot of delayed c-bets on King 8-9 because it's a board the big blind continues on at some frequency. The flip side is you're also going to have a lot of bluffs here as the big blind because the opener recognizes you hit this board sum, so therefore you do want to be betting your best hands. And deciding with the King 3 to bet. I wonder if he sort of checks the better kings, the ones that block some of the draws. More inclined to give a free card on. As it is, this ace high now in a tough spot because it beats all those draws, Ollie. So, sticks around. I like this. I like this from both.
Ooh. 6 on the river, and I'm not sure how useful that card is, but obviously we beat some of the bigger ace highs. Feels as though the showdown value hasn't improved all that much. Deuces through 5s, obviously.
That's it. I don't think the bigger ace highs bet. I think the deuces through 5s might bet some of the time. So that's about the only hand we've got ahead of now, but those would never bet again. So, yeah, the 6 doesn't really change anything. If anything, now some of the hands that were bluffing the turn don't bluff, the 6-7s of the world. Maybe even the 6-10s with flush draws. Those kind of, oh, you got the 6 of spades in your hands. That's not even possible.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't really change anything. Obviously, 7-10, 5-7 now makes straights.
Yeah. More so the former than the latter we would expect to be involved in this pot as played, but nonetheless. I mean, there could be 8x out there. That's a hand.
Yeah.
200.
This is a little murky here for Andrian against 275 on the river, James.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we're going to make some value bluffs, as it were, here. If you're Manicaros, you're not just going to get big when you miss your spade draws and straight draws. Yeah, it looks like Andrian going to make the call with this holding. He unblocks, of course, basically all the bluffs by having the 6 of spades in his hand.
Yeah, all of that queen through 10 combos.
Yeah, all this, the sort of, yeah, the jack 10s, all that, the spade combos, because the spade combos that involve a 6 don't bluff now. That's the thing. So you're saying, well, he's got a spade and he's got a 6 blocking straight draws, but those hands no longer bluff.
Right.
So you kind of don't block anything. So it's better to call here than say, you know, the ace jacks or the jack of spades would be a really bad hand to call with, in a sense, because you want your opponent to have the jack of spades.
And what a surge here in the second level of play on the day, being enjoyed by our man, Irkales Manicaros.
Shout out to the crew, Ollie. These boys manning the camera all day, every day. That's not easy. Just standing stationary for hours on end.
I mean, not all that stationary. Sometimes they're moving around, but for the most part, standing on a riser like that, not a lot of give. I can tell you there's been some some physical calamities I've ended up with standing out on a set for the better part of 10 hours.
I think you're going to say 10 minutes.
Probably at this point in my life, 10 minutes would be the upper boundary.
Well, yeah, it's staying still at anything is difficult, right? When you're standing. I mean, like standing and walking is one thing. Standing and upright and just standing still is...
How about parking our leather asses on these seats here in the booth?
These are very sturdy seats.
I will say that.
Somehow, despite the sturdiness of the seats, Mr. David Lapham fell off his last night.
Wow.
Took the seat.
Guys imbibing in the booth?
Took the seat with him. I mean, I was in pure shock. I don't know how it happened.
Ace-10 offsuit, opening to 225. Min-raise plus a tickle. Baby suited one gapper for Cifuentes, getting a price here with unintrusive kit.
Yeah, but I like this slight adjustment from Sahafi going slightly larger on the big blind. As I mentioned earlier, they're kind of the most incentivized to call when they get short like this. And I think I may just let this deuce 4 go, Ali. There's 31 left. ICM becomes a factor. Do we want to play against +1 range? We've seen Sahafi's turned over a lot of good hands as well.
Well, and now the best hand on an 8-3 deuce board. Bottom pair, backdoor hearts and straight draws. And texture that does allow us to continue with more comfort than other textures. The ace-10 high, happy to check back.
Spidey senses.
And now it's turned into a wheel gutter along with the ace high for Sahafi. Cifuentes with the open ender.
Yeah, and this is kind of fun because I think he just puts his opponent on a lot of ace highs when they check back this flop. And now those ace highs don't really like to fold on this turn. And like I mentioned earlier, when you get this shallow, when you're sub-10 bigs peeling from the big blind, it's never a disaster to go broke the bottom pair. Because, look, we've only got a little bit over pot anyway.
175.
So better size, 175, allowing all these ace highs to come in.
Price is right. Deems Sahafi. He makes the call, but does not find a winner in this King of Spades river. Now for Cifuentes, we do get called on the turn. It does feel like some of the big ace, you know, couple of overcards, wheel draw could be a part of this line. Raise pre, check back flop, call turn. He does check, and Sahafi doesn't even give it a thought. Are we able, with the pot sitting at 950 and Cifuentes having that kind of 2/3-ish stack to pot ratio, to bluff the ace-10 on the end with that king specifically rolling off?
We can certainly have some King X. We're going to have some King X of diamonds that did check back flop. Not a whole amount of it, but some of it. I think the problem is that I just don't think we think Cifuentes has too much of the deuce 3-5 because he's not supposed to be peeling as wide as he did there, in my mind, from the big blind. So maybe we give him more the 8X when he has a hand, and it's a bit scary to try and make an 8-fold.
Yeah.
So I think I like the check back. There's maybe some, again, some 4X. It's not a lot, but maybe he's got 4-7 suited. I mean, we can see he's got deuce 4 suited, which again I think is maybe too many hands with 31 left. It's an option to bluff, but yeah, again, what are we're trying to make him fold. We're trying to make him fold what looks like an 8, and I think that's just not going to happen. I kind of like the check back, and there might be some diamond cards that he's buffed with as well, so we just beat all those.
Ace Queen for Tulip Bergenhoff. It's worked his stack up to 2.5 million. Really shown a good bit of resiliency and good timing on the afternoon. Min raise.
Yep.
Suited connector in the small for Cifuentes, different proposition than defending the big. And another ace queen emerges for the Romanian in the big.
We saw him before, getting an ace queen to fold. This is a spot where you could see a bit of both. I think a lot of respect here for Tulip Bergenhoff. from +1, just electing to flat it. Doesn't want to get 24 blinds in.
Yeah. Neither player hits this board. The ace of spades for Tulip Bergenhoff.
Yeah.
Two spade texture.
Again.
Queen of spades for state.
Like, it's one of these weird spots where we, you know, probably got the best hand because we got the nut no pair. That's hard to flip a pair in this game. But at the same time, we just want to equity deny a lot. He's actually going to check this one back. Has the ace of spades. That's kind of fun because the times we turn a spade, maybe now we get our opponent to call with an inferior spade draw, almost drawing dead. As it is. Do his pairing turn. Both still liking this board again. Just like before, State doesn't have... This isn't like it's button versus big blind, and State has a whole bunch of deuce X. He just doesn't against +1.
Well, we're both a little bit more proud of our ace-queen, courtesy of the action on the flop and now the board pairing turn, and Tulip Bergenhoff seizing the initiative on the turn, and you're a fan.
Yeah, I think equity denial a big part here. And I just don't think State... Like, if State always bluffs the river here, if we check, then check. But it just looks like we've got this kind of hand, and these kind of hands call so well from the river that I think we're better off just being a small bet here. Equity deny, get called by some worse. We can see here State going to call with the same, but he might call with some worse ace highs. And then we just ensure a showdown. I like this so far from both once again. I'm sure we'll on this... Oh, hello, that's a fun one.
Note that the queen kicker is irrelevant, as somehow one of the last two aces in the deck works its way to the river. State checking it.
Right
and
now.
This is designed to induce.
Yeah, I mean, Tulip Bergenhoff. Oh, he's gone really small again. Kind of. I'd like to see a big bet here because State can certainly have some King X and he can have some 6X.
Oddly enough, we're just not incentivized to check raise this card though if we're State.
Right, but if it was an unpaired board, if the queen was playing, I think we would want to raise this one. But
totally different proposition, I would agree.
He's thinking about it.
What calls us though? That's one of the questions we always need to ask ourselves on the river. If we're going to put in the raise, we need to find hands that we beat that will pay off.
Right.
Hands that are better that will fold, preferably as well.
It's a question of, does he have some King X here? Does he raise Bree, check back this board? He will do it at some frequency, I guess. Check back with the king.
I don't think he value bets the king on the river. I got to be honest.
That's the question. Does he bet the king on the river or does he check back? He might bet the river because he might think, hey, I'll get some 6X. But yeah, with whatever king kicker you have here, if you've got king queen, the kicker doesn't play, so I think you're less likely to bet because the most likely the hand calls you.
And the 6 doesn't really call you all that often, I don't think.
Right.
You know?
And yeah, like State. Oh.
Did he jam?
Oh, he's trying to make him fold an ace. This is spicy. This is really spicy. Trying to make him fold the chop. So certain that he's never behind here. It's not ace king. He's gambling on that. It's not kings.
Well, he's cleared the first hurdle because Tulip Bergenhoff didn't beat him into the pot.
Right.
And now he loves what he's done.
Right, and like I say, he doesn't have a whole amount of deuce X, but he has some deuce X.
Wow.
Wow, well done. Adrian State, take a bow. That is something else. That is a great hand.
I gotta say, of all of the action that I have personally covered throughout the course of not just this festival, but this main event, James, that hand there, really as top class as any that I've seen, and it's definitely my candidate for play of the series so far.
That was so great. He does get to have a sixes full. He does get to have some deuce X. He can have the king deuce suited as well, boats. And his opponent just has an ace a lot.
Good? Deuce? Good hand. I saw in after 30 minutes.
And look at Tulip Bergenhoff, doesn't want to be put through the blender.
He just announced I had ace queen.
Good hand.
That was amazing.
You know, that's the kind of pot that really allows one to recognize that we're dealing with the upper crust of the remaining field in Adrian State. Not that we had any doubts about that from the opportunities we've had to observe him, but it really just reinforces that he's thinking about the game, James, on a different level.
Yeah, that was fantastic. There's me saying, obviously he's never folding this hand, calling, going to chop at some frequency. going to pick up some of the bluffs that now barrel on the ace-high board, but he's saying, hang on a second, I can just have the whole pot against all those ace-x's.
Yeah. I mean, it's risky business.
It is.
You know, if it is king's full, you feel like a bit of a fool.
Right.
But, you know, he's a guy that's going to take his chances there, and that's what allows him to make a deep run with a deep stack.
It can be ace-king, it can be king's full at some frequency, but maybe he's just thinking, hey, I don't think Tulip Bergenov ever checks these hands, and puts it down to really low frequency. And the upside, of course, is so often. Tulip Bergenov has a whole bunch of ace-x that now I just scoop the whole pot against. Yeah. So yes, sometimes I'm going to lose my stack, I might look a fool. But a lot of the time this happens. And there's far more of the ace-highs that play this way than there are the kings full and the ace-kings.
Well, State's got himself involved once more, this time blind versus blind against Sahafi, and there is Humans holding 5-deuce. This was limped pre-flop. The nuts for State. Sorry, second nuts with the 9-7. Gonna check it again and look to induce. Very bottom of range here for Sahafi, but he doesn't get cute. And now a problematic card for State. Any of the King X has made a bigger straight. Look at this cutesy little 100 dimes. 1/3 pot out of Sahafi. And yeah, snap folds.
9-9. Hero call.
Okay, 5 moves. 5 moves. 5 moves. I check any moves a lot.
The Trooper on the upswing.
It's good.
Ali.
He was always dangerous, and now he's armed as well, James. Is Adrian State 6 million plus in his stack. Decent lead over Manicaros. Certainly rates to be one of the healthiest stacks remaining in this field of 31 players, with a redraw coming at 27. Perhaps for those parked to the right of Adrian State, that redraw can't come soon enough. I gotta say, and this is something that I brought up with David Lappin in the booth, perhaps it was Andrew, in any case, just because this is a $2,000 buy-in event, you know, doesn't mean that you're not up against the caliber of opponent that could easily be navigating with success much larger buy-ins, provided if they had a bigger bankroll. And some of them do have a bigger bankroll, but just identify that these are fields that they'd like to be, you know, exposed to, and they make the trip. You know, obviously it's just a nice place to play poker. We've established that, but, you know, there's value.
First price is 355K. This is not a normal 2K.
You're right. You're right.
You know? This is a place you can come make some serious money. And like you say, a lot of people will come here, maybe who would only play normally bigger tournaments, but hey, you know what? I'll go down and play the 2K, the 3K they got going down there, because when I'm not playing, I'm going to be in the ocean. And it's beautiful.
It really is. Also beautiful, this upswing for Adrian, as he is very much heat up here.
Siren's on.
Yep. That's the kind of pot that for those that are bothering, and obviously it's something that we would recommend this deep into a main event, with the prospects of, you know, post-redraw having to play against some of these players, no matter where you are in the room at present, puts everyone on notice. You're watching the stream, you see Adrian pull that move off against Tulip Bergenov, and you're like, okay, this is somebody I'm going to have to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Be careful who you value bet.
That's right.
You got to trust people.
Yeah.
Trust is broken.
I mean, look, he had a hand. He just had a hand that far more people would reflexively flick in a call against.
Yeah, cool, you know, whatever. You probably chop.
Right, right. I'm just bluff catching here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of bluffs. Still, at that point, there's going to be some...
Right.
Not all of us, some bluffs.
wouldn't be a bluff to see Sahafi open with ace-7 on the button here, which he is going to do. Wow. Tulip Bergenhoff posturing, or is he really considering something with this king-7? There's our answer.
Yeah.
Jack-10 offsuit, very defendable.
Certainly is. Matching stacks.
Let's C3, says Simone. And an open ender on a monotone board with the 10 of diamonds working for Andrian, but note the presence of the ace of diamonds for Sahafi, to whom the action is checked. Nut flush draw 550 in the middle.
100k here. Would be nice. It's gone a little large. You don't thing is, when you bet here, you want to make it so a diamond never wants to fold when you've got the ace of diamonds. I think once you get this size, you can start to make far more diamonds fold. I don't think you'll make this one fold, given it has Jack-10. But... oh, hello. Maybe reacting to that slightly larger size.
Are you suggesting that the smaller size Andrian would be more likely to flat, but against the bigger size, which feels like it's begging us to get out of here, we're more likely to check raise and try to win it unimproved?
I think so, yeah.
So all of a sudden,
now
175 has become 550.
Obviously, this is great because you do have the nut diamond draw, but it's not like we actually have anything we could cool down with, unfortunately. So in one sense, it's nice because you see here our opponent's putting chips in as a 2-to-1 dog. It's very hard to realize as the happy bar, of course, making the nuts.
The turn pairs Andrian for the best hand, as the extra 375 was called by Sahafi, who has a gut shot to go with that nut flush draw now.
And I think as Andrian, we're not check raising here against that size to only fire once. Now, of course, we've turned some equity at some showdown, but I think we're going to try and make a better hand fold by the river here with this exact holding. We have a jack and we have a diamond. Perfect combo to go blasting with. And although we can see now with the best hand, he's saying something. No, setting a price as well, like not going huge here, 550, allowing for what, just under pot on the river.
And it would leave King X or Queen X feeling milked.
This is the problem when you got King X or Queen X now. It starts to get horrible. But again, those King X's are still going to call here. So I still believe we're setting up to jam river here as Andrian. And Sahafi now picks up a gut shot draw of his own, has the ace of diamonds working.
A little south of 1 SPR, stack to pot ratio, would be the product of a Sahafi call.
Yeah, and I mean,
on this turn.
For 550k, obviously we can't fold the ace of diamonds, I don't believe. Just look at the direct price we're getting. 4-to-1 with the nut flush draw.
Can we ever lean back with?
In theory, I don't think we ever want to. I think we just always call with range here. But we saw from Sahafi earlier, when he smelled a rat, he went the other way and came out with a 3-bet on the flop against this same opponent. Yeah.
I mean, something like ace-jack, jack of diamonds comes to mind.
Yeah, so here we go then. A 2.75 million chip pot where Andrian is bluffing, but he's now bluffing with the best of it.
Yeah.
I want to see a brick river, Ollie, and I want to see him go for it. Well, backs into trip 10s.
I agree with you. This pot would have been far more interesting had a 3 of spades or something in that range rolled off, and then we would have seen what Andrian was going to...
Now you're in a real middle ground where you're blasting on, trying to make a queen fold, trying to make some of the kings fold, certainly the ones without diamonds. And now you're like, hang on, I'm only really getting value against flushes now, so I think he's going to go really small. Yeah, I love this. You just go really small here to make it now a king doesn't fold.
9.
Oh, sorry, you've gone a bit bigger. I thought you'd gone really
that's
small.
right. That first stack is just 400K, and we thought it was that sizing, but then he announced 9.
It's still a really small bet. Right, we've gone 9 into 2.7, just makes it hard for a king to ever fold. So Happy's initial reaction, visibly displeased.
Yeah.
You kind of want to just stay a little bit more stoic there to at least consider using the ace of diamonds as a bluff here.
Although a flush after the board pairs, James, is really not looking...
But what boats are check raising here? There aren't any boats, I don't think, that check raise the flop, but maybe five's full. But it's not like he's got kings or queens or king 10 or queen 10 check raise this flop. So Andren just doesn't have boats, bar five's full. So you certainly would still jam the river with a nut flush. Fun hand. Another great one from the same player. It was nice when you go bluffing and then you end up valuing the river, but you haven't made your primary draws.
I wish that we could glimpse into that parallel universe where that brick river does come off, just to see what the procedures would be out of both parties.
I think he's just got to go for it with that hand. You block the straight, you block some flushes, you block the two pairs.
And you really put the king X, queen X in a blender.
Yeah.
There have been some cool ones here at this feature table on the day. Pocket nines now for Cifuentes.
Now, we saw him earlier approaching a 13 big blind stack spot and not shoving, mixing in some raises. That was from the hijack. Here, from +1, electing just to jam. Castro is the one in the big blind. And this might be a spot where I think, given that he has a raise fold range of 13, that I'd want to just raise this hand of 15. Tulip Berganoff with a rejam stacked behind himself. It'd be nice to allow him in with some weaker pairs. And
for that matter, Castro jamming, we have him covered.
And Castro just defending the big is not a bad spot when we've got 2 nines. I'm a little surprised to see him have the ace-8-0 of 13 as a raise fold when he could just jam it. And then open jamming 15-9. Yeah. Those two seem to sort of be opposed.
Yeah. On balance,
both are fine.
We'd like to see the nines do the same thing the ace-8 does pre-flop.
Yeah. Especially with Tulip Berganoff having a rejam stack behind that could jam plenty worse. And Castro in the big, just letting him in there with 2 unders to 2 nines is a common occurrence. But again, obviously, jamming 15 blinds with 2 nines makes money. It's whether it's optimal, in my mind. And if one of these 2 wizards on my left wants to get cutesy and come out with non all-in 3-bet, hey, have it. I've got 2 nines. I'm not folding.
Yeah.
Interesting. I did look earlier when he didn't jam the 13 blinds with ace-8-0. He could have. I was saying I think it might be close on Nash. It was ace-7-0 makes money as a jam there of 13 from that seat. Now, of course, we've got to factor in some ICM values. So you probably would jam a little bit tighter than that. So the ace-8-0 is fine to raise fold and also fine to jam. But I like the idea of having raise folds and then raise calls off those strats. It's just weird to me that he then gets a prime candidate to raise call and doesn't.
Raise is what Adrian State has on his mind early position with king 10 offsuit and a whole lot more chips than he had not long ago. He continues.
This is great. I mean,
to collect.
Obviously, I wonder, I think maybe on the flip side, the break, given the redraw is coming up so soon, that we'll keep this table. I think so. Because there's only 31 left. The redraw at 27. We've only got a few minutes left in this level. It'll happen really early in the next level. So do we need to mix up the table? I don't think so. Let's keep these guys, because this is fun.
It's not as though they've let us down in terms of the poker. Still 31 remaining. Ace-Jack suited for Sahafi. Wounded by that last exchange with Andrian, but undeterred.
I'm going to be sad to leave, aren't we? David's going to come relieve me after the next break, but I may go track down the source of that burger smell.
Oh boy.
Actually, shout out to the crew. They came in, they heard me obviously talking of burgers, and they came in here and offered me one. What a crew we have.
2 1/4. The sizing. No, ace-10 found the bin. Pocket jacks, though, will not.
Here we go. All right. Now we found a hand we're not folding. Tanuki Mario. What's he going to do?
Jam.
Yep.
Somewhat predictably here. Off of that stack depth of 11 bigs, let's call it, coming in.
Yeah, and
It's a hop. Yeah, shaking his head because this sucks.
Yeah, I don't think we can fold for 11 blinds, though, even though we saw Castro kind of raise fold the ace-queen before. Makes us less inclined to call this one. Here we go, and all of a sudden, Sahafi in a spot where if he loses this, he's down to just 13 blinds. It's been very much a downward trend for him.
So we spin the wheel, and a case jack, under normal circumstances, might be a card that performs well, but in these, fairly disastrous for Sahafi, who's looking across the way at top set, hoping for a spade on the turn. Instead, it's a 7, and he draws dead. Back in his chair goes Castro with twice the biscuits he had, headed his way.
The Tanuki Mario power-up is very powerful.
You know, I wish I had some clue what it is that you're talking about. I mean, I know it's the stuffed animal there, but...
So, I gather that when wishing to, he can turn to stone, he can turn to a statue and basically become invincible, absorb all blows. But he can also fly, and he can combine the two. So, Tanuki Mario could be flying above his enemy and then turn to statue, drop down, destroy them. It's a good power-up to have in a poker game, Ali. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, James. I just think Earth is maybe a better place for us to exist for the time being.
I like Mario World.
I don't like having to be the voice of reason.
He can spin attack with his tail as well. Do you like that? Is that a bit more you? No?
Do you think all of that was on Castro's mind when he decided that he would bring this particular amulet of good fortune to the table?
I think he knows what he's doing. He's here, isn't he?
You think he plays a mean game of Mario?
Didn't he just drop and kill the ace-jack on the flop jack?
Fair point. He was flying high with pocket jacks, and then, yes, he did crush Sahafi's hopes. And by the way, a real tailspin for Sahafi.
Yeah, it's been very awful for him.
Bigs. He had an early spin up.
He had a lot of chips. I mean, that when he 3-bet the flop at ace-5 on 9-5 deuce, he kind of peaked, and at that point I was like, whoa, watch out, this guy's got the moves. And then he's just been dealt a series of unfortunate situations that have just resulted in him now being down to just, 13 blinds himself. Such is the game. It's what happens. And worst of all for him, of course, is that we are nearing the end of this level. Blinds will go up, and he'll be feeling the pinch even more. Tanuki. King 7 suited now. Riding the rush. Flailing the tail.
$250,000.
Yeah, we saw this from him yesterday. It definitely favors the larger sizes. Was opening a lot of 2.5x, 2.75, even 3xing at times. And I kind of like it as well against specifically Adrian State in the big blind, because he's shown himself to be so capable. I want to dissuade that man from getting involved in my pot.
Sure.
Cifuentes here. This is sneaky. I'll tell you exactly what he's doing here, Ali. The blinds are going up in 35 seconds. He wants to make sure this is the last hand of the level, therefore the blinds go up when he's got the button. And also, they're going to go up on Sahafi's big blind, who's down to 13. He'll be down to like under 10. There's some sneakiness.
Maybe, James.
Oh, they actually get one more hand in. because I guess he was expecting a lot of times it would peel.
Yeah.
And so he kind of got this slightly wrong. Maybe wanted to burn a time to.
Okay. Yeah, let's 1 minute down. Here?
Oh.
I'm back on now.
Oh, wow.
Well, somehow the lobbying effort to ensure that another hand does not get dealt by those who were about to get into the blinds in short order is successful.
That's a spot where I think Sahapi should fight his corner a little bit. The blinds are now going to go up on his big blind.
I think right now he's just in a hurry to get to a break and maybe refocus himself. As we step aside, we will return for more action here from day 4 of La Notte Degli Assi, the main, in about 15 minutes.
Belaku, King 10 under the gun. Yeah. This table, he's going to try and get one through. It's been snug since his arrival. Maybe I want to capitalize on that image. But like I say, I think at this point everyone knows everyone. Cove, again, not going to keep banging the old same drum. Clearly has his play set out here. Canzioneri, the one on the big blind here, and Cappiello in the small. They're the big stacks, 11 mil and 9 mil. So kind of actually a nice seat for Belaku. Obviously Gazarian behind, very capable with 9 million in chips, but he is left of the biggest stacks. Celik, stock take, but Queen Jack O, can't imagine him being a hand he wants to play against an under the gun open, albeit we can see here it is a lighter one.
Yeah, he agrees, not quite enough hand to get into the mixer. This one going to fold round to Cappiello in the small. Round to Canzonieri. Very pretty looking 8-6 of spades. He's counting out calling chips here to defend from the big.
Seems to be a devout Yankees fan. Just knows the double logoed apparel.
Oh, wow.
Coldest of cold decks here. Canzonieri flopping the flush from the big blind, but look out, flopping the joint, the straight. Oh, is he coming out with a lead? This is naughty on ace, queen, jack. How do we have leads here? This is feisty.
Absolutely unreal stuff on this flop.
How's he found the lead?
Yeah, super rare that you will see leads on this ace, queen, jack texture, never mind of one suit.
Does that instantly scare Belaku?
I don't think so. I mean, a lot of the time, you just, really, does the guy just flop a flush and lead into me here? I think more likely it's going to be a sort of one spade in hand,
right?
Maybe something like a king of spades X.
But
would make a little more sense. Belaku going to start with a call.
Yeah, still, you don't almost want to raise here because if he has got one of these kind of weak one pair with a bad spade, he's just going to fold anyway. Maybe you want to allow your opponent to come blasting.
Sure.
Little does he know, he's the one on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, I'm with you. You also don't want to give a hand like an ace-8 or something like this if it has somehow decided to lead a route to the exit door.
Now, 1.375 in there. What size does he come with on the turn? A little over half. This is getting real all of a sudden. Here's Belaku with no option but to keep calling.
Sure. It's still likely, I think, going to be feeling pretty good about his hand.
Right, it's one of these spots where you just never expect this action, so you don't really know what it is, but at the end of the day, you flopped it straight, so I guess we've got to feel happy, but obviously the value that, the big value that takes his line, it does have us beat, right? It's not like our opponent has a set when it's come ace, queen, jack, and we've opened from under the gun and they flat the big blind. They don't really have two pairs. Maybe there's queen, jack that might go this way. That might be it.
Yeah, I think I'm with you that calling is the way to continue here.
So he does.
He does agree.
Whereas in that 700, 2.8 resides in the pot. Belaku with overpot behind and, well, the grimmest of cards, the 10 of spades on the river. Obviously, neither player likes seeing that one. Canzonieri, is he going to find a bet? He'll block. With 8 high flush. Kind of scary, right? Because the most likely hand that Berlaco's keenest to call 2 streets with is the King of Spades in hand.
I think one
Ace King, King Queen, King Jack, King 10, all these hands could be in there with the King of Spades.
For sure. I think one thing that is sort of working in our favor, very difficult for Berlaco to have like the 9 of spades or like 9 of spades, 7 of spades or another small spade in hand.
Right.
Like he'd have ace 9 off. Yeah, it's basically King of Spades or nothing. So we can sort of still fairly comfortably value bet. You know, look to get value from a hand like a straight, something like an ace king.
Right, all the sets.
All the sets, right. Might feel compelled to flick in 800k.
And is there any world where...
I wonder if we can ever bluff. Wow. It would be very spicy.
It would be, but I mean...
Yeah, it does get away from it.
Well, he won't like that river, but he's going to see later on that it was one of the best rivers in the deck for him.
We meet each other on a very special occasion. For the very first time in Cyprus history, we have Ladies Championship. It's not only 10K free roll, but also the winner will get a package to go to London. And we will show there how we play poker in Cyprus.
Here feels so friendly, so warm, and it's really a lovely place. From this ladies event, I expect only to have fun. And of course, the first place, full of emotions, just winning. But of course, definitely, I want to win. It's more challenging to play against men, to be honest. Women I can read better than men. It gives me a lot of feelings, you know, the adrenaline. It gives you... My advice would be grow a set and grow them quick. I want to go to TV table. I want to win, of course. Yeah, why not? I'm looking forward to go to the TV table. It's going to be my first time TV table because of previous times only supporting my husband. So maybe this time it's going to be me, so he's going to support me.
Round to Aoun. Finds pocket 8s in the cutoff. Nice strong holding, of course, from late position. Does come in for a raise. 40k to go. Does Faisal have ideas in mind? Is reaching damps. Very interesting. He's chosen spicy line a few moments ago with the ace-6 suited. Big blind versus early. Going for it again here from the button. Rogov out of the way. Back on Aoun. This is very spicy from Faisal. King 9 off. Just a shade under 40 big blinds to start the hand. Action back on Aoun. Decision point to be made. Probably argue Dempsey. You could go either way here. If you think your opponent's too aggressive, you could 4-bet jam this hand. I think typically people will continue with call, which is what he decides on. Inflated pot here.
Because of the fat?
Yes.
Ooh, Jack 9-7 finds a piece, but a piece also for Aoun. Pocket pair, obviously still best against some of the legitimate 3-bets, the ace kings, the ace queen, and of course now picks up additional equity against the biggest of pairs. Came with a 10, but as it happens, has fallen behind. I like this in Faisal, just recognizing, hey look. Oh wow, he checks back the 9, finds trips, but I like the check back. Obviously not going to get a lot of value with the King 9. Trying to rep himself, perhaps he has got those ace king, ace queens, they're always going to want to check. Here. Now Aoun's going to feel pretty good about these 2 8s, right?
Yeah, I think recognizing Faisal that this sort of Jack 9-7 connects pretty well with a cutoff range that opens pre and just calls 3-bet, you know, going to wrap around this Jack pretty often. And you've called it, James. Aoun now probing turn. I believe he's bet.
He's got chips in his hand. He's thinking about it.
Okay, sorry. I thought I saw them going in.
This is where Faisal's got to look back and go, did I really 3-bet King 9 off? Is that what I've got here?
This is going to work out beautifully so far.
It's so nice to have this strong a hand when you look like you've got an ace high or a king high.
Absolutely.
Perhaps. King 10, king queen, something like that.
Yeah, I think we can have some hands like a pocket 10s or something could potentially check back here. Maybe a hand like an ace 7 suited, but I'm with you. We're extremely high up. I mean, very likely just to continue the story of like sort of somewhat weak holding here and continue with call.
He's going to call here. You're going to hope your opponent perhaps bluffs rivers, but also on the flip of this, actually, assuming this goes like a brick on the river, and then if...
Oh, wow.
There we go. Wow. Moon gets there. Straight on the end. Let's see how this plays out now. Does he check and just throw some rope?
Very interesting one.
Because he's... What am I trying to get ready from here? Like, did a jack 3-bet me and check back? Has he trapped with, like, aces?
Yeah.
What do I... like you say, he has 10s at some frequency.
He does. It does feel like, I think, in the long term, that the button checks back too often when we check.
Yeah, it's kind of like...
You know, a hand like a queen jack suited, like a jack, you know, king jack off that decides to just pot control.
Yeah, like he's just going...
Yeah, he got snapped.
Wow. And what a horrendous run out this was for Faisal.
Yeah, 230k snapped off.
Yeah.
Tough to blame him, of course. King in hand, blocking some of those king queens. Of course, we're blocking full houses. Very unlucky. Pretty nicely played hand from both, I think.
Have you got any gorgeous looking trophies at home for anything?
Oh, you've done me.
No.
I've actually never won a live tournament.
Oh.
Yeah.
What about from your wakeboarding days? Did you win any big awards?
10-pin bowling trophies, mate. I've got bags full of them.
10-pin bowling?
10-pin bowling, mate.
Oh.
Yeah.
I could see you being a bowler.
Didn't you know that?
I didn't know.
I used to be ranked second in Scotland as a young man for 10-pin bowling.
Second in Scotland for what age group is that then?
The under 16s, I think. Then under 18s. That's how I was so successful with the females of the species. They love bowling. James is making a symbol that I will not repeat in the booth. Right, and that's enough of that nonsense. Round to the button. Canzonieri, ace-jack of hearts, 450k. Berlacci has a potential one here, Demps. We did reference that he likely thinks that Canzonieri has been really pushing the action.
Yeah, and this...
Here we go.
This seems like a pretty reasonable spot, doesn't it?
Really tough to blame him. You should have fold equity here against the chip leader.
Yeah, when you're this short, 12 blinds, you don't get many 3-bet jam spots because, well, you just don't have much 3-bet. You don't have much fold equity, but against the button, you do. And look, I mean, Canzonieri is taking a moment here, but this is way enough hand.
It has to be.
And he just moves it. I mean, Berlacci held back some chips. I think he's just checking the situation. We're showing us 15 left, so we are through the pay jump. I guess he's just confirming that. 16 players, got 76.
You didn't restart it. You didn't restart it, right? So, okay.
Pretty unfortunate here to run into a hand.
14 left?
No, 15.
15, 14, same price.
It's the same
Three people for money jump.
I'm sure.
Can you move a little bit? There is 3 for money jump.
So yeah, he was just, he thought the pay jump came at 14, but the other players quite nicely pointing out, hey buddy, you've already got the pay jump, saving him as time banks. I mean, there's some camaraderie.
15, 14.
Yeah, it's the same.
He didn't realize. Has secured that pay jump. In fact, the next pay jump's not till 12 left. So, Berlacci, he's the one at risk with the ace-4-0. But we've seen the ace-4-0 perform pretty nicely on this table up to now. Can it continue here? Well, there is a 4, but not before a jack. One of those outs folded. It's going to have to go.
On the river.
Oh, doesn't even want it now. Well, he hasn't got it now. So there we go.
Time banks here for 4.
But he has asked for it on the river.
No.
Berlacci. Oh, finds it on the river.
Wow.
Wow, there we go. That's the trick, Andrew. We live and learn. You don't ask for it, you be specific where you want it. Didn't want to find it on the turn, said I want it on the river. Little does he know that the other four have been folded.
Oh, it was?
Yes.
The old one-outer? Wow.
I'm ready. So far, I think I'm batting 100%.
Easy one.
I think I'm just the master.
Give me a challenge. Come on.
I go again.
Oh, no.
Let me see that one more time.
Got me.
I can't relax when I'm looking at that many letters.
Thank God. Okay.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, weather better. Easy one.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, weather better.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather, better.
Do it one second time.
Yes, lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, better.
You got me.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather, better.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather better. It's easy.
Okay. If two witches would watch two watches.
And a warm welcome back to continuing coverage of La Notte Degli Assi Day 4 main event here at the Dolce Vita Series at Merit Poker in northern Cyprus, where just 31 players remain. Blinds have gone up to 50, 125, and 125. Ali Najad alongside now David Lappin, who joins us for the third and fourth levels of the day. A day that has very much gone Adrian State's way, as you see him with over a quarter of the chips at this table. Quite the inverse experience for Uman Sahafi, who spun it up and then tailspun his way down to sub-10 big blinds, with the big blind having gone up, David. Clearly situation critical for he, Tulip Berganov, Cifuentes down there toward the bottom of those counts.
Yeah, and Simone Andrian, who I have to say I'm a big fan of here. We saw take down the warm-up event at the Western Series, I want to say, last January. Really, really top drawer player, has a WPT title as well to his name. There he is, center of your screen.
Very much top class, and has been on form as well.
Yeah, hot run of form for quite a while now. This time last summer, he also managed to take down the Poker Stars event in Malta, their sort of summer festival, they branded it. And yeah, I remember a big clash, four-handed between he and David Doherty, which was for about 75–80% of the chips. And they sort of had those kinds of hands that just had to get it in. And yeah, another huge feather in the cap of Simone Andrian, one of the game's bright up-and-comers.
Manicaros opening the suited one-gapper from the cutoff, and the hearts are smothered by State, who is deliberating, and I believe he's taking us to the third floor here. $1 million, the declaration. Pretty disheartening for Manicaros, given that we have not really enjoyed being to Adrian's right, nor bearing witness to him having pot after pot delivered to his doorstep and making him that much more difficult to contend with.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. Obviously, 40 bigs, has one of those stacks that can be pretty much leveraged by the 3-bet here. State understanding that he can put $1 million in, basically find a lot of folds, find a lot of gaps in that range between what raises and what continues. But Queen 10 suited, one of those sort of pure callable hands, even out of position, and he is going to enjoy position in this one.
And he enjoys top pair on the Queen Jack Jack board. Unenjoyable is this texture for Adrian. In particular, I would say, David, against a hand that's willing to open and then call the extra 700,000, we presume. Healthy interactions.
Yeah, you don't reckon to be able to win this one with one bet if you're state here. So I wonder how he proceeds with a hand that really does not connect here, maybe deciding to get out of dodge. Manikaros, not sure the functionality of a bet here. He might decide to throw out something very small, but checking also seems pretty reasonable. State could be in here with an overpair. Sometimes would check this, although I think small bet makes sense, certainly with the Jack X. So does decide, and ooh, that's an interesting card because won't be loving how this has made a very likely Broadway for State and his 3-bet range here. Ace King, big part of it. And now I think State does have to probably fire a bet. Maybe he has to go big. Maybe a little worried himself about pocket tens being the absolute top of the flatting range. Certainly feel like hands better than tens might have just 4-bet shoved. Tens might have 4-bet shoved. So maybe feels more comfortable going big here. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. Looking forward to seeing how he proceeds.
In reality, he has nothing more than ace high and a Broadway gut shot.
Yeah, this is a range sort of situation here. When you break down the possible calls, you don't have any of the nuttier stuff. You don't have ace king, you don't have queens, you don't have jacks. You might have tens, ace queen, perhaps. We're hanging on here.
Turn does go check. Backdoor diamonds arrive.
State could just go large bet here, like really large. Again, just has the range advantage from pre-flop, but you know, having not bet flop and turn, that's simultaneously weak, but also a little suspicious.
Could 2 kings ever be played this way by State in terms of hands he can represent that would beat this queen 10?
Yeah, I think aces and kings are both reasonable. Ace king, I feel might have put some chips in on the turn, but maybe not. I feel like this has to be big. This has to be big.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Maybe he's trying to get rid of the pocket eights and pocket nines with a small bet, but actually maybe you want to just really put. Okay.
He did think about it, reached for those red chips, and I think he did so very much with the real prospect of having fired, and then suddenly thought better of it. Sometimes we'll see live players do things like that in order to cause the opposition to think twice about barreling at us in position on the river.
I think we check back here. I don't know if we can pursue value. Like, yes, our opponent has checked 3 times to us. It looks like he's given up. Maybe he's got some semblance of showdown. That makes sense. State just did basically give up on this texture in the end. That one could have gone a different way, and I would love to have seen how Manikaros responded to some bets in a different node. However, we live in this reality.
I wonder whether or not, given that on the delay at this point, that absolute play of the festival that Adrian State pulled off against Tula Bergenov has come to Manikaros' attention, because if so, then river barrels against that gentleman will be heavily dissuaded. That queen 10 can't take heat if that unpredictable check raise were to come in on the river. And like quad jacks, maybe even some very unorthodox approaches to an ace king, both would be across the way. Pocket queens now for Rafael Castro. Up we go.
Never fold.
Pocket sixes here for Philip Bergenoff in the big blind. Facing just the min raise.
Yeah.
I think fold is on his mind, but could something else be on his mind?
Totally agree, Ali. I think folding out of the question here. You can basically set mine for the price of the big blind, but do you want to just send it here? It sort of comes down to your read on the player. I think there are going to be some raise fold or some very loose opens coming from early position. Maybe a player like Simone Andrian, State, that type of customer, but Castro getting a bit more credit.
Two quick checks on the flop as Castro proceeding with caution in the face of that king high texture. Turn also quickly checked. Third and final check from Tulip Bergenov, and now a casual flick out of Castro, who looks to have gotten value out of the two sixes there.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was played in a fairly face-up manner by Castro, sort of representing queens and jacks there on the end. Tulip Bergenov, a little bit suspicious that maybe an ace high had decided to maybe push away his hand. Yeah, that's Tulip Bergenov. I guess it was one big blind. Getting curious for one big blind seems okay.
I mean, granted, it's a very significant big blind in relation to his remaining stack, but I think as played, bluff catching there is not the worst thing in the world. I don't think he expected to be showing queens.
Castro back-to-back wired pocket pairs.
The far leaner side of the spectrum here, red fours.
Now, we enter into some metagame here, Ali. You may not be aware of this, but according to our co-commentator, Andrew Headley, pocket fours has never in the history of poker flopped a set. It's the one pocket pair that just never flops sets.
You know what's interesting about that is in Asian culture, the number 4 is considered very unlucky.
Aha.
Perhaps there's something to it. Cifuentes gonna try his luck with ace queen offsuit as Guillermo jams 1.5 million. No excitement on the horizon.
150. Yeah.
This one should be done. It's official. Cifuentes has shown a good bit of resiliency and discipline on the day. Hasn't really been paid a visit by the generous side of card distribution.
And I've just spotted Raffaele Castro has brought Tanuki Suit Mario back to the table.
Yeah, Dempsey was really having a field day, calling out all of the various attributes that make Tanuki Suit Mario in particular perhaps the fortune of choice, trinket of choice.
Yeah, as I recall, he could climb things a little bit better, so maybe laddering. There was a sort of leg sweep with the tail.
Well, are you guys all Nintendo gamers that I just didn't know about? Like when we're done on the day, are you guys just on a LAN party of some sort?
I just hit Rainbow Road really hard at the end of a long day.
Ace 7, asking questions from the hijack. Not loudly, but fruitfully.
Okay, so you spent the summer in Vegas, obviously where you live, but you covered a lot of poker tournaments. I listened in to the majority of them, I would guess. The bucket hat, it's back.
You know, it's funny, James pointed it out as well. Phil Ivey in particular, I think, sort of set the trend, but it is something that in particular here at the feature tables, you get a good look at just how much light hovers right above that feature table, and light sensitivity is a thing for a lot of people. Hence the sunglasses. It isn't just trying to avoid live tells. There's something functional about the blue light filtering sunglasses in particular were being employed. That's along nice. With the bucket hat, and then even those breathe right strips that Chance Corneth and company, Raisiaki also, were utilizing.
I do like those. I don't know if I could wear them at a poker table, but I do like those for the improved air circulation, bigger breaths. They do work, actually. They are a nice piece of kit, but I just think it looks weird.
That's just an objective reality. It feels as though you're showing up to court in a neck brace. You know, it's just a little too cliche in some way.
Also, do we need to take particularly big breaths at the poker table? Is it that stressful?
It depends who you're up against. You got a deep stacked Adrian State out there. It certainly can be. Rare side here, Sahafi hauling one in. This really unraveled for him.
Not everybody will know this, but I've seen it up close. You're more the cap on backwards kind of guy.
I am, which really removes all utility from the cap, except for the manner in which it kind of keeps people guessing with respect to the density of one's hair as we get later on in life.
I was thinking what brand of skateboard you were also carrying.
At no point did I get into skateboarding, which would kind of be consistent with the fact that I've never broken a bone. That's a hobby that, you know, really yields a lot of that.
Not one bone?
Nope. You?
A finger or two.
Okay.
A toe.
It's not as though you're some battle-scarred counterpart to me here.
Cricketer. You can't really avoid it as a cricketer. Because
They
unlike...
bowl them right into your hands? Is that what happens?
Just unlike the baseballing counterparts, you know, we're not wusses. We don't wear a giant glove. We use our bare hands.
Yeah, you don't wear the giant glove until you've broken a finger or two. Are they playing cricket in the Olympics, David?
Don't think so. Maybe. Maybe. No.
2 weeks is not enough time.
There would be just one match.
Yeah.
That's a good question. If they were ever going to do it, they would have done it for the London Olympics.
That certainly feels like it would have been the time for the push. And let's see whether or not Cifuentes is pushing on his mind in the face of this Maricaros limp.
The idea is that it's amateur sport, right?
Yeah, but basketball is an Olympic sport, and ace-jack is a jam. Cifuentes.
Tennis. Those guys are pros.
Yeah. Nadal, Djokovic, they're out there. I mean, you know.
How's that work? They have to give up their pro status for a week?
No, it's no longer a compulsory aspect. I sort of preferred it when it was, if I'm being honest. Well, no gold medals available here, but some beautiful hardware awaiting the eventual champion. We got a glimpse of the 2 trophies that are going to be brought to you courtesy of both Merit Poker and Imperium.
Teardrop or raindrop?
I mean, teardrop feels like it's more emblematic of sadness than joy, which it is on occasion as well. So I'm going to lean raindrop, but I'm not really sure what. Rain generally also not the weather pattern associated with joy. It's pretty, though. Let's just leave it at that. Also pretty, ace-jack offsuit. Tulip Birkenhoff has been whittled down to 675. Got to get busy and get busy now.
Yeah, holding think probably one big blind back here. I don't think it's one of those spots where the ladders matter enough that if there was a lot of action behind, he would fold. I think this is more a function of looking to ladder himself. Perhaps we are one spot, two spot from ladder jump right now, Ali.
Well, by the way, the Castro took no interest in pocket fives. Azamat will be very happy with this outcome.
Tulip Berganoff just always goes deep here.
Yeah, he's figured out the secret sauce.
Yeah. Is Georgie still in?
Georgi?
Shkuluchia?
I didn't see the name, although I confess I haven't been looking at the full scope of the final 29 with the $11,000 payout band flat and on tap right now. A redraw at 27. Pocket jacks now under the gun. $1 million deep. Still sub 10 bigs.
Alas, Shkulukia bust in 38.
Deep run though. It doesn't feel like the kind of ROI that, you know, roughly a week's worth of poker should be giving us in a 2K, especially a 2K where multiple bullets could very easily have been fired across the 4 day ones.
Sure.
And even day 2 when late reg was open for 5 levels, I believe. You see over half of the remaining stack. The raise sizing from Tulip Berganoff. This is obviously a commitment. Castro let go of 5s, but 9s is quite a bit more hand, David.
Yeah, I wonder if he can click it here, committing Tulip Berganoff while at the same time discouraging anyone else from flatting behind. The other way to go is to just flat yourself. It does look pretty strong. He has gone for click.
So the 1.2 designed to make sure that no third wheels participate. This A7 not really a consideration for Cifuentes.
No, with 1.2 or 1.9 million, I should say, in his stack. He is one of the shorter guys and probably just benefits from taking a few seconds off the clock here as we are just, I think, 3 spots from a ladder jump.
Ace-5 offsuit performing rather poorly. Sahafi, 2 big blinds already in there, but it's just not the spot that he's looking for.
No, and similarly, he is benefiting from non-gratuitous tanks here, shall we call them. Tulip Berganoff going to take some time here. I don't think he's going to be able to make it to a ladder jump. 3 players busting in the next minute or so. Probably a bit optimistic. He's going to have to commit, but he's going to get the great news. Wait, what? What?
You know, it's so funny because I was staring at the screen and I was very much under the impression that there would be no world in which these 2 jacks would find the muck, and yet that's exactly where they were delivered by Tulip Berganoff. And not only were they mucked, but they were mucked face up, David. And I wish that there were a camera here in this booth that would allow us to take a look at the facial expression on David Lappin right now in the face of that decision by Tulip Berganoff, who's just torched off over half of his remaining chips with an open and then fold, disastrously enough against a hand that he had crushed with the 4th nuts pre-flop, David.
Wow, I hit my jaws on the floor, frankly. We've been talking a bit about MPO, players like Tulip Berganoff and Shkulukia, always finding a way to the end game of these mammoth fields, like over 1,000 runner fields all the time, but I cannot fathom that last hand. Genuinely baffled.
There are times where we are baffled, but we observe decisions that are correct and are deviant in that, you know, way. But this, even if it happened to be queens through aces that were across the way, It's just too much hand to fold, David.
I have no words. A real opportunity to get back into this. We see he was up against the dream pocket nines. Yeah, sure, sometimes it's going to be ace, king, ace, queen. You got to flip. But pocket nines, super domination, 82% to get to over 2 million. Right back in this. Instead has elected to make this extraordinarily nitty fold, putting his opponent clearly on a range of queens plus, and has left himself with just 500k, 4 big blinds.
Sorry? You cannot speak Italian when you're in the game, no? Okay. But we were not
Bear in mind as well, the blinds were about to get him.
No.
You're talking.
No, I speak only with you. No. My friend, yeah. You ask me, how do you have?
No,
I say...
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Sorry, but I didn't speak.
Yeah, you have to don't. Just after you draw, you can speak.
Somewhat forceful reminder there from Tulip Bergenhoff to ensure that the English-only policy during hands is being adhered to by Castro, who sits directly to the left of Andrian, his countryman. I think, by and large, we've never really observed anything that felt untoward, in spite of the fact that, you know, we have big delegations, and here we have a big hand for Manicaros, aces. Get it. That's what's on his mind. Nobody a candidate to do so thus far. Round to the blinds. And disappointingly unable to get any action in spite of sizing the minimum. This will be left to just quietly collect the blinds.
Tulip Bergenhoff now with an orbit to find a spot.
And by the way, I mean, to find a spot better than he had on his hands there is going to be very difficult. But I'll tell you what, it's not as though suddenly he's decided that he's going to be folding jacks in a situation such as that. And as you pointed out, he's made many deep runs over here. And I would imagine that a lot of those deep runs have been built in spite of or on the back of, depending on what situation he found himself in, decisions such as that one. So to the beat of that drum, he continues to march. Cifuentes has been not in a hurry, let's say, of late.
Man after my own heart.
It hasn't been egregious, but it's been notable in contrast to some of the other players.
Yeah, time box in play here, so using up your 30 seconds, perfectly permissible, but certainly getting up to the line of stalling.
Min-raise open. A deep stack. Adrian State. And here we are, Tulip Bergenhoff, ace-5 offsuit on the button. Has a number of hands that he can take free of charge.
Does he have a last longer with somebody else?
I mean, he knows that State is going to have a relatively wide range out of the hijack, as deep stacked as he is, but he also knows that he's going to have to C5 if he does jam over the top. State will never be folding. How well is ace-5 going to perform? Nowhere near as well as pocket jack's rated to, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's not a fist bump get in by any means, but you don't really have fold equity on your shoves anymore, so actually getting in behind a late position opener who you think is wide, kind of as good as it gets. Maybe you can triple up from there rather than just double up.
In the last 4 hands of the day, one turbo. Once we will finish the board, then we will give you a
Chekhov suit under the gun.
Put the chips on the back, write your name in capital letters, write the amount of chips, seal the back. We'll see you back at 5 o'clock on day 2. 5 o'clock will be day 2 of this Open Poker Cup.
Like 1 8? 9.
Ace in the big here for Manicaros, who covers handsomely, but an under the gun open out of the stack depth of Cifuentes here should very much be credible. Can't resist the price though.
Yeah, price so good here, but certainly gonna tread carefully, one assumes, with this ace-3 off. Ooh.
Top 2 against just top pair on a textured board here where 3 Broadway cards roll off. Nice opportunity for Cifuentes to pick up more chips.
So in a spot like this under the gun, you're going to be generally betting your blockers. So even the light portion of the range will be an ace-X. Not much worse than ace-3 possible. On the flip side, could be in here with a king high. Could be in here with pocket kings, pocket queens.
Pretty straightforward check call from Manicaros, and perhaps an action freezing turn in the form of this king of clubs. An unwelcome sight for Cifuentes, though the second check from the opposition will be quite welcome.
Yeah, I could see him going both ways here. I think a small bet again, probably not too bad. It means that he will be uncapped and could have Queen X, get a pretty honest response from Manicaros.
2-5.
I like this. Sort of setting his own price for the river here. Unimproved, he could check it back, or maybe even pursue incredibly thin value. I think more likely to check it back. But by making this bet here, charging some 2-pair combos that will have to get sticky here if his opponent has a king 10 or a king jack. We'll have to continue.
Sound fold there.
Nicely played.
Manicaros.
Very nicely played from both. Temptation always to check back that ugly king of clubs turn, but I really like how Cifuentes decided he would rather keep the betting lead.
No, and quite frankly, on every occasion in which we've had the opportunity to observe him navigate both pre and post flop, all of his choices have been very consistent with the sort of behavior and procedure that would be tethered to somebody with very sound fundamentals in terms of tournament poker at a high level. Cream does rise, even in fields that are replete with non-professional participants that rate just by the law of averages to make deep runs. And I think also throughout the run of any recreational player in a tournament such as this, you get so many opportunities to absorb things that you bear witness to, and then, you know, begin to imitate a little bit of what you see fruitfully taking place around you. Osmosis is a very real thing.
Yeah, I've, on occasion, when I didn't have time to read one of Darrow Kearney's great poker books, I just took a little nap with the book lying on my face, hoping for osmosis of a similar sort.
Yeah, transdermal. But the point to be made is that, you know, when you're around great players, you tend to pick up better habits and you tend to become better yourself.
Yeah, poker is very monkey see, monkey do. Obviously, we have the greats in the game, the upper echelon, working the solvers maybe, really figuring out the optimal lines, the optimal exploits. But even the, shall we say, less serious players or those less willing to invest time in the studying part of the game, they still see it. They still watch it on Triton streams. They still experience it at the table. It sort of filters down, and yeah, monkey see, monkey do.
Manicaros treading lightly against this under-the-gun open from the deep-stacked Adrian State. Continues to barrel away in spite of the fact that he is absolutely removed from this all-club 9-high board.
Yeah, a real one-and-done spot, but I think State recognizing that his hand couldn't ever call a bet, it could make a bet here and would probably get a fairly honest read from the player who has quite a condensed range there, calling out of the small. We'll have some suited hands. Obviously, clubs might be in there, but more often to have suited hands that aren't clubs, given that 3 clubs are on board, and it's going to be very hard for them to ever continue, recognizing that he could maybe get better hand to fold. Nice bet.
And there are spots in which Manicaros, of course, would be more than happy to be 3-betting an ace-queen out of the small blind, but against a covering stack, 29 left in this main, competent opposition.
Yeah, I mentioned there, Darrow.
Out of position, all of it.
Absolutely. No, I mentioned there Darrow Kearney's books. There's a great phrase in the Endgame Poker Strategy book, and of course we are in the endgame now, a concept he refers to as downward drift, which is that the plays, maybe you had a larger c-bet size that becomes a smaller c-bet size. Maybe you had some frequency of raises. Well, now you ignore that frequency and you just go with calls. It's sort of an ICM effect, sort of always downward drifts a player towards the more passive action and maybe the smaller size as well.
And drifting into the middle for his remaining 450,000 is Azamat Tulip Berganov, who laid down jacks versus nines. Places his hopes on a lesser hand, but as an opener, not a caller. He's gotten through all but the big blind of Sahafi. It looks like that hand too finds the back. Rebuilding process underway.
Yeah, still the need for some scaffold, I feel, but we're getting there.
Yeah.
One step at a time here. Tulip Berganov going to try and mount a comeback. Obviously, critical I was of that Jack's fold. It did seem like an extraordinary moment, frankly, but he is going to try to battle on here.
Pocket queens for Simone. Double barrel deployment. That was interesting. It couldn't be any less than the min-raise open. Cifuentes was never going to play the button with Jack-7 offsuit, and yet he asked the dealer how much. I've witnessed some very crafty efforts over the years, and I'm not alleging that that's what's going on with Cifuentes there, to elucidate or highlight, you know, just whatever the particular sizing is, so as to maybe coerce someone into participating in a pot in spite of never being interested with any authenticity ourselves.
I remember a few years ago, I won't name names here, but I was at a very short stack turbo final table on the PokerStars EPT tour. It was in London. And I shoved about 6 big blinds from wherever I was. And the guy in the button asked for a count. And the PokerStars ambassador sitting beside him went, "It's only about 3.5 bigs." As soon as the hand was over, I launched out of my seat. I was like, whoa, no, like that cannot be okay.
Yeah.
It's only, and then you said the wrong amount.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, even worse.
Obviously, that man was trying to get a ladder.
That was implied at all times. King Jack suited. Simone under the gun this time. Again, opening. I don't think King 7 offsuit is going to pique the interest of the short stack Bergenoff here. Price is as good as it's going to get, but the hand certainly isn't. And into the muck it goes. Much like Cifuentes, by the way, Simone has been very, very sound. Of course, his resume suggests that's what we can always safely expect out of that seat. But this is very much, I think, David, where the disparity between non-professional or amateur players and those who are professionals, who have made deep runs before, who have very, very sound understandings of ICM and things of this nature, begins to show itself, you know, in an exaggerated manner, more so than other phases.
Yeah, there's always so many data points to look out for as a live poker player, and ICM is just additional ones. And I think players, particularly if they're on the feature table with the lights and the cameras and the cameramen hovering behind them, and the awareness that maybe people like ourselves are commenting away, judging them in some fashion. It's about composure, I suppose, and you hold your composure and you figure out what are the important data points to factor into every given decision much more easily when you've been there before. And when you haven't been there before, it can be almost like an overload.
It's that sort of muscle memory that athletes have, where it's no longer a conscious process for some, and it's a very laborious and encumbering one for those that haven't been faced with all of the intricacies. Nothing complicated or encumbering about 2 10s on the button with a short stack. Sahafi jams, and he will pick up and reclaim the 2.5 blinds that were taken from him.
Yeah, Andrean suited here.
Wait a minute. Yeah, he thought about it.
Yeah, like maybe just by the hair on his chinny chin chin there, like 50k less, maybe gets the cry. Well, he kind of wanted the call, I guess, with pocket tens in that scenario, so not sweating it too hard. But
oh no,
but like almost doesn't have fold equity, but just about does against the 3 deuce.
Yeah, there were plenty of hands that Andrean would have considered. No complaints out of Sahafi, but you can see hand on head. It has been a difficult day of poker for him. Didn't look like that was going to be the case in the early going. And sometimes I almost think it's more pronounced, you know, your sense of disappointment when you get that teaser. Like, oh, this is going to be a nice day. We're going to ride the chip graph up. And then no, it comes crashing down.
Awkward one here, sort of bottom of the range. Do you shave away bottom of the range with the ICM? I think you do. Nice fold from Cifuentes. On the other side of that coin, State with 5.8 million. Looking to expand his range now, I think King Jack in there anyway, but certainly someone who can lean on these guys.
Nothing noteworthy. But now King 10 suited, dominated, but a pretty one at a good price for Castro's big. He'll hop in. 675 in the middle, and I spy a 10, but an ace as well. Inside straight draw for State. Could rep this ace.
Yeah.
Against second pair, no club on board.
Yeah, I like a c-bet here. Can just clear out equity. You might have best hand.
Yeah, relatively dry texture. 150, the sizing.
When this call comes in from Castro, we're going to have an interesting turn decision, I feel. State will be honing in on the likelihood of that 10 being the connected card in his opponent's hand. He's not likely to have called in the big blind with too many 2x.
Let alone 3-4.
Indeed. So it's sort of like, do you want to tell a story now with two big bets, turn and river? Or do you want to just take that scant bit of showdown against maybe a hand like Queen Jack?
The thing is, the two bets on turn and river, which obviously are designed to target a 10 across 1 and 2 streets if need be, can also be effective against a middling ace, which could very well be a part of the process for Castro. No need to fire a river bet, though, as Castro does concede, and you see the power of continued aggression there from State.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it there. That big bet coming in on turn, designed to get rid of the 10x and then, you know, leave you with maybe a consideration on river. Do you go big again and try and shed the middling ace? Very tough playing out of position on boards such as that one. When your opponent has the range advantage, you are in a defensive posture. Almost like that dice game. When you have the smaller number, you can never raise, never take an aggressive route. You can only bluff catch. It is a position unenviable in poker, but one we find ourselves in when constructing minimum defense frequencies fairly often, particularly in the big blind. It's become an area of the game that the best players spend a lot of time on, big blind defensive play. Of course, that is going to be the seat where you lose the most chips by virtue of the fact that you have the most committed without making a voluntary bet. The question is, can you figure out a strategy to lose less than that amount?
Sahafi begrudgingly laying down that suited combo there. It felt, you know, he really is, not unlike Tulip Berganoff, in need of acquisition of chips. Each of these orbits so taxing. I'm not jamming the ace-10. So far, so good.
670? 675.
Manicaros with a dominated 10-5, asking for the count.
Garbles.
No patronage, though. Berganoff clawing his way back up toward $1 million in chips, which is far less in terms of big blinds than it was earlier in the day. Still 29 remaining here. Day 4 of La Notte Degli Assi, main event of this La Dolce Vita series. Here at Merit Poker in Northern Cyprus, Ali Najad alongside David Lappin. And all of the remaining hopefuls. Sahafi parks his hopes on the back of ace-6 suited, early position, Queen Jack in the muck.
Noteworthy, Ali, that we are sort of stuck on 29. You guys went from 41 down to 31. over the first 2 hours. That's actually quite slow. I expected more attrition than that. And we've only lost 2 players in 50 minutes.
But, you know, when it takes as long as it does to whittle your way down to that, the reality is that you're going to have shallower and shallower stacks. And so there's a tipping point where all of a sudden you have so many sub-10 big blind stacks out there that the chiseling must give way to a game of roulette. And granted, that's a game where the shorties could double repeatedly, but just law of averages, we'll see these spurts where we'll lose a good deal of players in short order. That averages pace out.
Yeah, because it's a real feature here in Merit with this 1 hour clock that we generally stay around about the 40 to 50 big blinds deep phase until we maybe get inside that last 27. And from that point till maybe 9, it tends to get a little shallower, but not very shallow, maybe 35 big blinds shallow. When the blinds go up in 10 minutes time, we're suddenly going to find ourselves in a 25 big blind average game across the room. And that is actually very shallow and a little bit surprising given what we know about this room.
Sahafi again, getting it out there with an ace-6 suited.
Yeah, loving these suited aces right now. Obviously, blind's about to come get him. The little strategic alteration we made 6 or 7 years ago when the big blind ante came into play is that we realized we had to go a little bit lighter out of the under the gun and under the gun 1 positions. A small deviation on our regular style when we were anteing off in a more incremental way.
It seems so archaic to think back to the idea that between hands a dealer would be tasked with making sure that every single player had put in a single ante, collecting them. Of course, the number of arguments about I ante, no
Totally.
you didn't, no check the camera. I mean, all of this is alleviated. And I think whatever the downsides are in terms of fair play, in particular at a final table where you work your way down and all of a sudden the big blind becomes so disproportionate as it still represents a full table's worth of antes, are outweighed by the upsides. And I think everyone's made the proper adjustments and accepted it as net positive.
Yeah, with a couple of exceptions. I remember there were a few bite backs at the time. It almost resembled, you know, like the smoking ban is one that comes to mind for me as an Irishman. The day before the smoking ban, people just thought, there's no way we could ever live without smoking being allowed everywhere.
Yeah.
And the day after it came in, we all thought, how did we ever live like you know, a different way before?
I definitely played in smoky card rooms for a good bit of my career. And my lungs are quite happy that we no longer have to make that a part of the process. Andrian quite happy to take this ace-king into battle. I'm not sure whether or not Sahafi will be digging in. Sure enough, 8-9 offsuit into the bin.
Yeah, I always do a sort of rule of thumb when I make it to this stage of a tournament where I think, okay, blinds are generally going up by about maybe 25 to 33% each time. So if the average is going to stay the same, we should lose that percentage of the field every level. And that would have implied that we would lose 7 or 8 people in this level, and we've lost 2. So it's getting shallow. .26 big blind average will be the game in 8 minutes time, and that might mean a flurry of bust outs actually. As you said there, Ali, shallower stacks more likely to make their way into the middle.
I think also those are situations that again favor the seasoned professionals because, you know, the consequences of getting it wrong are magnified so much so.
Yeah, so you ask yourself the question, who is making hay? Well, here's State with the Queen-2 suited getting after it. On the outer tables, Tuval Garbi, who I mentioned in our promo intro, he was up around the 6 million mark. He's got 7.5 million now. A spurt of activity from Dennis Stoma sees him right there with 7.3 million as well.
And the ace-9 suited sees Tulip Bergenhoff ripping from the big blind here. Adrian State can no longer continue.
Getting a very good price there. I'd like to have an action replay of that one. I think we needed 30%. I guess feeling like maybe at best we were 30%. I don't know. That's pretty close actually with the Queen Deuce.
Well, hang on. Remember, this is a gentleman that opened over half of the stack and then folded Jack's face up. So perhaps the range of the jam is a little bit more condensed, and we don't really have near 30% too often with the Queen Deuce suited, David. But go on, who else is making waves out there at the outer tables as you look upon the most recent chip count updates from the entirety of our field?
Well, a man that I tipped to make a deep run here, he's actually going backwards right now, but I wouldn't count him out, not by a long shot, is Mihai Nista. Great player, one of the Romanian players in the room here making a deep run. We also have another regular, Fausto Tantillo.
Oh, yeah.
Chipping up to 4.5 million. On the outer table, so yeah, there's plenty of movement there. Sad to say, Basil Cabeza has hit the rail. He was actually the last man eliminated. Cabeza was James Dempsey's pick for a deep run yesterday, and we were giving a lot of love to him and his procedures. A very canny, wily player here in the Merit Poker Room. Comes to pretty much all of these events.
King 10 offsuit, hijack open here. Tulip Bergenhoff pausing. Jack 9 offsuit, never a consideration, I would imagine. Andrian 10-9 off, dominated, but getting the price, and a guy who isn't afraid, as we've seen, to play a few pots out of position and even get sticky and stubborn down the streets. Plunks in the call. Ace, Queen, 4. Gut shot for Cifuentes, who should be able to rattle a few chips around and take this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 175 is going to be sent into the middle.
That's exactly the sizing. Well, we've lost another player elsewhere in the room, which means we are on the redraw bubble with 28 remaining now.
Are we going to take a little break, Ali, when that happens?
I believe we are. It takes some time to get those things done administratively.
I love a redraw.
Shuffle the deck. You know, it's funny because run good and run bad can also manifest itself in the form of redraws. We have no control over these things, but there are certainly situations that lend to more positive outcomes than others in terms of where we're seated and at what table. Are we at a table full of pros? Are we out of position against the bigger stacks, the more active players? Or are we somehow fortunately drawn into a table with less experience, where maybe we're one of the bigger stacks? We have no control over these things, but they do play a part in our outcomes in any given tournament. Pocket threes in the small now for Andrea. Limps in, and we did lose yet another player, and immediately the feature table takes note of that. Castro checks back the king deuce suited. Ace ace jack board here. Paired flop in the sense that maybe this part of the deck would have spoken up pre. Leave Simone free to bet and take it down.
And we are 27.
Yeah, and there are the racks being delivered by our tournament staff with just a hair over 3 minutes remaining in this level. I would imagine that we'll just utilize this as a moment to take a break instead of obviously forcing the players to play a few more hands to get us to that level up. And your thoughts, David?
Yeah, reflecting on that level, you know, we haven't seen any fireworks yet. It's been more of a sedate affair. But I do suspect that maybe this is the calm before the storm. I think there is going to be a lot of action in the hours to come. And people like Adrian State and Simone Andrian, I think, are going to lead the way in that front.
Well, time will tell whether or not they are split apart or if they continue to stay at the same table. David and I are going to step aside and we'll shuffle the deck and bring you a new looking featured table in just a few moments. Stay close. More main event coverage comes your way in just a few.
I'm ready.
So far, I think I'm batting 100%.
Easy.
I think I'm just the master.
Give me a challenge. Come on.
I go again?
Oh, no.
Let me see that one more time.
Got me.
I can't relax when I'm looking at that many letters.
Thank God. Okay.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, weather better. Easy one.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, weather better.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather, better.
Do it one second time.
Yes. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, better. Bollocks. You got me. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather, better.
Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter weather, better. It's easy.
Okay. If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which watch?
If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which watch?
If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which watch? Give me a challenge. What is this?
You sure about that?
If two witches would watch two watches, which witch would watch which watch? Boom!
One more time, no?
No, no one more time.
Okay,
Perfect.
okay.
I win. Where's my prize?
Surely there's got to be something more to this.
Betty Botter betting better with the gutter bot on flop. I think I'm 100% GTO.
Betty Butter betting better with the gutter butt on flop. I go again?
Yep.
Okay. Betty Butter betting better with the gutter butt on flop.
Betty Botter betting better with the gutter bought on flop.
Betty Botter betting better with the gutter ball on flop. I think I'm just the master of this. I think we should quit now. I get points. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, no. Yeah. Georgi Skuhul.
Is he behind me?
Georgie's name is the one that gets me every time, I think.
Skuluchia.
Gia.
Georgie Shulukia. Oh, I always get this one wrong.
Georgi Skuluchia.
Georgi Shulukia.
Georgi Shulukia.
Shulukia.
Skuluchia.
Skulukia.
Skuluchia,
Skulukia.
Yeah.
Oy.
Oh, Jesus.
Come on now, you're making these up. This is someone's typed this one around.
I was going to say, when are the really hard names coming?
Okay.
Abik. Oh wait, is this real?
Abak Navid Aivas Purtaher.
Abak Navid Aivas Purtaher.
Abak Navid Ivaz Portaher.
Abak Navid Ivaz Portaher.
Abak Navid Ivaz Portaher just defended his big blind.
Accepted.
Abak Navid Evers Purafa.
Abak Navid Ives Purtaher defends the big blind. I don't know why it went French.
Level 99.
La 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 la. Okay.
Sure. No problem.
Oh no, these are very long.
Let me see that one more time.
Wow. Does this guy have a nickname?
Ali.
Ali raises. Okay. Oh, you want the whole name?
That's not real.
Ali Pourhaidazar Desharab goes all in!
Ali Pourhaidaritz No, try again. Ali Pourhaidaritz Dahar Sharb.
Ali Pourhaidariza Desharb is on the button with plans to win this pot with skullduggery in mind. Lappin, you're fired.
I think I did okay in a couple of the other ones, but that is... I think we just call him Ali.
Ali Pourhaidar is Desharab moves all in.
Wow, this is really hard, guys. Pourhaida Riza de Sharb. Okay. Ali Pourhaida Riza de Sharb. De Sharb. Pourhaidar. Ali Pourhaidar Iza de Sharb. I can't relax when I'm looking at that many letters. I'm done. I've given it all that I can, guys. Come on.
Even though it's hard, it's not impossible. Tell them there's no limit, I'm unstoppable. Stop myself and guilt, then it's possible. Nobody else will play the fool. Maybe I was born just to break the rules. Stop the water for the money and fill up my pool. Not my morals or my dignity, we keep it cool. Just to work for the system, usually like a tool. How efficient do we use ourselves? That's like the story you're telling someone else's tales. All that chit chat will make you feel. Try worry less and really worry about yourself. I learned the hard way would damage health. Listen to that voice within, gotta know yourself.
If you are just joining us, folks, 1100 PLO Bounty 8-handed one-day event. Going to be chaos, very turbo structure. It's fun though, right, this one?
Oh, yeah.
Particularly from the booth, because it's just going to be so many all-in showdowns, people chasing that 500 bucks.
In any given poker series, this is the tournament that you walk in and you go, those are the guys I want to party with.
Yeah.
Right? You need to scan the room, you know, throughout the course. They're all parked in this one. Rest assured.
Yeah, Smoosh speculating, as we would expect with that big stack. Round to Sudarjani, going to bump it up.
Yeah, double suited kings. Wagging his finger from the button. Some fairly rough jacks there for Latouf. He's going to hang around. Abdulrazak and Smoosh do the same. So 6,800 in the middle. To the flop we go. King 8-4 with a couple of hearts. Nut flush draw for Smoosh here, along with a gut shot. Top set for Sudarjani. There will be some blood.
Yeah, very interesting here that Smoosh and Sudarjani, the two deepest stacks at the table, something to take note of. And has gone close to pot, recognizing a bunch of draws in there that will have to continue. Decision now on Smoosh.
5,500, but with the nut flush draw and the gutter, there really is no decision other than call.
Yeah.
Wow. And how about a fourth king for Sodorjani? That could be a merciful card for Smush. You know, he's got his bearings in terms of the 4-card streets. But the check back from Sodorjani might have just opened the window for Smush to think that this nut flush draw is good. Note, however, the snap check on the river. Recognizing that with some frequency, Sodorjani's going to have a full house.
Definitely going to be some traps in there, in position. Looking to let our opponent catch up, which he has. Decision now on what sizing to seek. Looks like around about 60%.
Oh my gosh. Smush literally looked over at Milad and said, "Do you have quads?" as he flicked the chip in there.
Yeah, very succinctly summed up as Rabahi adds $500 to his wallet. Todorati in a limp here with Queen Jack Jack 3.
Look at this lovely one for Sharaskin.
Yeah. Ace King, Pocket Kings, excuse me, double suited. Drawing to nut diamonds. Makes it 4K. Quickly called behind by Rabahi. People are in there to play. Shaboob again continues with a suboptimal holding. Allows Todorati to continue.
Yeah, what's fun for Shaboob here in this instance is he does have that bottom end of the board all to himself, but he doesn't connect, unfortunately. That'll keep him out of trouble.
A really interesting flop. Queen 10-8 with 2 hearts. Sharaskin, second nut flush draw. Rabahi with bad hearts.
But key here is 2 9s, 2 very important blockers here.
Yeah.
Backdoor spades and front door hearts. Sharaskin going nowhere clearly for this price though.
Yeah, Rabahi, of course, blocking the nuts.
And Todorati wondering how valuable is his queen with those jack blockers.
Right. This would be spicy. Does decide just to relinquish. Does have Sharaskin lurking behind. Can't go anywhere just yet. Drawing to Broadway and the second nut flush. Be intrigued to see a blank here. We don't get one. Jack of spades on the turn. Sharaskin turns the nuts, but look at that, David. Rabahi turns the second nut straight.
It's very pesky.
Second nut flush draw.
Yeah, it's very pesky here. He obviously has a made hand, but no reason to bet this hand himself, but it doesn't look like he's going to be given the opportunity. Sharaskin going to come out leading here, hoping for maybe a scenario where he gets it all in with the free roll. That's sort of what can happen here sometimes.
Quite like this, you know, charge a set, right? Make it pay to see a river. A hand like King 9 is in really bad shape now. A hand like Jack 9 is in a difficult spot. You know, a hand like the nut flush draw may feel compelled to have to continue also. Like it, 21.5K, half pot.
Yeah, those 9 blockers have sort of vanished in their relevance here, and actually now it's all about having spades and hearts. If he hits hearts, we know it's trouble.
Wow, the river's the ace of spades, and Rabahi backdoors into the nuts.
Now I wonder if Sharaskin decides on a blocker or a check here.
Yeah, I won't like, of course, to see the backdoor spades complete. Going to be a decent sized portion of the button range, and this is grim now for Sharaskin. Completely bluff catching here, just hard to start assigning him, David. Needs to be naked king of spades, right? Maybe like a king 9 that tries to fold out a hand like ace king.
Yeah, I think you'd be wondering how often this is a hand like king jack 9 with that king of spades in hand, something like that.
Very intriguing hand. Nasty spot now.
Being called on the flop though, or sorry, on the turn, does imply some very robust equity.
And the fact that we block hearts isn't good, right? You know, means more likely that Rabahi has 2 spades in hand behind.
Yeah, a hand like, I don't know, king 9 of spades, as we see he does in fact have, maybe with the jack 10.
Sure.
Also suited in some other form. Those kind of hands make a lot of sense right now. Also what makes sense is, well, I wonder if it actually makes sense that he ever has ace-king as well, and is, you know, just in there with the king of spades, just thinking, okay, well, you didn't bet it, and you would definitely have bet it if you make a flush on the river, so that's going to be part of the equation here. There's lots and lots of stuff to think about here.
Really interesting hand. It feels like Sharaskin, the longer he takes, is likely to get away. Sharaskin taking a very long time and does land on the right decision. Well done, sir. Rabahi, big pickup.
Yeah, one thing I would say about this tournament is obviously PLO. I would generally expect a slightly higher degree of circumspection, some better ranges getting involved, and players generally playing maybe some limping strategies in early, and maybe, you know, you getting to flop heads up or three ways more often than we're getting four and five ways. I think part of the reason for that is the bounty factor, which we've obviously talked about ad nauseum now, but actually also a big part of it is the turbo-ness of this tournament. Players very much trying to sort of be proactive, if you like, backing their post-flop skills, looking to build big stacks, sort of feeling like they can't just hang back.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really, really good point. People sort of widening beyond normal realms is definitely fair to say. Well, Rabahi, off he goes again. Double suited, ace 10, 6 deuce.
And Haidar going to give him some action here with the 10, 9, 8, 4 double suited.
Yeah, this is pretty wide also with that kind of nasty 4 dangler.
Ooh, and
we're in there.
Gortikov with a hand that could squeeze, but has decided to flat on the button. I prefer the flat, to be honest. I think if he was double suited with that ace, I'd like a squeeze, but I think this is pretty nice.
Yeah, Todorati completing only with bad kings makes a ton of sense out of position. Just going to take a peek at the first three. And that first three, Queen 4, 10, Rainbow, top set for Gortikov.
But Rabahi feeling it right now, clearly.
Mean, this is a little out of line for me. More than a little.
He has the double backdoor flush draw, I suppose, to go with this second pair, and just like weirdly tiny amounts of equity floating around the place.
I mean, this is going to work out beautifully for Gortikov. Haidar
is going to, with the same two flush draws, same two backdoors, is going to call, and now Gortikov dreamland, absolute dreamland here, getting to go for a very big bet.
Let's go ahead and raise the pot. Haidar does have 2 pair as well, but this is going to shrink up massively in the face of this big raise. He does ask for a count.
Yeah, bottom 2, always an ugly hand in PLO.
Sure.
40 behind.
Does ask for a count.
Yeah, he's going to be piecing together, you know, how often this might be a hand like ace, king, jack, 10, ace, king, queen, jack. And, you know, when that's the case, he is in front, and he does have these kind of bit of backdoor sort of something going on as well. That doesn't materialize.
Yeah, pretty.
And Gortikov actually has the diamonds as well.
Yeah, pretty insignificant, I was going to say, from Haidar's perspective. Deuce of diamonds. Gortikov now loving life, half pot behind.
If he goes with his read, though, that this is a wrap, it is a brick. So does Haidar get himself in trouble for that reason?
He's kind of painted himself into a bit of a corner here. Not a lot of fun, of course, getting a very nice price. 40k to win 127.
Yeah, and is he going to just put the read that it's like a king jack and 9 kind of holding? Gets the very, very bad news. Oof.
Fortunately for him, in awful shape.
Give me 8 of spades.
8 of spades is no good, sir.
No, I think
he needs a jack.
Jack you need.
The jack is the card.
You need jack.
Only? Why I come? I thought I had a
yeah. Jack.
Give me a jack, yeah. I thought I had the jack.
6 of hearts completes the board.
Oh,
Massive.
okay, so I'm just wondering there. He said, I thought I had the jack, and if he thought he had the jack 9,
that would
with
make
the
much
10.
more sense. Myself, Andrew Headley, and David Lappin in the booth, coming up to a break shortly.
Yeah, confirmation, 3 hours and 40 minutes of play.
There we go.
Get us to the money.
Well, Shaboob, you've found aces. Get your 2 big blinds to work, sir. Gortikov now with a hand that may consider an ISO. Of course, this is a bounty tournament.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that if you had max late reg this and sat out, you would have made the money.
Might have.
I think you'd have made the money.
That's no fun. I'm not sitting out. Not at this table, anyway.
Chaboob.
I think you might have got blinded out of this table because it's been so fast.
That's true.
Yeah, like,
that is true.
It's been outrageously fast.
They do play fast. Okay, well, looks like everyone bounty hunting here.
Makes sense. Now Rabahi, he could consider it.
Is he just going to abuse?
Oh, he is.
He has a real hand.
I know.
Jack 10, 9, 8. A very warm welcome back to the La Dolce Vita series presented by Merit Poker Northern Cyprus. This is where we are right now. Look at that view. Absolutely. Take it in.
Doesn't get much better.
We've done our reshuffle. It looks like we have kept Adrian State under the bucket hat here now in the 9th seat.
Self-indulgently, I'm quite pleased to see that, by the way, just because he's the man that delivered the pot of the day against Tulip Bergenhoff with an absolutely savage ace-queen versus ace-queen check jam. And you get a look at the chip counts here at our new featured table, helmed by the 7.5 million in front of Dashinka. As the 2 Iranians bring up the rear, Rahili and Sahafi. Blind steady at 51.25. David, for another 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be a hand or two at this level, and then we're going to bump it up to big blind at 150k. I mentioned at the top 2 fantastic Romanian players, Adrian State and, of course, Mihai Nista. But I neglected to mention Flutur, who's still in the mix here. So nice to get a glimpse at him. There's a lot of chess being shown here, just right away. Tujani.
Come as you are. No dress codes. Comfort the order of the day.
Is there a sort of button shortage in Milan?
No, there's an excess of sex appeal, actually, I think is more likely responsible. Ace-King. Buetash.
Sometimes you see the buttons and they're not being utilized, so then I wonder, is there no holes?
I've actually owned a shirt that didn't even bother with the top 2 or 3 buttons because it wasn't designed to be worn that way. Min raise out of the hijack here.
First look at Dashinka here. Oh, look at this.
Did he just...
No, that was Rahili.
Okay, yeah.
I was thinking... It looked a little bit like Rahili, who, of course, starred in yesterday's coverage, admittedly without the Merit Poker cap.
Immediately recognizing the dire straits that he finds himself in. On his feet is Rahili with this ace-5 offsuit. Facial expression says it all. Just 1.2 remaining, 10 big blinds, deeming this a spot against a hijack opener with a deep stack where he could maybe snack on that 250K. And instead, he's the man who's being snacked on for the time being. But he does have 25% equity in this 2.65 million chip pot. Unfortunately, the ace-queen-8 leaves him outkicked, and the spade will do him no good. It is the pure 5 that he needs. 5 of diamonds, as you can see at the top of your screen, absent.
Slim pickings.
Pure 2-outer. Can he find it? No. And that will be that. Mr. Rahili, Khodafez Shoma. David, which is goodbye to you in Farsi.
Yeah, I did predict that we had been witnessing the calm before the storm. Quite a meek level of attrition, but right away a bust out. And I do feel like we may have a tempest on our hands.
$11,000 earned for the 27th place effort. Top loaded, by the way, is this prize pool.
Yeah. $75,150. The new blind level, 375K per orbit is the price of poker. Yeah, and I strongly feel like this is the time to accumulate. Obviously, we understand that ICM is a incremental beast. It sort of ratchets up little by little. So it's not like it just suddenly becomes a factor and disappears altogether. It's something that's going to be ever present, but it's not going to peak until we get to around 10 left. 10 left, 9 left, that's when we see an apex of that. So I would suggest for these guys in a top-heavy structure such as this one, 355K to be won, this is the time to accumulate. This is the time to take a little bit more risk on board.
Well, Human Sahafi recognizing he must embrace risk. Under the gun, ace-4 offsuit. You see Drokin asking for a count with this ace-jack off. It would be performing so well, but a lot of heat behind and some fairly big stacks. And this is why it's important for Sahafi to take this posture with this pot. You see the immediate value.
Yeah, that was borderline. I feel like it was probably the worst one he can call. Fold to further action, of course. He's decided to demur, and I get it. I get it.
Not one, but two bigger aces have found the muck. And he is going to play this orbit free of charge. Very nice pickup there for Sahafi.
And can I just say, Sahafi on 4 occasions now in the last 4 orbits, finding spots like this, really understanding the value of the blocker ace, using it, using the fact that even from early position he can get folds from better because guys have to worry about guys behind them. He definitely gets it, and he is keeping his head above water with some very, very proficient ninjing here.
It's almost as though you're just looking to hang around until it is your turn to be paid a visit by the rich part of the deck and find the hockey stick on your chip chart. Paused upon Fouad Tujani. Deuces, that which is responsible. Is there really any consideration to this? Does fold.
Yeah, I wonder, just being middle of the pack, sort of below average, maybe sitting 20 of 26, did he just think, well, there's a ladder jump coming at 24. Maybe we can just take 30 seconds off the clock here. Increase the chances of getting that ladder, which is the first time a ladder will be in excess of a buy-in.
Dashinka raising from the cutoff. I'm curious as to this upward trajectory that Dashinka has enjoyed on the day, having come in as one of the big stacks, as you pointed out earlier, in the 6 million-ish range, and then now sitting with 7.5, has been the product of friskiness and, you know, high VPIP, or just finding spots where he had a big hand. We're going to get to figure that out, I would imagine, as this level develops.
Yeah, my hunch is he gets it. and is going to get after it now with this chip lead. Great spot really as the field sort of condenses, as the blinds go up. We're not seeing as many bust outs as we expected to see, and with that sort of advantage the big stacks to really lean on these guys with 20 bigs or less. Get a lot more fouls than you ordinarily would.
You know what? I think it's a natural consequence of what we alluded to moments ago, which is the very top-heavy nature of this event. You are so incentivized to try to eke your way deeper and deeper, not because of immediate pay ladders, but because of the payoff. If you can kind of slither in to the final table where the lion's share of the payout awaits you. $355,000 up top in a 2K.
Yeah, and notable that while we are emphasizing the chip lead of Dashinka here, no runaway leader in this tournament right now. Interesting to see that the person with the biggest stack, not even double average. Wouldn't be unusual to see somebody with a final table average stack at this point, 27, 26 left. Someone over the 10 million mark. So it has all sort of bunched around the middle.
Who does that benefit?
You hear me? No, protect your hand.
I think short stacks can be very incentivized to go for it still, because you know, one double up can get them above average and one more could get them to the chip lead. It actually makes it feel like, you know, you're not so much under the cosh. That being said, being one of the big stacks, even if it isn't, you know, miles and miles away from the next guys, you can push clear now.
And Sahafi pushing yet again. Very understandable. Queen 10 suited.
Doesn't miss a spot, this boy.
He might regard that assessment as a little bit rich in consideration of how bad he ran for a time to find himself in this spot where he's being forced to jam repeatedly and try to spin up, but I tend to agree with you. This is like rush hour traffic, gridlock. We're all on the same commute, but we're just inching our way.
No? I didn't see. Oh, it's okay. You're good. Okay.
Tour contemplating with Queen 7 suited in the cutoff. Some reluctance surrounding that fold, and well timed considering Sahafi was going to come after him. Ace Jack on the button, and by the way, the frequency with which he's been jamming, you wonder whether or not that's going to broaden the ranges behind him, although he is deeper now than he has been at any point in recent history.
Like, if this one is to get through, he will be up to almost 1.8 million. Bear in mind, he had 525k, what, 25, 30 minutes ago.
And never doubled.
And has never gone to showdown.
Never taken the flop,
no.
even.
So just with spot picking.
King 3 suited for Droken. Asks for the count.
Yeah, I'd like it even for 10 bigs. This isn't a call, so I certainly would be surprised if he gets it in for 12. This one becomes a little tempting if your opponent has 7.5, 8 bigs. So again, Sahafi pulling in a pot without showdown has essentially tripled his stack.
I'll tell you what, there have been some situations where Sahafi has shown, and I felt that wasn't advisable. considering that he's spent 3 or 4 of these all-ins not showing his cards, I think the value of furnishing that ace there unsolicited, you know, will help to quell anybody who might think to themselves, this guy is speeding and out of line, and let me go ahead and dig in with less kit than I might otherwise. Because really, Sahafi is quite content, as you pointed out, to continue to chip up without ever having to play post flop or, you know, C5.
Absolutely. You know, he's obviously got somewhat fortunate getting the ace-jack to fold behind. Arguably, a hand that could have gone to showdown with them. Cuspy one, sure. But you got to give credit where credit's due when you find those spots and get to navigate your way out of the real red zone into sort of a situation now where he has some reshove fold equity suddenly. This is the way you got to duck and dive in poker tournaments when short.
Queen 10 offsuit now for Tujani. On the button. Feels like a straightforward open if he wants it. Clicks it up. Mission accomplished. There's nothing of any interest developed for Droken or Boitas. The Montenegrin flag, I believe, the one being furnished there. Well, we headed there in just a few hours' time.
Yeah, you're going to be, what, compete streaming? How dare you?
Triton Super High Roller Series cash game beckons. Though I do feel quite fortunate to have spent the few days I've had the opportunity to be here alongside yourself, Andrew Headley, and James Dempsey. Continue to help build this live stream product from the Merit Poker Complex here in Northern Cyprus. If you are enjoying our streams, show us, click like, click subscribe, help us to continue to build this YouTube channel. And show the world what's happening here within these walls. Each successive festival, it must be said, David, word gets further and further out. We see more and more new faces and bigger guarantees. They just announced the Gangster Series will be taking place final 2 weeks of November.
Yeah, and I feel like the cat really was out of the bag once that EPT was a monstrous success.
Yes.
And I mean success from a numbers point of view, big numbers, but actually it was the feedback that PokerStars received about how much the players loved it. That's the reason we're back here this year for another one in October. You know, it was not scheduled. PokerStars actually told me, all the inside scoops that I get, they told me there was no way there was room on the schedule. Even if it went really well, it would probably be back in 2025. But the players said, no, no, no. This was their favorite stop ever.
Back by popular demand. And I think it's flattering, you know, knowing how much time and effort the staff here do put into every detail and really knowing their customers and tending to their every need, as opposed to the posture that some other operators, without naming any names, do take, where there's a sense of arrogance that, of course, you're going to come and you're going to play and you're going to like it, and you know, you can complain all you want, but it doesn't matter. The folks here deeply, truly do care about everybody who pays them a visit, having no regrets about having done so, and, you know, word of mouth is the best form of marketing whatsoever, and anybody that talks about their experience here with those who have yet to come out is always going to be a wonderful salesperson. And, you know, even all of us who are at work, paid to be here, these opinions are not paid. They are honest and authentic.
Well, I'll put it this way. If they give me the sack, they haven't seen the back of me, because I'll be out here playing.
That, I mean, you know, that's probably the strongest litmus test for our opinions being absolutely honest.
By the way, please don't give me the sack. I didn't mean to sound so cavalier about that.
We really are. And perhaps those who've not had the luxury of being a part of the commentary here, but among the luckiest people to do what we do. Absolute delight. Droken taking delight in the cutoff. Suited connector, his 8 is dominated and the ace of hearts is working. Always hazardous to get after a deep stacked big blind, and this is in part wide. Dashinka 3-betting to 725,000. And no, Droken is not shy on chips either.
Yeah, you predicted this, Ali. Dashinka getting after it here. And with the 7-8 suited, sort of a pure one really, gets to play in position, is going to make the call, is dominated, won't expect that he's dominated here.
No, these are supposed to be clean cards. A dirty flop though for 7-8 of hearts. 2 threes, 2 diamonds and a deuce. And one that Dashinka can quite comfortably c-bet.
Yeah, sizing is always going to be fairly small here, down betting to about a quarter pot, I'm going to guess. And Droken, well, nowhere to go here with just 8 high. No back doors, no nothing.
I've seen some very epic floats in spots such as this where it has no relevance to our holding, but rather board texture that we know is going to summon the c-bet from such a broad array of hands, and the context of big stack trying to push me around. I'm one of the other big stacks, but you cover me, so I'm supposed to be really cagey and tight. And when I call the flop, your second barrel is a lot tougher to pull off without a real hand potentially, but not going to be the case, of course, here.
Yeah, Droken with his own healthy stack to protect here. Sitting on about 30 bigs now, which doesn't sound super deep, but actually that is roughly where we're at here. I think it's maybe 29 big blind average right now. We're still early in this level. We did have those couple of bust outs right away, but sort of stalled again. Futur. Going to activate here with the queens. Looking for action here with these super premiums, obviously on day 4 of a tournament. 5-day tournament, Ali. Like, don't see too many 5-day tournaments.
Well, my understanding was that you described it as a 4-day tournament that spread out across 5 days, and I think the players very much appreciate that. We talked about it providing, at a holiday destination such as this, in particular this time of year, everybody with the ability to balance having family in tow, not unlike yourself and Andrew Headley, who brought their partners with them. A little bit of play hard, work hard afforded all of the participants. No customers for the end of the gun raiser. Disappointingly so. Latour, by the way, just 162,000 and change in recorded live tournament earnings, but has the poison posture of somebody that rates to be sending that figure upwards in a healthy fashion and in fairly short order, and obviously an opportunity to pick up 355,000 potentially here today, along with those 2 beautiful trophies in the foreground.
I like the idea of 2 trophies, just purely because years from now, you could claim you won 2 tournaments.
Sahafi again finding an opportunity to get involved, but here he is under the gun now, 1.8 million in front of him, and a jam no longer the compulsory course of action for him.
Yeah, this one is sort of an induce slash if there was to be 2 shoves,
right,
he gets away.
Now the weird one for State, Ace-Jack. You see him asking for a count because that's very relevant to how he chooses to approach this spot.
Yeah, I think with Ace-Queen, you definitely run it here. Ace-Jack is the cuspy one. It's going to be interesting how State sizes up Sahafi, who has been playing short stack ninja for best part of an hour and a half now.
I gotta tell you, it's subconsciously, not to cut you off. Oh, wow, he finds the fold, but you know, that inner barometer, you're like, come on, man. You've been really, you know, getting those chips in motion a little bit too much for my taste. Feeling as though surely there's a raise fold in range.
Oh, and a few, I think, with Sahafi. I think he is cute enough to find some raise folds. Now we actually don't have the cuspy hand anymore. We have the Ace-Queen with Pacini. He's got just one person to worry about behind him, and he's got that hand that's 1 pip better. I think we definitely click this to 750k.
Note, by the way, how well served the Ace-Jack is to have gotten out of the way here, although unclear what the reaction from Hermano Pacini would have been to a 3-bet that would cover Sahafi at minimum.
Yeah, I think he makes a very tight fold, actually, if the 3-bet had been incoming from the Ace-Jack.
Yeah, I tend to agree. You know, for a full 1-8-ish, you know, in the small blind, having to navigate a side pot out of position against a covering stack would have been problematic. But left to be the 3-better ourselves, Pacini quite happy to dismiss the big blind of Flatour. King 7, never of any interest, and it's back over to Houman Sahafi. Perhaps at long last, he's going to be forced to C5 here. Although 3-betting to 875, this is clicky.
Okay, what's key here is I don't think Sahafi is ever not going with the hand. I don't think we're going to see a repeat of the Tulip Berganoff Jacks fold here with 10s. What I do think we're going to see is quite a bit of stalling. We're on a ladder jump here. One more spot gets us $1,900. That is not to be sniffed at. And there is no reason not to take a little bit of time before actually just calling this bet and then getting it in on virtually every flop. But we do want to take this time, I believe, just purely from a point of view of maybe somebody busts on an outer table and hands us $2,000. Here we go. So we do see the call, as predicted. Decides, well, I mightn't burn them now. I might just burn them afterwards. Maybe the bust out comes really quickly and I can get in behind them and I can keep a few time bank chips. But I think we might see him burn almost all the time bank chips before making the call here. We'll have to see.
Queen 9-4, and the 10s have been outflopped here. 2 million already in the middle. 0.5 SPR effective, that which we are playing.
Pacini could get cute here with a 400k bet, but he might just also stick in his opponent, feeling like there's not too many folds and doesn't want to maybe make him overthink the spot.
Oh yeah, this is cutesy. Look at this.
What's potentially nice for Sahafi here is, and again, I'm working under the presumption there are no folds in this situation, Sahafi's willing to commit, is that he does get to use a little bit more time.
Yeah. If he manages to get this stack in across multiple streets, then he is afforded, perhaps, given that we're not playing any sort of hand for hand, that pay ladder that you talked about. But instead, he chooses to jam and does so relatively short order in spite of holding time banks.
Yeah, I am seeing 24 left on our screen here. I know it's 25 top right, so I think maybe that bust out did just happen.
Ah, okay. Which, if it did,
makes sense.
means mission accomplished in terms of not having gotten it in pre-flop, where the run out could have come in quite brisk fashion. Now, Pacini is not going to be going anywhere here, and if the pay ladder has already been achieved, there's no reason for him to be delayed.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that this wasn't snapped. But he's going to take a little bit of time. Oh, he's going to use a time bank. Well, we saw Tulip Bergenoff earlier on today do something that nobody expected, made a fool out of us in the booth. Are we about to see it again?
Oh, no, he's alluding to the time banks here, but it is worthy of note that the next pay jump isn't coming for another 3 bust outs, and we don't rate to get 3 of them in the span of time afforded us in the remains of this particular exchange. But I regret to inform you, David, because it means that for some time you'd be in the booth by yourself. If Pacini folds this ace-queen, I'm going to remove my headset and I'm going to dive into the Mediterranean to cleanse myself of whatever the evils are that are in the air.
Ace king not good. Ace king not good.
Oh, don't say that. Ace king no good. So Javi trying to get the man to fold the hand he really doesn't want to have to show down against that has some equity, ace king.
Well, only because he doesn't imagine a world in which ace queen is chewing on things in this way. And I am tempted to think that perhaps this is just the product of Pacini not realizing that the pay jump had already been secured and that we're so many bust outs away. And this is going to feel a bit like a knit roll to
oh my God, it really does.
This is very tilting.
It really does. Yeah, he absolutely believed he had the best of it. Was wondering if he was going to have to fade a 6-outer.
Yeah.
Now realizes he has to hit a 2-outer.
Ace king no good, you're right. Human, but ace queen very good.
There are a few blank expressions.
Oh, hang on. Not a blank turn though. 8 of hearts, gut shot, straight draw. Add 3 out of 4 jacks in reality to the mix. 2-outer becomes a 5-outer, but on the river, unable to hit the necessary 10. And how deflating for Mr. Sahafi, by the way. The pay ladder, of course, a little bit encouraging, $14,500 for his efforts, but it did feel like the wind was a bit at his back, and then suddenly a change of direction.
Yeah, I think we're going to see quite a few players make some unimpressed faces in the direction. Here we go. Let's let them talk about it.
Because he thought you were ace king. You know.
Hey, I didn't think properly. I'm slow.
It's okay.
Was
no time bank. It's your last one.
I know. But it was about not tournament life, but almost.
Ali has been a real feature here this week. I think it's the Italian contingent mostly. They love a deconstruction. They love a post-mortem of a hand.
And by the way, I'm not against it myself because we no longer have to speculate. Does this qualify as a tempter for a deep stack state? Yes, it does. Jack 7 suited. That's 23 now remain.
That's more like it.
Are you referring to the pace at which we're experiencing attrition?
Yeah, not that I wish elimination or virtual death upon these guys, but mostly because we've given them this great structure and we wanted to stay somewhat deep for the sake of the poker.
Yeah, there's nothing, I would say, more disheartening to the players. Never mind, you know, this isn't about us as commentators or even us as viewers. But there's nothing more disheartening to the players than arriving at a final table where the deep stack is 16 bigs deep. And there's, you know, a few 3 or 4 big blind stacks, and we're just, chips are flying all over the place, and there's not an opportunity to sink our teeth into final table play. You know, if I wanted to play roulette, I know where the casino is.
I was 3-bet bluffing.
Yeah, it was 3-bet bluff.
You know? So.
But when you get this block, it's like king queen. It's the same. You need to call. You 3-bet bluff on this block.
Tujani
Deciding in the flop.
pausing for some time before deciding to lean back with his ace queen. 850 total. State knows where to put this Jack 7 suited in the face of that reaction.
There's no big size on
Yeah, and we're fans of the Jack 7 suited open here. I think it is a rock bottom open, but we want to see the big stacks try and lean on the middling stacks. Makes sense.
Yeah, we're not in front of final table. That's right. Okay.
Ace deuce suited now for State. He's enjoyed by and large, a lack of resistance to his operations out there. Min-raising. We don't love Dashinka looking interested, I can tell you that, but ace-6, not the one. Jack 10 suited here for Tujani, the man that played back with ace-queen out of the big. Very different proposition here.
Yeah, so pretty. Just a hand you almost always want to play from any seat. But ICM is making a little awkward. Certainly don't hate a fold. It's tight. But tight is right now.
That's more like it. Says State. Wash that down with a spot of coffee.
Just taking a look at who those bust outs were. Vadim Hajduk and Osman Ilimur. Ilimur obviously entertained us in the final frame last night. He actually got the show 1 game going, would you believe, with 40 players left in a major tournament. He encouraged everybody around him to show 1. Unfortunately, the Turk has hit the rail in 25th. Back on the feature table though, Dashinka takes us north with the Queen 8 suited. Again, one of these light opens coming from the bigger stacks. And Pacini now one of the other big stacks, and obviously has just had an injection of chips into his pile. Could very easily come with call here, and that is what he chooses. Obviously, suited ace-jack plays so purely. Oh, Flutter now. A very, very attractive squeeze spot now, 2.25 million. Could pick up 975 with no showdown. Surely he's got to take this one.
We've said those words before on many an occasion here, David, only to be mystified at choices exercised outside the scope of that which we expect and anticipate.
Giving it some thought, but I don't really see another avenue here. Flatting off this stack, not advisable, frankly, especially with 3 players left to act. You have to analyse the situation. Sure, Dashinka coming from early position, but also with the big chip lead, likely to be light. And does Pacini ever have calls? Well, okay, he might have a pocket nines that's treading carefully, and that hand would have to call. Does the ace-jack find a call? The question is when it gets back to him.
Never say any hand would have to do anything around these parts.
This is a close one for Pacini here.
Just thinking that. 6.3 back, 2 million of it needed. Yeah. Passes. Well served to have done so here. And it's a nice injection for Flatour.
And a nice getaway for Pacini there. That's a very close spot, to be honest. I think that one might actually be a solver call, shall we say, and he finds the deviation, and it was crucial that he did so.
Yeah. I mean, I think we expect bottom of range out of Flatour. Would it include king-queen suited there, blocker effects, or would he be more likely to flat?
No, I think off that particular stack, he's very likely to go with hands like king-queen suited, maybe even a king-jack suited. He's very likely to go with some medium pocket pairs, and he's actually likely to go with the odd ace-5 and ace-4 suited as well.
Which mean that there are a smattering of hands that we're actually performing very well against, and we're in front of even dominating. So,
yep,
makes that fold that much dicier, but he threads the needle.
Dare I say, even an ace-10 suited might take that spot.
Wow.
Because there's a lot in there. And if you can win it without showdown, adding a million.
Right. Well, pocket sevens now on the button for Drokin, the Ukrainian. Queen 6 offsuit. And the price for State. Oh my. Didn't expect this one. State pushing back with this combo on Drokin.
Yeah, and noteworthy here, not choosing a big sizing here, just 3xing out of position, remember. Had a similar spot late last night in the wee hours as we burned the midnight oil, where had a similar sort of leveling war.
Yeah, and Drokin up to the task, jams, and State, no posturing, immediately lays it down. Drokin, by the way, nearing $700,000 in career live tournament earnings.
He's a very good poker player.
Results dating back to 2015, so almost a decade at it. Most recent result coming at the Venetian Deep Stack Championship Poker Series out in Vegas this summer. 85th place finish in that one, but just showing the lengths to which he'll go to ply his trade.
So State has been after it, but they've always had the medicine so far. One worries that may discourage him from taking these aggro lines as he is dragged back to an average stack. It's so condensed right now. My goodness me, we really don't have a front runner. There must be a good sporting analogy to this where everyone just sort of sits in a pack together. I suppose long distance running, sometimes you don't see anyone really take off. Everybody waiting for somebody else to go, to stick their neck out.
Very high. I can
both on the feature table and on the outer tables. Everybody bunched between 20 and 45 big blinds right now. Only a smattering of shorties. Only a couple of players who've really pulled away to any degree. So much of the field bunched either side of that 500,000 average. That has lent itself to some very cautious, tippy-tappy, circumspect play, with the occasional standout.
But the implications down the line, David, of this behavior now could prove quite punitive to an opportunity to indulge in poker later on, when you really would hope to have the chance to do so with so much money up top.
Yeah, here's the way I often look at a situation like this developing. You see the average stack getting smaller and smaller. I start to think, well, this is a shame, because now we're going to be playing a game that has a much greater luck factor, for want of a better phrase, laid on. But then I comfort myself with the idea that I'm quite good at short stack play. I have a sit and go background. I'm actually very familiar with the spots with shallow stacks. And I reckon there's guys out there like this, similarly, with that experience, with that knowledge of ranges when they get short and when other people are short, and when there's a mixture of different stacks behind them, some big, some small, who understand how to navigate those spots better than others.
So are you suggesting that there are those who currently are embracing with enthusiasm what we have on our hands?
It's a mixed bag, to be honest. I think you always want to stay deeper if you think you have an edge, but then I do comfort myself with that notion that sometimes you see bigger mistakes in terms of big blinds from people when shallow, because they are less familiar with those spots.
Interesting takes and insights, as always, from Mr. Lappin. Suited one gapper, activated pre-flop here out of the big stack Dashinka, who follows through with bottom pair and perceived range advantages as the pot opener. Pacini had a pretty one that he defended. By the way, they've got this backwards here, the bet of 225 coming in from Dashinka, the action on Pacini to call. And he will let it go.
So Dashinka just pulling ever so towards that magic 8-figure mark that nobody has burst through yet.
Not yet.
We do have a bust out on the outer table. I'm going to try and gather that information for you guys. I know obviously with us switching out feature tables, you're keeping an eye on everybody right now.
5.1 million, the average stack at present.
Eli Farah of the Lebanon has bust in 23rd.
Claiming another one of the $14,500 payouts. We are in an immediate jump once more. Ace on the button for Dashinka. No hesitation. Ooh. Same kit in the small for Pacini, but I don't feel as though people are looking for excuses to get involved in general, and certainly not against the Grim Reaper of the table, who has the boss stack in Dashinka.
Yeah, from what we saw yesterday, Pacini was probably our loosest, most aggressive player. And
you wouldn't know it from what we've seen today, though.
I was going to say, did seem to take spots like this, but we have seen a very different Pacini, a much tighter, more circumspect Pacini today. And I wonder if, as the money is starting to get a bit more serious, is he starting to be a bit more fearful of, you know, making a mistake late on?
Well, having a single gear in your transmission is a is a poor sort of race car to put onto the track in a tourney. You want to be able to shift in what is always an ever-changing landscape and dynamic. Important to stay fluid in your strategy. Although I, indulgently do champion the diehards who say, look, this is my game and I'm sticking to it,
Yeah, no.
What's this ICM you speak of?
There's also a lot to be said for keep doing the same thing until they start fighting back.
Yeah, that's a real idea.
Yeah, if you're Gashinka right now, you're the kind of thing, actually, I'm kind of getting my way here. I'm seemingly chipping up without much pushback. Maybe I just keep doing that until somebody decides enough is enough.
I'm not mad at that ideology. Now, once again, on the pay jump, we're seeing pace of play slowed a little bit, although it was not posturing. All of a sudden, this 10-9 offsuit has created some activations.
This is very loose from Buedas. No blocker. Really not the kind of hand you want to use in this way. Ace-deuce suited. We can get behind every day of the week. These 10-9, obviously they have some playability, but they don't really function nicely as early position steals.
Now, when you see the stress test, is going to put that on display shortly here. It states 650. Makes conclusions fairly foregone. 750 rather.
Yeah, so small 3-bet as well from State. Buedas being laid a very, very tempting price, but it is such an ugly hand. He really has no business being in here with the 10-9 to begin with, and I think needs to just abandon ship on this one.
So he does scuttle the vessel appropriately. Never seaworthy. That one should have stayed in port. Sometimes you wonder whether or not those maneuvers are brought on by looking over at a couple of blinds that you think are very apt to fold, stack depths that are not likely to get after us. So I don't want to suggest that we're taking everything into consideration that Wojtas was there.
Yeah, I think it was just a smidge impatient. I think he is recognizing that those with the larger stacks are joining the party, stepping out a little bit, getting their fair share of the steals. And he really didn't get a spot for a while. So maybe felt like, well, hang on a minute, I'm one of the big stacks. Why not me?
I'm recognizing that I've said the name Laszlo Wojtas so often, the Hungarian, that I'm just looking at that collection of letters in front of Adrian the Montenegrin and just presuming that I've got it right. To be fair, for all that we love and find so lovely about this particular assignment here at Merit, David, ease of surname is not one of the things that we enjoy over here. Ease of decision-making with the button and an ace-jack offsuit, unclear here for Flutur.
Looks like he's going for the non-all-in 3-bet here, which is a nice wager.
On the topic of nice, king-queen suited in the small. That facial expression from Tujani, though, does, unless he hasn't looked at the second one, he was trying to will in a pocket pair or something like that. It was a deep squeeze in progress. Boy, how weird is this hand in the small with this stack? Apparently not very for him.
No, it has the right blocker sort of potential, but just a bit too much action, to be honest. And really nice from Flutura here, who has managed to chip up again without showdown. Bear in mind, he was sitting sub 2 million not that long ago, and now 4 million, having picked that squeeze spot with the ace queen. Beautifully done, lovely execution. And again with the ace jack, deciding not to just send it in, but actually go for the non-all-in 3-bet, giving himself the opportunity to get away from a real one.
I don't want to call the pay jump negligible of $2,100, given that the buy-in in this one is $2K. But I tend to think that choices such as that with the king-queen suited, or, you know, situations where we see conservative approaches, is just more so tethered to the tantalizing 355 that awaits an eventual champ. And the incentive that we're given to just linger, you know, as long as possible without taking spots that could be disastrous. We see nothing disastrous about pocket aces pre.
Delightful sight here for Pacini, who will be hoping to induce some action. Looks like he's at least found a partial customer in Dorkin.
Deuces. Looking to really ruin Pacini's day.
Yeah, this will bring in Guedash quite often. Oh, certainly with the king jack. Maybe even a light squeeze spot.
Yeah?
It's reasonable.
I mean, granted, this is a covering stack, and it was a gentleman who opened with 10-9 offsuit moments ago. 3-bet to 1.4.
Can't hate on the play, but unfortunate timing here for Guedash. Interesting now, will Pacini elect to flat and trap his man, or will he just decide, well, big blind 3-bets to big sizings tend to be strong hands. Maybe I can just get it in here against pocket 10s or pocket jacks, and that would be very nice. I don't want them to see a board that would discourage them. Oh,
I like it.
Decides to set the trap here. Pacini all over this one.
Do you think that absent the Droken flat in the small blind, that Boitas plays this as a defense as opposed to a 3-bet?
I agree.
So then credit to Droken in terms of doing Pacini a favor pre-flop here, having flatted those deuces. Pot swells to 3 1/4, and it's top 2 pair against the over pair of aces.
Oh my goodness me. The trapper becomes the trappee.
Well, there are escapes available in terms of making the best hand. Immediately speaking, it would be the ace or the 8 required. 1 8 of diamonds not in play, and 1 follow-through bet very much in play from Boitas.
This is a wet texture, and I think Pacini may spring the trap, or what he thinks is a trap, early. I think there are a lot of boards where he continues to play possum. This probably not one of them. No. A little too coordinated, a little too wet.
We have seen occasions on which, though, that dampness actually dissuades some, where they're looking for the clean turn before they get busy, thinking, okay, yes, I could charge a price, but I don't want to do anything disastrous. And you see Boitas immediately saying, what? All in?
Getting the quick count here, but there is no way, not ever, are we getting away from this hand.
Yeah. I mean, look, we unblock the ace of spades combos, which could be semi-bluffing here. I'm not sure whether or not Pacini is really cut from the cloth of looking to do something savage without having a real hand here. But we also block the set of kings, set of jacks. We don't really think a set of 8s is in the cards all that often.
Poor old Pacini getting nit rolled, a bit of a taste of his own medicine from that hand from earlier. Wow, what a situation. We haven't seen a player get to 10 million. We are about to see one of these guys get to 12.
Violent collision of hands here. You see Pacini hating things, but the queen of spades on the turn, now adding opportunities in the form of a second queen, or the 10 would have worked. Instead, it's the ace on the river. Top set for Pacini.
What a hand. What a hand we just saw. In the context of this tournament, you cannot blame either player. Buedes takes that squeeze spot. We totally get it. Beautiful trap set then by Pacini. Suddenly, the flop flips the advantage, but you can't blame anyone for getting their chips. You can't blame anyone for any action taken in that hand.
No.
Two very good players colliding, two big hands colliding.
And Buedes shoveling stack after stack into the middle, all of which are going to be delivered to the doorstep of the undoubted chip leader.
Palpable relief on Pacini's face right now.
Oh, he was slightly covered and thinking, not like this. Am I going to be yet another victim of pocket aces? Should I have 4-bet pre-flop and sent that king jack into the muck? What have I done? Then all of a sudden, you're going, I did exactly what I was supposed to do. Thank you so much. Send it this way.
Ali, it's La Notte Degli Assi.
Oh, that it is.
Sorry.
Our excited tones, by the way, have lured James Dempsey into the booth for a look at what exactly he's missed out on. That was a breathless altercation there. And somebody on the rail in Pacini's camp with whom he's sharing a big smile and an even bigger stack. Oh, this is a bit tortuous. Oh, really? You want to polish me off with another king jack? Small blind.
4.5 and 1 million point 4.
When the dust cleared, just 6 bigs roughly for Adrian. All of them. What a single chip.
And
shoved in.
King Jack once again.
11.5. Maybe 12. Oh.
Rebuilding efforts underway.
Exactly 11. 11 on this.
All looks so calm right now. You wouldn't know that an absolute tsunami of chips had just been pushed across this felt here at the featured table. No chalk outlines, but definitely.
There was some grievous bodily harm.
Yes. Oh, yeah. King Jack suited. Strokin will try it on, and Buedes in a wonderful way here on the button with this ace jack. I would imagine he's going to be quite pleased to pile over the top. Might not be in a hurry considering that pay jump that we alluded to of $2,100.
Well said.
See the time bank positioned.
And tough to see Throw can get away here for just $1 million more. Very nice hand, King Jack suited.
Not so nice as the ace-8 off in the face of this. Open and then 3-bet.
Yeah, getting
the Shinka back around now.
2-1. Yeah, has to do it, and you know it's a great situation. Buedes suddenly could be back in this one. He wins this, he's back to 20 big blinds, although he will be 15 momentarily.
By the way, I suggested that he had shoved. In fact, he left a chip back, and this is very savvy on his part. David, walk us through why.
So 30 seconds left till the break, but of course there are still tables playing out their last hands. He's going to be very keen to be the last table to finish here, giving himself every opportunity to get the ladder. They're still going to do payouts based on time. If somebody was to temporarily bust before him, even though technically they're in the same hand right now, they are the ones who come 22nd. He would obviously like to be the player who finished 21st if he were to lose.
And this shows late stage savvy on his part. It's not as though he's ever folding to keep this chip. This isn't the product of the behavior where oftentimes we'll see an early position raiser do something like this, and then if an all-in and another all-in behind happens, you decide, okay, let me get out of the way here. But
and what's very nice for him now as well is it can be very hard to deduce whether there's a hand going on of substance on another table, but because it's the last hand before the break, he's literally going to see those people walk away. So he will know when he can finally flick in this chip.
Are we allowed to just stand up and go take a look at the other tables? I don't believe you are.
You can stand up.
Right.
You probably have to stay within an arm's reach of your seat, I assume, or maybe even be touching your seat. I wouldn't risk pushing the edges of that rule, frankly, but I would stand up and at least do what he's doing, craning his neck to try to see. Obviously, they're in an elevated position on the stage, probably has a decent view wherever he is. The outer tables are not very far away.
I would love nothing more than to have had modern poker with shot clocks and things of this nature in streams back when smoking was allowed, and just to see somebody use time banks and go light one up just off the rail, take a few drags. How great would that be? And then, you know, put his cigarette out, walk back and go, call.
Well, he's going to run out of time bank chips eventually. That is the other issue. Time bank cards, I should say, and in it goes.
Yeah, they were invested in pursuits of that $2,100 pay jump, but it does appear that we will not be losing another player. And partway into the break we go. Not a lot of folks on hand to observe the outcome of this one, which does rate to go Boitas's way. And, you know, forgive me for just the psychological games I play, but he's got to be wondering, did I lose most of my chips with King Jack, and am I going to be showered by King Jack in spite of having the best of it? The two-diamond flop is a threat. Has to fade the flush draw. And a king. And he's done so. So breathe easy, yeah, and take down 3 million on your way to this break. Mr. Boitas still well off of his high water mark, of course, and an ultimately net negative frame for him, but he will fight on here in La Notte Degli Assi. Day 4 of the main event from here in northern Cyprus will continue after a roughly 15-minute break. Keep it close. We'll be back in a few.
Doogie, but that's a pretty pure run down, and he gets it. He gets the isolation. He gets with Gordikov's just sick of this.
Oh, he's had enough.
Here we go. Here we go. We've got a ginormous pot on our hands.
Wait a minute. Shiraskin calls off as well.
What is going on?
Goodness me.
Well, Rabahi's
somehow all in.
Okay, this is $250,000 in the middle.
But yours is better.
Little did we know Rabahi was going to cause chaos. If he wins this one, oh my goodness, what a stack. He will be sitting with 450k plus.
I must say, Gortikov has been our most sort of...
Gortikov was just over it.
He's
He was
totally
like,
had enough.
Do you know what? Look, ace, king, and a queen in my hand. Let's do it. Let's dance.
Well,
Chaboob, with the aces, may well survive this one.
You asked the question, David. Will they chill out as we approach the fight?
I love that almost everyone's on their feet shouting for cards now. This is great stuff.
8-7-6 flop would be good.
All right, then. As the dealer sorts out the chaos.
Yeah, this is, for the dealer's sake, let's hope Rabahi wins.
Here we go. 4-way all in.
Oh,
Jack.
Rabahi has a lot of it. Rabahi has a
He really does.
6, 8, 9, 10.
He's got a pretty pure wrap with top pair here.
But you're in front.
Gortikov in pretty bad shape. Sheraskin looking to improve also.
Yeah, Chaboob, best hand right now, but really hard to see how it would say such, although that is one way.
But you win. Very nice card for him.
Chaboob is absolutely loving the board pairing 5.
Yeah, Gortikov now dead to a king or queen to survive and win the side pot.
Rabahi doesn't mind if Chaboob wins if he can win the rest.
It is a 5.
My goodness me, so does...
Oh, hang on.
Trying to piece this one together. Now it's just like everyone's got trips and we go with the high cards.
Yeah, Gortikov is going to survive on that 5.
Gortikov survive. We've got Gortikov winning. We've got Sheraskin being eliminated at the hands of Gortikov. We have Rabahi losing a chunk to Gortikov. And we have Chaboob surviving somehow, getting probably a quintuple. Okay, take a breath. 10-minute break only, guys. We will be back quickly, by the way. And maybe we'll just play a 10-minute pot so we won't actually have any break.
I haven't seen a pot take longer than 90 seconds at this table. Right, Todorati, King Jack 10 deuce. Diamonds in hand. Round to Air. Does make the call. Here comes Rabahi behind. Air with a lovely looking double suited Ace Queen 4-3. Chaboob, he's in there. King Jack 8-7, all clubs. Is of course still very short. Looking for something post flop. Off to the Queen 5-6 we go. Todorati with the best of it is unpaired with those king high diamonds in hand. Air with top pair and the low end of the straight draw. Action on him is going to check through. And look at this, Chaboob. Somehow.
Love this guy.
Wow.
Can you get a read on that? Does that seem strong?
It seemed relatively strong. Look at this. He's yelling off stage. He's like, lads,
He's
I'm
already
all
celebrating. He's already celebrating.
What does Air make of this with 2 pairs?
It's pretty
He does, he gets away, and there we go. Chaboob. How's that for a poker face? Sensational work.
Oh my goodness me.
Basically announces off stage, lads, I'm back.
You want to be the guy who busts out in the game early and have to sit around and wait for your food? You know how embarrassing that is? You know how cheap you look? You're sitting there. Like, you rebuying? No, I'm thinking about it. Just sitting there waiting for the food, watching your chips fly around that table. It's a dark time.
In the light, Chaboob, Queen 8-4.
I'm so glad you were here for the pronunciations.
You know, it's not a guarantee that that's the right way, but you know, we hazard guesses around these parts. Those are hazarding the merits of King 7-6-5. Todorati decides to make it 16 to skate, and that does do away with one combatant thus far. Three players to the flop of 8-5-4. The joint for Jazar. The 2 spades, though, giving flush draws to both of his opponents.
Right. And Rabbi just potting it. Todorati in here with the non-nut draw. Nothing else. Oh, but sorry, Jazar sat in front of him, of course. Yeah, so that's easy. That makes life a lot easier. And one assumes Rabbi, well.
I tried something stupid.
You gotta love a man who's willing to admit
Here we go.
own his mistakes in the moment.
Saying if you got the flush draw, I'm in bad shape, but he doesn't. Those spades are live. And
yeah, they wouldn't have been had those king eye spades stuck around.
Of course you have much better. I just called because you raised.
No, flush draw.
Also has the backdoor high straight working.
Come on, one time.
355,000 chip pot. Rabahi needs help, and there it is. The jack rolling off, and that is as clean as it comes. Jazar drawing dead with one to come.
Flush?
Yeah, I call you. I have ace, king, queen, 6.
I have nothing, almost nothing.
You know, generally we don't like to spank our children on television, I feel like. And so I do respect that, you know, whatever your feelings on corporal punishment, publicizing it is probably never in the cards, so to speak.
Antun going to continue with the aggressive lines here. He has been chipped back down slightly, but probably still sitting in first or second. Nice hand in any case, ace, king, jack, 10, 1 suit. Torita is going to speculate here with the queen, queen, 4, 3, 1 suit. So Torita showing a willingness to tangle here. Obviously took that squeeze spot a few moments ago. Now flatting kind of in the middle of nowhere here with a hand that can't take any more heat.
All right, players.
That brings in Gordakov in the big, jack 10 of clubs, 8-6. All diamonds, ace, king, 5 of diamonds. Antun with top 2. He's going to knuckle it, and queen of diamonds blocker now for Todorita. Interesting. He's also got a gutter. Can't imagine Antun was checking to fold, certainly not to 1-bet, but won't be feeling super happy here. Does have that jack of diamonds sort of blocker working, but not sure he wants to improve to a straight. I think he more wants to improve to about to feel okay about this one.
Monotone board texture. 37,000 ahead. Todorita, of course, had designs on taking it right then and there. Here he is having connected with the 4 on the turn for added path. He is blocking that straight draw of Antun, but of course the aces and kings, all that's on Antun's mind. With that queen of diamonds, naked as it may be,
he's going to sell it.
Yeah, a spot of salesmanship here, representing the flop flush.
And very much a threat bet that the rest is going in on river. 80 into 200, threatening to put 170 into 350 on river. Antun being really tested here.
Wow, he finds the call, however, David.
Wow, these are 2 of the biggest stacks. Tussling now, and you can't love being Todorita. You know your opponent can't have the nuts, but maybe he is doing this with the jack 10 of diamonds, just letting you hang yourself right now.
Red 9 of no consequence on the river. Let's see, Todorita goes hard at it. A snap bet of all in, 167,000, and now Antun's suspicions are going to cost him a lot.
This was always, sorry Ali, this was always coming on a clean run out. If this had been an ace or a king, I do feel like he finds some way of slowing down, but on this very clean run out, this was always the plan. Todorita sized flop turn and river bets to get to this spot to win the maximum.
I will say this, there is no other combo but a flush that's going to be behaving in this manner. I think a set of 5s would have slowed down on the river, and we don't really expect 5-5 to be a part of the flatting range against our early under-the-gun open if we're Antun. I also think that Antun is looking over at Todorita and knows this man's a player. And as such, knows that that dry queen of diamonds is going to be what's across the way from time to time. Would this be one of those times, though? With the pay jumps, with, you know, the ICM, delightful spot this would be for him if he found the call, though. Picks up the bounty, picks up all the chips, and really cruises to a big payday.
Here's the way I would be piecing it together if I'm Antoon. I would be thinking to myself, he's got the queen of diamonds in hand. That's definitely the fact. But does he have another diamond? And then I'd be thinking, how often is he calling me +1 without double suited cards? He's going to have that sort of queen jack 10-9, queen jack 10-8, queen jack 10, you know, maybe a dangler's in there, or maybe he's got an ace somewhere along the way as well. But he's going to have those types of things, and they will be double suited.
And by the way, Antoon's holding blocks a lot of those rundowns, though, right? The ace, queen, king, queen, X, queen, the jack and the 10 in hand, also blocker effects. He does have one diamond in his hand, which is actually good news.
Oh, he makes
the call!
Wow! What a huge call, Antoon. Heart of a lion.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the Dolce Vita series here in beautiful North Cyprus. It is, of course, La Notte Degli Assi, day 4, the penultimate day of this, affectionately titled by us, our main event. We are, of course, in the Merit Crystal Cove. I am James Dempsey, alongside Andrew Headley, giving relief to the boys. Andrew.
Hello, James. Yep, we're back in the saddle. Ali and David off to take a well-earned rest as we take our first look at the chip counts here on this new feature table lineup. Ermanno Pacini out in front, 12 million in chips, 60 big blinds. Then we have, what's this? Like, is this like Prince or Madonna? We have Dashinka. First time I've seen this name this week, so interested to see how they're approaching things. 8.5 million in chips, 43 bigs. Then a load of sort of short to middling stack steps.
Yeah, Adrian State, the one I want to put on there, because in the first framer today, he was the one really driving the action. Made some great plays, including a river check raise, a river check raise bluff, but with the same hand. Like, he knew he was probably chopping, but turned the chop into a bluff. Real spicy line.
Nice.
Real creativity we saw from him.
Did it get through, like the free roll?
It did get through.
Very nice.
Not an entire free roll. It's possible he could be behind. There was some slow plays in there, but it was a fun one nonetheless, and the kind of creativity we expect to see from him. Although, with just 20 blinds, he is very hamstrung and appears to be a little chilly.
Right. It's going for the full hat, shawl combo.
Yeah, the
trousers as well. In Cyprus.
Who'd have thunk it, huh?
Pacini there on the left of your screen. I was very impressed with him last night. Took some proactive kind of light 3-bets actually against State, who he recognized he was going to be opening too wide. 3-bet and ace-5 off, like these type of hands. So he's one to watch.
A lot of money on the line, currently guaranteed 14,500. We are at a pay jump, 16.6, so $2,100. The difference between now and busting out next.
Yeah, the pay jump's becoming a real thing now. Buetas.
Right, they're the pay jumps that will still just be mainly encouraging us to maybe play slow when we're on one of these pay jumps, but we're not really going to change range, are we?
No, we're not going to fold spots, you know, where we want to get the chips in and take reshoves, etc. But just worth keeping an eye on, isn't it? If you can take another couple of minutes, and if you're at risk, lock up that extra 2,100. Buetas going for the... Are the blinds up, Demps? I'm seeing a raise to 325, but it says 100, 200.
Yeah, it's definitely...
Oh, yeah, I can see 200 there, excuse me, in front of Pacini.
Yeah, it's definitely 100, 200.
Yeah.
I assume it's just 425, and it will be as... Oh.
Yeah,
it's 425, yeah. I was just a second there.
This one of those combos, kind of deuce 5 suited. When we get to the real nitty-gritty, you can start eliminating some of these defends with, you know, some of the kind of really ropey suited combos. But we do have a lot of chips as Pacini, and can probably leverage some post-flop pressure on Buetas.
Jack 6-5, the flop. Buetas on the cutoff, flopping best and even dominating Pacini on this board.
Yeah, these spots are really quite awkward. You know, most of our hands that will check back, if we're going to plug some in there, it's going to be the 5x. But also, of course, there's 950 in there to protect. We only have 2.7 back. It's not like we're relatively deep stacked and can navigate down the streets with our bottom pair. So I'm not surprised to see him go for the kind of small c-bet, try and deny equity to, you know, hands like a queen 9, no spades or diamonds, these type of hands, 9-10 that we could get to fold, some king highs, queen highs, if we can just get them out.
Right.
You know, if we do get check raised here, it's going to be nasty. But decides to take that route, and Pacini going to get sticky for at least one street, as you would expect, versus quarter pot with bottom pair.
Pot swelling. 3 on the turn gives Pacini some additional in the form of that 4. But for now, still trails. Checks once again. Now, a little difficult, isn't it, for this man to find a second bullet?
I think we do check and try and evaluate river. The problem with this sort of small c-bet check turn line, you know, there's really no great rivers, right, other than an ace or a 5. And we do leave ourselves open to potentially getting bluffed on rivers, but we can't really value bet this hand is the problem. So he is going to check back as we expect. Now, interesting one.
Yeah, flush draw completing queen on the end. Pacini has that 4th pair. And I feel like we're getting towards the bottom of his range of hands he wants to start bluffing with, right?
100%. I think this is it. This is where it gets tricky when we get through to the river. And we get to river here, you know, other than the unpaired hands like a 7-8, 8-9, it's basically the worst hand we get to river with.
He's just going to go block.
This one I'm not so sure about. I don't think you get a better hand to fold for this size ever, you know, and there aren't too many better hands we're kind of targeting, but you know, I mean,
sorry, just to play devil's advocate, well, I mean, the only bluffs we really have are what, the 7-8, 8-9, 7-9. So there's not many.
Yeah, there aren't a great many natural bluffs. That's 100% true. And this sucks now, for not to put too fine a point on it for Buetas, but this is very ugly.
There we go.
Yeah, well done.
Pacini, take a bow. Does get better to fold. And yeah, funky. Like I say, just seeing
how
that,
you
like,
bluff, right, kind of thing.
Yeah, and just like the awareness that that 5 kind of needs to now be a bluff, just because he has so many good hands. And the sizing, of course, allowing him to have a lot more hands, right? When he, if he bombs it there, he's trying to say, hey, look, I've got spades or maybe a straight.
2 pair or a flush, yeah.
When I go small, now I can suddenly have some of that, like Jack X maybe in there.
Definitely.
Doesn't always have to be the hammer to get the result.
Yeah, the really intriguing thing about tournament poker for me in these spots in general, you know, that's not an insubstantial pickup. 1.4 million in the middle. And very easy there if you're sort of autopiloting a little to think, all right, I'm just going to knuckle, right, let's just check, try and show this down. But as you know, shrewdly alluded to, bottom of range kind of spot, and gets that little mergy bet on the river through.
Yeah.
Well done.
So I was going to say the only downside to some of is sort of coming out with that size, implying that I'm going for some like finish. Small value is you sometimes open the door for skullduggery.
This is it. Yeah, if Buetas had ace of spades 5 here, for example,
might have been the combo.
It might have been the one to just send it in. But speaking of nice combos, here come the kings.
The Django's, as our colleague likes to call them.
He loves it, doesn't he?
12 blinds. Let's see if he has a raised strat off 12 bigs. Looks like he does.
Hand's too good to be open ripping. By the way, when did this Django's thing come in? Because that's a new one to me. I'd never really heard it until Lappin was launching it out there quite often.
I mean, I never heard it until Lappin started saying here about a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
So, and that's the only place I ever hear it.
Yeah.
I prefer the Butchers.
Oh, I love the Butchers. That's a Merman special.
Yeah.
Really interesting here for Pacini. Handy would like to VPip, I'm sure, in general, but facing 12 BBs to start. I really have been impressed with Pacini. Haven't really seen him make a mistake since I got our first look at him yesterday on feature. He was in a pretty insane hand, by the way. I don't think you were in the booth. And it was super confusing. It was the one spot where I sort of questioned his play. Ilamur, if you know him. Not sure if you do, but he was very spicy player, pretty loose, getting in there in the mixer regularly. Open button of 30 blinds with ace-queen to like a 2.5x. And Puccini found a 3-bet from the big blind with queen 9 of diamonds.
Okay.
To
depolarizing.
Yeah. And it was very confusing. I thought, right, we have such a nice hand to defend. You know, this isn't normally one you'll see people use, but he just made it 7 bigs. And it spooked Ilamur, like the sizing, it was just so nutted.
Yeah.
He thought, well, I've made it 2.5 and you've made it 7. And it got him to fold ace-queen pre.
Oh.
I know. And Ilamur is pretty ballistic.
How many blinds did Ilamur have to
30.
Yeah.
It was a shocker, and I thought to myself...
Whoa, that's some thinking, though. This, you know, he's finding these little maneuvers outside the box.
Because I was kind of slating it in comms.
But then you see the fold.
And then I see the fold, and I'm like, well, you're a wizard, Puccini, sir. Well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a fun hand.
Normal rules don't apply. Hashtag MPO.
Yes. Unfortunate for Buetas there, no action with said kings. Just taking that time, as James just referenced, we are on a pay jump. So we're going to take a few extra seconds before releasing our dusty holdings.
Yeah, this is a real fun part of the tournament. Obviously big moments in any tournament, the bubble period. But then the next, after that, things kind of just play almost like normal poker. Starts to ramp up as we approach the final table. That's when things get real sticky. You see here, just by the fact that we still have 22 players left at 200k big blind level, meaning the average stack is just 26 blinds.
Yeah, it's finally shrinking.
Right, which is, you know, kind of below where we'd expect it to be. But that's because of the way that this tournament is. It's an hour-long levels. I mean, I say it's below. I expect it to be a little bit deeper, and I'm sure it will be in a few minutes. We're bound to bust a couple players. We just started a new level. It will deepen out again. But I think hovering around the sort of 30 big blind level is where we usually find these things go at this stage of a tournament. When we burst the bubble with the average over 50 blinds,
right? Yeah.
Which is incredible in a 1 hour clock.
And like 30 is that very cagey depth where, you know, you face lots of spots where when you open and you get 3-bet, you're not going to be able to continue. Like, you really need to tread cautiously. It's hard to barrel it off multi-streets with the SPRs the way they are. So it's going to be intriguing. You would expect people to tread pretty cautiously. But yeah, as people start to fly out the door, that stack depth will start to increase again. Another look at the beautiful trophy. I've been calling it a teardrop.
I'm okay with it.
I like it.
By that I mean I'm okay with calling it a teardrop. I'm very much a fan of the trophy itself.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Rapping towards scorn on the last one of these sort of blown glass trophies. He wasn't a fan. He was just, you know, he's a tough man to please. This one though, he's happy with. So the boys in Milan will be glad to hear that. I'll pass on his thoughts. I'm sure they've been waiting with bated breath to
get the opinions of one Mr. David Lappin.
Men from Milan have been waiting for the fashionista's opinion.
I could just see him on a Zoom call. So listen, lads. You know, they're all huddled round, sipping on their, what do you call it? The espresso. Sipping a little espresso. Little Italian breakfast.
Which is an espresso. Just.
No, but like, what are the little pastries that they have?
No, they just have the espresso. Maybe.
Oh, they don't? No food?
Maybe a cigarette, you know. Like the French.
Beautiful.
French breakfast. Now the French for a croissant.
Gauloise cigarettes, right? Have I just made that up?
French dip the croissant into the coffee, which is a bit...
Oh, no, they don't, do they?
They do, on occasion.
That's
I
controversial.
think the Italians just have a cigarette in their coffee for breakfast. Anyway. Fluteur. Queen 10. On the button.
Very awkward.
15 blinds, yeah.
The way to define this one.
Tell me about it.
Well, for like chips, for Chippy V, we can just shove this hand. But at this stage of a tournament, 20, like what are we, 2% of the field left? I would like to see him use this as a raise fold. Like, it still has some quite nice properties. He's gone larger, which always intrigues me. Often to me, this is kind of a tell of like, right, let's just discourage defend. Like, are you really raising close to 3 bigs here with pocket jacks, for example? You know, like a really strong hand.
Oh, sorry, raised to 5. I was a bit slow. I was behind with the graphics there. Sorry, you're quite right.
Like, I think this can often be a bit of a tell. It's going to work, you would imagine. Don't see Drokin continuing. Just, you know, not to be too critical, it's just one of these where I often think that people are not balanced here. Like, they either go all in, or they go for, of course, the steal. And this larger size, typically, in the longer term, when you see it, it's these type of holdings that are decent opens, but a little scared to go post. But I like the raise. Finds it, gets it through. Like, it's tough to balance it, is all I'm saying. Like, if you have aces, do you really 3x open here from the button off 15? I would argue no. But, you know, then I 3-bet shove my ace-8 offsuit into this, and they have it.
Yeah,
and I'm out.
It was an interesting one. I was sort of drawn to the fact that the Tujani and Drokin in the blinds had 13 and 16 bigs respectively. So it's something they're around that stack size that are looking to pounce.
Like, you're almost giving them a better price on a reshove.
Oh
now,
yeah,
exactly. Which is why I don't really love it.
Yeah, I'm here with you.
Yeah.
But I wonder if does that give us an opportunity perhaps to, if we're going to play that Queen 10, maybe have some more just straight up jams with those two stacks behind.
Yeah, it's really kind of grim. Like, it's not a spot that you... Because 15 blinds right now is still really valuable as part of the issue here. I think maybe 12 bigs you could potentially just send it in. I mean, it also depends who your opponents are, right? On your left. If you have guys that you know will 3-bet jam correctly and take the thin ones, then I don't mind open shove. But if it's people that are going to normally proceed, you know, a little cagily, which you would expect now with 22 left, I still like raise fold.
All right, here he is again. Ace 9-0 in the cutoff. Same lineup behind, of course.
And now he's downsized.
In fact, yeah, Buetas with just 14 blinds. So all of them behind at 13, 16, and 14 blinds. He's opening off 17. So this is the... All got kind of the same stack. They're going to play kind of the same ranges, is what I mean by that. Again, maybe an option that he... Does he ever just...
Open shove here was more of a consideration for me. Having that ace in hand, you do take away the option for people to 3-bet jam some kind of Broadway holdings. Even like if you shove here and someone wakes up with 6s or 7s type holdings, it's pretty grim to call it off. But I still think reasonable. You got to make people find, you know, you still have to make them jam on you, so to speak. But if you've got people who will liberally 3-bet jam, I wouldn't have minded open shove, but I would still play this as a min.
Again, we're just seeing a little pause in play by the players, all keenly aware of that pay jump that awaits them. 21st place, 21st and 21st place, getting 16.6, 22nd, 14.5. Bayern is the jump. Worth a few seconds of anyone's time, and Buetas with 10-3-0 will surely be folding those cards after his last 8 seconds of free time.
Yeah, not an insubstantial leap, and great couple of minutes for Flutur. You know, you're picking up 1 million here without showdown. Basically a 33% increase to when he started on the button with that Queen 10.
This is the sort of spot in a tournament that I feel like now shot clocks are still, you know, reasonably new thing. And this is probably the room that in the world I said earlier that needs them the less amount, right? Like people just play pretty quickly.
Sure.
But this is where I think you need a bit of a variable clock. Get to this stage of the tournament, a pre-flop action, maybe it's 20 seconds. You know, like, because people are going to tank the 30 and then fold, just make them tank the 20. If they need to use a time bank, they use a time bank. Even big fan of what we employed at Triton, which is unopened pots, pre-flop, 10 seconds.
Oh, is it as short as 10?
So you can't, as soon as the pot's opened, obviously, it reverts back to 20.
Okay.
Just to stop the tank 30 seconds fold.
Oh, that's kind of nice,
now, not because there's anything wrong with what these guys are doing by doing that. It's entirely in their right, and they're doing exactly the correct thing. But it's only correct because everyone's doing it. If you remove it and no one does it, then it's good. And the way to do that, I think, is adjusting tournament clocks. We'll see that from...
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, Pacini +1 with the big stack.
Yeah, I was just eyeballing the stacks behind. Kind of interesting how shallow everyone's getting. Pacini he's not that far off having some open jams pretty soon.
Right, the old victory jam, I like to call it.
We have
just a celebratory. Good luck, boys.
Yeah, I mean, we have 5 stacks behind of sub 20. Content to just continue for the moment with Min. As we see everybody burning some seconds, look to secure that pay jump. Speed of play likely to pick up a little once we lose one.
Bottas again, in the small blind. He's going to take his time, as we keep mentioning. Entirely right thing to do.
I got to ask you this. State, how much of this is... He's not that cold. I'm just going to put it out there, but is this like a hiding tells type
No, because he was sat at the table earlier very open, and you see his table mate Bottas here with the hood up, and I think maybe just that corner of the table might be a bit chilly. Maybe fewer people in. I believe it's pretty genuine.
Yeah.
Like I say, I mean, he was at the pitch table earlier without the blanket in a different seat.
Wonder here if there is consideration of 3-bet fold, because this is a hand I would use, and I know he's spicy. I really love it.
Yes.
Beautiful. It may not work against 9-10 suited, but I like this a lot.
He's gone for the full 3x, which isn't something you necessarily need to do off this kind of stack size, but maybe just targeting the fact that Pacini may try and mess with me.
I think the fact that Pacini has 60 blinds means that he gets to be a little more liberal with defend in position. So, you know, making it 6 blinds out of the 20, I actually don't mind it. You know, if, let's just say that Pacini started this hand with 25 to 30 blinds, then that's 6 big...
Oh, sorry. I saw the word call. I thought for a second he'd said all in. I thought he'd just gone, have this. And it's exactly it, right? He's the only person who's going to call this because of exactly what you just mentioned. And recognizing that these hands are in a very capable opponent's range.
Yeah. Yeah, this is giving respect to State also. There will be some players here where you just say, okay, it's aces and kings, let's just fold with poor implied odds. So big flop coming here for State in particular. Of course, though, has the betting lead. There's still going to be some good boards for him. Dicey waters, hopefully, for him.
Yeah.
Gets a nice texture. Oh!
My word. Well, the good news for State, if there is any, is that this is exactly the board he can't put a chip in on, isn't it?
Very likely to just give up. Now, can Pacini find deception?
Yeah.
I do think people struggle to find it, and often you just think, okay, if my opponent has a slow play or any kind of piece here, they will look to get it in.
That's the counterance, right? If State has a hand like ace-4-0, he's never putting chips in.
Exactly.
But if there's a big hand and I bet small here, maybe he commits.
Yeah.
And those are the only two. It's not like he's going to be in here with, I don't know, with some sort of middling hand.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, of course, you can never blame him here for just looking to bet flop and potentially get it in across 2 streets.
Yeah, quarter pot, the number he's gone for. And yeah, it just makes it really hard now when State has the legitimate stuff like ace-king, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to give him the free shot. You also don't want him to not have to commit chips.
Well, that's it. I can't think of a single value hand that doesn't call.
Yeah.
Like, even ace-jack, if we... I mean, ace-jack will jam, right? But you hear where I'm coming from. If you have pocket 10s and we didn't send it, although I expect that to jam also, but you hear where I'm coming from. All of the real value hands will never check fold. A little unfortunate for Pacini.
How's he like, by the way, you Pacini? You pill the 3, but you're not sure. And they just bring out the queen, jack 8. Here you go, sir. Have the nuts.
But these spots are interesting. Like, if we go a step further, what would State do here? Right, post flop with aces and kings, for example.
Right.
Does he check? I mean, we have just over 1 SPR. Like, wouldn't we?
Is it the board though? We kind of
check jam?
Check because
yeah,
we just get our opponent to maybe bet if he peeled the 3-bet liberally, as we saw he did there.
Yeah, I mean, it smashes Pacini's call of 3-bet, that's for sure. So maybe we do check our range on the flop.
Although maybe I'm with you. Maybe we just jam because we want to jam ace-king as well.
This is it.
Want to maybe make a jack fold, but, you know.
Ace-king with a spade, we might send it.
Yeah.
On 1. Credit to State for finding that 3-bet, by the way. I like it. It didn't work out, but doesn't make it a bad play. This is a pretty grim spot for Flutur.
Right. Obviously, it is Piccini, though. It is the man who we've seen as having a high VPIP, and he'll know that this man is opening very liberally. Does elect just to let go of it. Oh, here we go. This is why, though, because there are players behind who can find hands. Tujani with ace-jack. One assumes you don't wait for much better than this.
Yeah, feels like an absolute fist pump shove. Okay, maybe not absolute fist pump. We have a few players behind still to act who could find it, and of course Piccini will have a big hand on occasion. Oh, he folded.
Ooh, wow. Kind of surprising. Up against that EP raise. Nonetheless, though, it is the chip leader.
Yeah, that's a little weak in my eyes.
Oh, how nice.
Not to be too, not to be too critical, but if we jam here and get it through, we pick up 1 million chips, 900k. We only have 2.7. We are 7-handed. Blinds are coming round, eating us up quickly. I think that we have to take the spot with ace-jack.
Yeah, I mean, how nice is it your spot of your Piccini now when you're...
Oh, it's dreamy.
You're raising and you're getting... the sixes was an option possible. The ace-jack we feel like was mandatory and both folded.
I would fold the sixes, I think, with 5 players behind. Just one of those kind of ugly. Yeah. Maybe shove it from the button or the cutoff. Piccini here has the Shinka dominated. Interesting. 3, 4, 5 rainbow texture. So we have now one of these spots in Hold'em. You never make a better hand fold. Ace high never folds. No pair ever folds. So King Queen actually likes to check here a lot. Also with the big blind kind of favoring this texture. I really like how Piccini... I like the cut of his jib. Ooh. He has been outdrawn, but I still like flop check.
Yeah. Yeah, he's recognized exactly as you mentioned.
Yeah.
The way the game is played.
This seems very reasonable also from Dashinka. We can have a lot of small bets here. Small sort of value-y equity denial bets. You can even bet something like a 4 here occasionally. You can bet your 5x, bet your 10x, bet a multitude of semi-bluffs. Piccini has somewhat capped himself with flop check. Targeting these kind of ace highs. Very nice result for Dashinka. I think he showed a 10.
It's your board.
The 10, yes. Queen 10 of hearts. Queen 10 of hearts.
Piccini just rather nonchalantly. It's your board. It is his board, sir.
King Queen.
But you're absolutely right. He has chunks, and this table is very shallow. And if you're making some of your opponents fold hands as big as ace-jack pre, could be open season for the man from Italy.
I took too much information from me. I'm speaking too much.
No, okay. Small blind?
Oh, that pay jump appears to have gone.
Here we go. Things will make, well, not open up. It's not like we're so going to go crazy, but
yeah,
maybe the pace will move on a bit. Although the next jump comes at 18, so.
Oh, well, Drocken has announced all in, I believe. We don't know his hand. We get a fun little sweat.
15, 16 blinds though, so it's. Are we thinking sort of
mid pairs?
Right.
A lot of the range. Some like suited broadways occasionally. Suited Broadway. Ace Jack offsuit some people will play as a jam.
Oh yeah, ace 10 off.
Yeah, there you go.
Neighbor.
That was close enough. I would just open this hand also, but there's nothing wrong with just jamming here from LP. Make people find it. There's a few different schools of thought in these spots, you know, where your threshold is. Often a personal choice. Like, is it 16 blinds to be open shoving? Is it 10 blinds? Really depends. Makes life simple, we'll say that much, right? Just stick it in there.
Yeah.
And you can put your opponents in some bad spots with the sort of bottom of their calling range, which is a nice positive with 20 left. You may get people to fold. Some pocket pairs like sevens and below, the hands that should, quote unquote, should call. Ace Jack off's not going to love it, right, for 16.
Yeah, certainly not.
Yeah. So something to be said for the open pile.
3 tables of 7 in Notte Degli Assi. Started with 1,133 players, down to the final 21. One of whom will be the champion and walk away with 355,000 euros. 4 places, though, will secure 6-figure payout.
Yeah.
This is big in a 2K.
Very chunky for a 2K. Prize pool nudging $2.1 million. Love seeing it. Merit continuing to thrive.
I can reveal that the man busted out in 26th place was one-time chip leader Mahir Ashur.
Oh, is he gone? He was crushing yesterday.
Has gone. Looks like he got his final chips in with ace 3 against the king 5 of Tulip Bergenov.
Oh, is he still crushing?
Tulip Bergenov showing as...
Wow, so he's on for the double, right? He won the mystery bounty, didn't he? So he's on for the double trophy in 1 week. Leave some money for the rest. A great player here at Merit, Tulip Bergenov.
Yeah, he short himself, only has 2.5 million, but did finish off the remaining chips of Ashur.
Yeah, intrigued to see how Fluter proceeds here. This is one of the hands that, of course, once again, we would definitely defend this for chips. We are getting shallow. You know, it's nice to flop some equity and look to kind of run it, but it's very dicey here. I think also against one of the bigger stacks who we're often not dominated with this hand, but we can be against a guy with sort of 45, 50 blinds, especially from the button.
As we see is the case here.
Yeah.
2 will take it to the king 5-4 flop, where Dashinka has improved on that domination to complete annihilation.
Yeah, it looks like he's reaching for small bet, which makes sense. Getting on very small. I think 200k is minimum. He has 150 in hand.
Yeah, he had 175 or something. Oh, you're right, 150, yeah. So make it 250. Illegal raise, illegal bet, pardon me, which will get the job done. I say, confidently.
Yeah, I mean,
Fruto looks down at the 7 of clubs in hand, but from 3.4 million.
This
would be a little over the top, I think.
It's kind of the problem with defending these hands is that when we even do have some nice wraparound potential, like how can we activate it with so few behind?
Hang on. He counted out the bet. They pull one of those red chips out. He's got, that's 625. And oh my word.
Okay then.
We are leaving the tree.
Well, you know what? It kind of makes sense to use this type of hand, but it's so hard to pull the trigger when you are so shallow, like you were referencing, Demps. I mean, we are pretty much loving it as the Shinka. Okay, loving it might be a little strong, but pocket 4s and 5s have shoved pre.
Yeah.
We can rule them out. We block 2 pairs.
Right.
Like, there's going to be some spicy 6-7, 7-8. Some hands that just wrap around the board like this one. There will be some flush draws in there. Like, potential nut flush draw might be looking to run it. But I like call.
Most of those would have jammed pre as well, though, would they not?
Yeah, they would. But there would be a few suited combos in there.
Oh, there is the ace.
I mean, this is a disaster of a card in terms of continuing to try and bluff here.
Yeah. Although, in this particular instance, a very nice card to see.
It is.
It saves us.
It does save us.
Launching off. Although this feels like one of those hands we're always going to be one and done unless we picked up a whole bunch of equity, right?
Agree, yeah.
I just wonder if this is better with, you know, 9-7 of spades or something, whether the draw is that much richer.
Quite a big fan of this, by the way, from the Shinka. You can go either way. You can check or just bet really small. Like if your opponent has sort of a give up like a 7-8 type hand here, even you just there's no point in allowing him a free pull at 4-6s, and you also freeze a king. Like if he somehow has king 10, king jack, which he could, he is going to check this ace, and we can just bet 10% pot on the turn here and set our own price kind of thing for the river.
Yeah, because it just looks like we're itching for another check raise, doesn't it? It looks like we're just setting up, like, go on then.
And we have all the ace-X, right? So we get to just bet this small size and say, well, there's not a lot you can do, so good luck. Well played, Dashinka, though. I like it. And you know what? Going to have to give some props to Flauteur for going for it. I mean, it can work, right, against the button raise. You can get the check raise through.
Of course, there's all sorts of hands in there. The Jack 9, the Queen 8, the... I mean...
Heavily over c-bet board.
And just that's it. Name hands all day long.
I'm just meaning in terms of if we are going to defend 9-7. I like that he went for it.
Right.
Even though it has ended up costing us maybe 800k. You know, that all of the times that the button has Queen Jack offsuit here, we just pick up the pot. So.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. If you are going to maybe call these marginal ones pre-flop in this situation, then you've got to be willing to do a little bit dancing with them.
That's it. Got to get down in the trenches. And he's still okay. Maybe a merciful ace on the turn. If it was a 6, could have been a different story.
Yeah. All right, then. Next spot. Speaking of Queen Jack, that's what Grokken's found from under the gun on this 7-handed table. Not loving the seat to find it in, but good enough to try and sneak one through here.
I was intrigued to see how hard Pacini wants to lean. He could have taken a very thin one there, but I like fold too. He's in that spot now where he can just make it a million every time someone opens, like, you know, just 5 bigs and say, okay, I'm going to make you 4-bet rip it. But very reasonable fold, of course, ace-9. I feel like he may have taken like an ace-10 type spot is probably the line.
Towards the bottom. Eventually we have lost another screen that we have showing us 20 players remaining. Slowly but surely, we will reach that final table. As mentioned, naturally, things have slowed up at this point.
You know, without being unkind to previous tables, this seems very competent. Like, I'm not seeing any weak, like, kind of soft, spewy spots at this table. Everyone sort of seems to know what's going on.
Not that surprising, I guess, given the structure. Hour-long levels. It's like eventually the over-the-top dice tend to be found out, although many a times we've seen that not to be the case. Here we go. Quick look at the stacks. Reminder that it is Dashinka in second place. Way ahead, I should say, of Vladimir Dorokin. He has just 20 bigs. The rest 15 and below, but it is, of course, Armando Pacini. Still the one leading the way here with 13 million chips. Right around the average for the final table. That's a nice spot to be with 3 tables left. You can really parlay that. Of course, though, we have seen time and time again in poker tournaments, there is no guarantee. It's still... It's an incredible stack, but it's still only 60 big blinds. Yeah. And it's really not hard to lose 60 big blinds in poker.
Absolutely not. You can be out the door within an orbit. It can happen.
It's crazy, this game.
Known to happen. Yeah, I referenced it earlier, I've been very impressed with him. Like, across the whole frame, he was on the feature yesterday. Really didn't make any mistakes and almost won every pot that I saw him enter, and he's kind of carried that on here.
It's a good trick if you can do it.
Certainly is. Interesting spot for him here. This is kind of awkward, right? We have 13 big blinds Flauteur on the button, 11 bigs in the small. So it's not really the type of combo that you want to open for a steal. You know, you unblock all of the sort of Broadway type cards, ace-X, that are going to want to reshove, but he is just going to keep his foot to the floor.
Well, I wonder how much he's aware of what's going on behind. We see Tuyani a minute ago folding that ace-jack. So if he's got the impression, it'll be correct that perhaps there's a little bit of overfolding going on behind, and in which case, suddenly these 7-5 suited becoming a little bit more attractive.
100% agree.
Tuyani now, here we go, Queen Jack off in the small, much harder spot.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the button fold King 10 off, which is pretty reasonable, I think.
You feel like King 10 suited those going in?
King 10 suited in, absolutely fist pumping it in. The thing with this is that I think people sometimes struggle to adjust mentally in terms of how much fold equity they have in spots, which is quite reasonable. We've all been there. But you know, earlier in the tournament, I'm not saying, you know, advocating for reshoving Queen Jack off here, but against a big chip leader, the gap between his raise calls and his raise folds is like huge.
Right.
Because he's raising 7-5 suited, right? He's going to raise probably king 6 off here, stuff like this.
Right.
So even with 12 blinds, even with 10 to 12 blinds,
I was going to say this.
You have a lot of fold equity that sometimes in the moment when you're sitting there, you're going, well, I only have 2 million, like he's not going to fold enough. But they really will fold lots, especially with 20 left, because Piccini is that good a player in my eyes that he's going to adjust and go, all right, it's time to open king 6 off. Like, and he wouldn't do that in the middle stages of a tournament where people don't have to worry about the tournament life, right? And they're going to reshove wider.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
There's plenty of hands he's going to fold to even an 8 big blind shove, right?
Yeah,
you know, they're just in there.
So it becomes really interesting, and we need to adjust also and widen our reshove range against him exactly.
And there's, I suppose, as well, to factor in there an emotional attachment. We are halfway through day 4 of a poker tournament. Do I really want to go out 3-bet jamming 11 bigs?
Exactly, with Queen Jack off, it doesn't feel great.
The 20 left. I'm looking at the final table. Min cash on the final table, 34k. Am I? Obviously, to get there, we're going to have to win some pots. That's the thing, though.
Yeah.
Okay, Tujani, a pretty easy one here, one imagines. 11 blinds, suited ace. If you got dealt better than this, good luck to you. Trokin did not. Just Puertas behind. Again, another dusty. All the big blinds just getting dealt dust at the moment. We just saw, was it 9 deuce or something against the 7-5 that just has to fold. We've seen some 8-4-0, 8-4-0 here.
Yeah, we haven't really seen any natural clashes. We saw State 3-bet the ace-4 off. Other than that, it's been all very reasonable, of course. Sometimes you just get dealt a bag of nothing.
Yeah, incredibly. We kicked this level off 40 minutes ago with 22 players remaining. In that time, we have lost precisely 2 players.
2 players.
Naturally, things getting cagey, but we can see one of the 3 tables here just not delivering the kind of hands that cause bust outs. The others clearly doing the same thing. Or perhaps there's been a bunch of double ups, who knows. But I would expect the rest of this frame to really speed up somewhat.
Yeah, and once we get to the next level, which is 250k big blind, we literally are going to have 4 stacks on this table, sub 12 bigs. And it's just we're just going to reach that tipping point where people recognize, all right, I'm going to be eaten alive here unless I get to work. I want to see if Piccini will really leverage now. I'm sure he's, you know, more than capable. He's taken all the spots he can so far.
Yeah. Beautiful scenario for him, with the stacks behind currently being 13, 13, 18, 9, 14 blinds.
Yeah.
And the only stack that can do him any damage is nestled there in his right-hand pocket.
Oh, I mean, he's absolutely dreaming with this, and, you know, seat draw.
On that point, I mean, Dashinka obviously thrilled to have 11 million in chips, but, you know, double average, but it kind of, I mean, I guess with 50 blinds, he can still open quite a lot of hands, because it's not like Piccini can go bananas against it, but he still has to show a lot of respect to that stack behind him.
He does. He needs to moderate some of those kind of wider opens.
This one, probably still going to live in the raising range, I'd say, Andrew.
Now, give Piccini ace-jack offsuit so I can see how he wants to approach the other big stack. Sorry, Piccini, I don't mean to, you know, anti-wheel you into a cooler. Oh my God!
Well, ace-jack suited.
All right.
Is the order of the day. And does this one, because it's suited, slip more into just, I'll probably just flat this, because you don't even mind maybe if you get squeezed jam behind, right? You can just call off with this hand.
I would call this exact combo almost always, actually. One thing I will say from yesterday, Piccini loves to enter with 3-bet.
Well, and
that would be fine here too.
Well, on the flip as well, is if he does 3-bet here, very hard for Dashkina to ever 4-bet, even with like the best hands, right?
Sure.
So you would, it's not like you blast yourself out the pot that often, although probably would with these kings here. As it is, takes the more standard line, the one we're both in favor of, with this flat. And again, maybe, just maybe, you know, you get someone jamming in behind.
Yeah, if we give Dashinka hands like an ace-queen off or pocket tens, for example, like they can't even 4-bet.
Never 4-betting these hands, right?
So there's actually arguments for call and 3-bet. I like call, though. We got position. Beautiful, beautiful suited hand.
If you get yourself in a situation where you think Pachinko's going to play so honest against you that he doesn't have 4-bet bluffs, just as an argument, like obviously we're never going to be that sure. But if that's the case, then
you can 3-bet range.
Then we can just 3-bet, right? Because you just know he's never going to come after you. I mean, we never know that.
Sorry to interrupt there, Demps. Did Stake call? Okay, it's on him now. I'd be very surprised if he flicked this in.
Yeah, this one looks a pretty bad hand, as you were referencing last night in our coverage about how tight you have to play in the big blind as the overcaller. And of course, you know, the scenario being the scenario here, especially you've got under the gun opening, the 2 big stacks playing 20 left.
Yeah.
ICM's a big factor. But even without ICM, you were educating us last night on just how tight you have to be in these spots. And perhaps it's a big leak that a lot of players have, good players included.
Oh, trust me, I looked at some of the stuff and thought, right, I'm leaking hard here. Very intrigued by this Dashinka sizing. Just decided on the little tickler. 20%, just a shade over. We're not folding this hand ever as Pacini. He's just deciding, can I ever start with a raise? Feel like he'd be more inclined to raise a hand like Queen Jack of Spades here. Right. Like hands that have no showdown can get better to fold and wrap around the 10.
Yeah, just taking a little bit of time, I guess, for balance as well.
Yeah.
Always knowing he's calling this one.
Oh,
here we go. Picks up nut spades on the turn. Dashinka. Now, having had the small bet, keeping a load of weak stuff in here, does he ever knuckle it over and allow that weak stuff to bluff, or does he just carry on?
I would bet this exact hand. Having 2 black kings, I think, is somewhat relevant. Although we do have king of spades in hand, right, which blocks some of those backdoor flush draw combos, which makes us a little less vulnerable. But, you know, we don't have a heart in hand. Our opponent still has plenty that we can get value from.
Right, basically every pocket pair.
Every pair, every 10x, like, that hasn't raised, every flush draw. Yeah, even some, like, 6-7 of spades types, if they were in there, they probably wouldn't be from +1. But any hand that's improved to a flush draw to go with the front door one.
Yeah.
He's gone a little small. I thought he might go a bit larger here. It is double flush draw.
He went for the old B40.
Yeah.
Favorite. Just not in this spot.
I would like a little larger from a theory perspective, maybe like a 2/3 pot B70 type. Big river coming here.
Obviously, Dashinka himself is in his mind probably recognizing that he can rep plenty of bluffs here with hearts and spades on board.
Yeah.
Now then, a brick river.
Yeah.
Dashinka going for the 3rd street, 2.1 into 3.6.
I like it. Having that king of spades now becomes quite important also, because we now block these king, queen of spades, king, jack of spades, which would be 100% a part of Pacini's range, which could potentially bluff if we checked river.
Right.
And so here, you know, we're putting these pocket pairs that you talked about in a really tough spot that would all knuckle back. A 10 is going to find a hard time folding. And like, yeah,
oh,
look
wow.
at, oh, that's interesting.
Oh, wow. Wow, that is really interesting in my mind, because in my mind, like, are some of the bluffs not maybe like,
yeah,
ace, queen, ace, king of hearts? Are they like, could he be bluffing with better?
I don't think we'll bluff nut hearts, but it's just a little, I'm a little surprised that we sort of block some of these trebles with like jack of spades in hand, right? So like a queen, jack of spades might go for the treble. It seems like an interesting candidate to sort of hero down. We really only beat, like a queen, jack of hearts, that can bluff. King, jack of hearts. I don't think the ace, king, and ace, queen would bluff, but maybe they would.
Well, well, well. I was also going to ask you before he made the call that, do we read anything into Dashinka's speed of bet? Like, he bet that river very quickly.
He did, right? There wasn't much thought.
And typically, players can be kind of pigeonholed when they do that kind of thing. A lot of players, some players will always be bluffing when they bet quickly, and some players will always value when they bet quickly. And I wonder if there's anything that can be read into that. I don't know. And I was also very surprised at just how quickly Pacini called himself. Given we got time chips in play,
snapped it, right?
2 million chip bet. That's a, you know, it's 2% of the chips in play was the bet.
Huge.
It's a really big bet in the context of this tournament.
Yeah. Not to be overlooked, the old momentum swings now. Like, we have a flip-flop between those two.
Yeah.
Dashinka, 15 million versus 10. All of a sudden, Pacini sort of had a stranglehold on the table, but the man with the one name, he might look to take up that mantle now.
Yeah.
Fun hand. We didn't really get time to analyze river, so
yeah,
it happened very fast.
I'm very surprised. And as used, the Jack of Spades just seems like a card we do not want to have to call if we're going to call down ace high. And I know what you're saying, like the ace king, ace queen of hearts probably aren't the combos, but
you never know. You can never rule it out. Like ace king one spade or whatever could bluff. Like it's not out of the realms.
How silly do we feel?
Pocket deuces or something. He's not going to have deuces, but you hear me. If he somehow bluffs with some showdown, it is non-zero. Like pocket fours or something that thinks, right, I'll try and get sevens or eights out. You know, something like this.
That's what, it feels to me like those ace king, ace queen combos might just do that.
Yeah.
At some frequency. Again, not all the time, but calling when we can lose to bluffs.
Interesting hand. I liked it. Little glimpse into the mind of Tujani here. We saw him folding ace-jack to an open, which we thought was a little tight. Could open shove this one, but I like min raise, and he does go for it with king-queen. Round to State, who does have a rejam stack. This is a pretty grim holding. Ace-8 offsuit against a fellow short stack. I think he will just get out of the way here. Maybe jam over like a button raise here, but hijack, there's reshove stacks behind. This is just a little too weak, I think. Yeah, he seems to agree.
Bertas paying attention to the outer tables. Scanning his eyes over there. We're down to 19. Pay jump, we got on again. 2.4k the difference between 19th and 18th.
Yeah, Dashinka with the decision. Ace-7 off here in the big. Kind of tricky. We're against the 13 big blind open. Likely to just defend. Oh, is he letting it go? He is.
Whoa, don't show the ace. He says respect and shows it. I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, I don't think you want people to see that you're going to fold an ace to a min raise.
Right, and I think
even though it's not that unreasonable.
Tujani as well. Was it him who had an open jam a minute ago for 16 blinds? I think it was him. Was it him or was it? Or was it
no,
Drokin? It was Drokin, maybe.
It was Drokin.
Still, like, I mean, there aren't that many raise calls of 13 right at this stage of the tournament. Surely they're just jamming most of those hands.
The funniest thing about this is that he says respect, but it's almost disrespect. Right?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you're not good enough to steal from me.
Yeah.
You know, I'll fold an ace. I thought he would just call and proceed post, and yeah. Mix of call and 3-bet shove when you think they've got too many raise folds. I think fold's a bit too tight. But he just has this perception, perhaps, that Tujani's going to be too honest and have a very narrow range when he min raises. And maybe he does, right? We saw him fold ace-jack, so perhaps Dashinka has a read that his man might be a little tighter than most with that min raise. We are on that another pay jump, guys, which is potentially why we're seeing a lot of tank and pre.
Yep.
Makes sense. It's up to almost 3,000 now, the jump.
Also, this one, a little bit more than just a pay jump. We lose one player, we break a table.
Redraw.
Suddenly, as one of these short stacks, you love to play a full ring. So much nicer.
Actually makes a monumental difference, yeah. Like if you're at the 6-handed table, yeah, 7-6-6, right? Yes.
7-6-6, yeah.
So if you're at one of the 6-handed tables, it really is more of a disadvantage, right, than being at the 7-handed one. Blinds are hunting you quicker, one hand sooner than at the 7 max table. Very tricky stuff for State. 9-7 of diamonds on the button, 12 blinds. Another one of these spots that for chip EV you could jam. I don't expect him to shove this with 19 left. Yeah, I like it. Just amazing how the dynamics change, and it is into the 2 chip leaders. Even more reason not to take a very thin jam spot. And how's Dashinka going to approach this newfound chip advantage over Pacini? Like,
I mean, still going to be somewhat wary, I think, out of position against Pacini.
Oh, sure, we're not going to go crazy. Just certainly not unreasonable to start having some more raises out of the small blind than limps. But yeah, I wouldn't like limp in this one. Seems very reasonable. Pacini. Yeah. Nice hand to check. Don't want to bloat the pot here. Rather raise worse. Type holdings, worse or better.
Ace, king, deuce. One that I sort of say in this modern world favors the limper from the small than it does the big blind checking behind.
Yeah, it's kind of the most over-bluffed limp stab kind of spot. And with good reason, right? We still likely favors us in the small a little more. Although having said that, I think at this stage of the tournament, Piccini with 50 blinds, all the kind of low ace X, he's going to check a lot of them.
All right, and a lot of king X.
And a lot of king X, so it's maybe like equalizes a little. Queen high here, we kind of want to get sticky for one, but just with spades, it kind of makes it kind of gross. No back doors available, but he is going to keep his man honest for one.
Well, some modicum of a backdoor arriving, opening. Not that he needs it, and I assume the 7 high just slips down here. Ooh. Wow, just recognizing maybe that this.
I mean, we can make a deuce fold. We can make the 3-4, 4-5 combos that are looking for the wheel fold. We start to put the low flush draws in a somewhat of a grim spot, although the bet's very small.
Yeah.
Looks like 300k, so 30%. So you won't shake off too many flush draws for this kind of price. Basically targeting a deuce and some queen highs.
Made the raise.
Oh, he did!
With the queen. Taking it upstairs. Again, taking one of these worst hands that wants to proceed and finding it as a bluff.
Well done.
Andrew's in here, putting his hands together. A round of applause for Piccini. May have made what we see as perhaps a misstep, making that call with ace-jack. Quickly reclaiming some of those chips here.
That's a really nice play.
Yeah.
Maybe reading something into this sizing, like 300k into 1 million, 30% on ace, king, deuce, 10. Most of the strong hands, like, I mean, basically when we bet turn, we're repping an ace or better is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
And that needs protecting, that wants value, likely plugs into the sort of, you know, 600 to 800k realm sizing. And this little 300 bet sort of, yeah, Piccini wasn't a believer. Finds a very nice raise with queen high.
Yeah, well picked apart from Mayu there. As we carry on with this table of 7. 2 tables of 6 out there battling away on the floor. They're 1 elimination away from combining to 2 tables. We're also only just a few minutes away from asking them to play a little bit higher.
Oh yes. 250k big blind incoming. Buetas really feel for him here. He's been properly dealt out. Down to 1.9 million. Really through no fault of his own.
Yep, just catching up with those first outs. In 21st, pardon me, it was Ignacio Garrido picking up 16.6k. His race, his run ending, ace-5 into the 2 queens of Simone Adrian, who's back to prospering out there. Up to
a lot of pedigree.
Yeah, up to 10 million in chips. And then we saw a 3-way all in. Sargsyan, Gordo, Kuzmami. Kuzmami covered both, but he wasn't able to hold on. Gordo with the triple up, sending Sargsyan out of the door in 20th, leaving us with 19 left. The State makes it 400. With the hooks from the cutoff, 12 bigs, having some sort of non-all-in range.
I really like it. It's super important to get value from hands as good as this.
Right.
And we already saw Flutur defend the hand like 9-7 off, so if you've got someone who's willing to defend potentially 2 undercards, you know, 1 overcard, 1 under, got to get value at this point. State's aware. I don't, you know, he wants to win this tournament. I think it's a waste of a hand to open shove it.
He shows it. And interesting as well, of course, his spot opening the cutoff there when it is the 2 big stacks behind. Kind of, not that they really ever, I mean, I'm not going to say never have a 3-bet fold range, but
yeah,
he's still got to be a little bit cautious, a little bit tighter, right?
You want to take a nap?
Yeah, and we've seen that from him. He folded 9-7 of diamonds a moment ago, you know, declined a spot with a suited hand in the big that he could have continued against the two big stacks.
Yeah.
I think he's going to play pretty perfectly here in terms of just respecting this stack depth and picking the right times to activate and come in for a raise or shove.
Drogon. King, Queen, O. 18 from under the gun. More than enough for open for him.
Yeah, very nice candidate. We don't mind to raise fold this one. It's not a lot of fun, of course, if you have to do it, but good, has good properties as a steal. Buetas has been dealt absolute stone bottom of range for the last hour. Trying to secure that ladder while waiting for some heat.
State also. Gonna bird his allotted amount of time, one imagines. Looks like just looking towards his stack, it appears like he only has one time card left. In fact, but the case of both of them there, I'd like to get back to that shot. We'll see in the next hand, but there certainly wasn't a stack of time chips there.
It did look like one, didn't it?
Now, I'm sure they get more at the final table, but we're a long way from the final table.
Yeah, if it's the same as the tournaments from all week long, you do get 6 new ones at the FT.
Here we go.
But that is a long way away. You're not wrong about that.
Now, the flip of that is, of course, at the moment, most decisions aren't going to need time cards holding just a few blinds. Genie.
I did ask if you would lean with some sort of 900k to 1 million 3-bets. Yeah. Love it.
Well, you called it an orbit ago.
Absolutely love it.
When he folded the ace-9, you said, wouldn't be surprised if he starts just making it a milli over all the opens. Here we go. And now, big question for Drogon. How deep can you go?
This is it. These are the spots where we kind of can make our money. I don't expect him to find a shove with King-Queen offsuit specifically. But this is the kind of spot where it can be exactly what it looks like. Like, Pacini has chips to lean on us. He shouldn't have that many hands that 3-bet call when we are opening a strong range, right, off a kind of mid-stack. But what can you do? King-Queen just not quite strong enough.
Right, he's not. It's not like we're opening wide here.
Yeah, this is just one of the hands we're going to raise fold.
Right, we have to fold some of the hands we open. It's one of the worst ones we do.
Yeah.
He elects to kick it into the mark. Well done, Pacini. Yeah, it feels like if we jam King-Queen off there, we're almost being disrespectful, right? We're saying, like, you're just 3-betting too much, pal. I'm just going to basically 4-bet jam with all my opens.
I think it just has the kind of not quite strong enough properties.
Here we go then. 125, 250. The squeeze is real on the shorties. Rocking down to 13. Stake 12. Trujani 11. Soto and Buetas sub 10 big blinds. It is still the two big stacks leading the way, but they have flip-flopped. Chini now second in chips, but with a nice pick up there. Closing that gap so quickly already on Dashinka, who leads the way here on our featured table. And also, I noticed, just on our clock here, that we have access to in our wonderful commentary booth here. We have a tournament clock and it says active 18. We have lost our 19th place player. So that means any minute now, those two empty seats will be filled with some fresh meat, one assumes, as soon as this hand finishes. Will be sweet relief to the shorties.
Yeah, I was about to reference, we have just reached that moment. I wondered if Pacini would start to open jam in some spots, and now every stack behind him is 13 or below. But it really is going to depend, and it's not to be understated. I wonder who takes 5.
The empty seat is a real big thing right now, isn't it?
It's sweat right now.
Seat 2 is right, not server 11, but that seat.
Yeah.
You said seat 5. What stack is going to come in there? It could really change the dynamics of this table.
Like, if seat 5 is a shorty, Pacini could honestly feasibly just open jam range from any pot that the Chinka's not involved in.
Right, by range you mean any hand he wants to play?
Any hand he wants to play, yeah.
Not just ripping any two. Come on, Andrew. Calm yourself down.
Not any two, but...
You're getting a bit carried away.
Just from what I've seen of him, you know, that King 7 of spades, 3-bet, I think he's just super aware of the, you know, dynamics with the stack depths.
Good news for those short stacks, of course, and for all the players involved, as we did achieve that pay jump. Our final 18. Guaranteed that little bit more money. $19,000 now, the min. Next jump, acquired at 15 remaining. Tujani in the small. Sticks in some gum. Will he stick in the chips?
Yes.
Feels like a mandatory one, this, doesn't it?
Oh, you're absolutely thrilled to wake up with King Jack here. 625k in the middle. We want it.
Yeah, time for subtlety is... Oh, well, it looks like a kind of a small stack coming here in seat 5. Sorry to take away from this hand going on, but... Yeah, looks like around about 5 million chips coming in there. 20 blinds, so slightly more than the other stacks behind, but not by that much. Who's going to be wielding them? That's the question.
You know I like a good beard. Got a little glimpse of one there.
Yeah. You've got a beautiful beard, don't you?
Thanks, mate.
Does it take up much of your time?
It's how I base all my self-esteem.
Is it a lot of maintenance going into
I'm actually fairly lazy, to be fair. I'll just go to the barber, ask them to sharpen it up, and then very occasionally I'll step in with a little trim.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's the good genetics. Presenting you with this beautiful
nicest
beard.
thing you've ever said to me, Dan.
Well, we're getting towards the end of the festival. Castro's coming in seat 5 with that 5 million chip stack, and he brings Mario with him.
Oh, the gentleman with the beard was just escorting the chips.
Yes,
I see. I was about to say that's not the guy I saw a moment ago.
The name has for some reason escaped my attention there. Got a wonderful foreman, but just bringing the stack over. Okay.
So it's his cat called Mario, is that what you're telling me?
It is Mario, it's in Super Mario, but in the... oh, for the life of me, I forgot the name of the suit he's wearing. I'm not a Mario aficionado.
Right.
I deferred to Mr. Lappin on this, but he educated me. Tanuki suit.
Ah, okay.
Gives Mario some extra powers. One of which was freezing in place as a statue and becoming invincible.
Really haven't. It's been too long since I played Mario.
Which combined with the fact that he can get airborne and then utilize that skill, he can squash his opponents.
Oof. I like the Super Nintendo version. I still have a SNES, you know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty ugly spot this for Flutur.
Yeah, this feels like one now on a 9-handed table we just kind of avoid.
Yeah, I'd expect fold. As standard. Just a shade under 9 bigs. Now then, Castro. Probably going to shove this one. Stacks behind, 13 blinds, 11 blinds, 7 blinds. We have pocket 5s in the cutoff. Okay, just starts with raise.
I think one of...
Wow, okay.
In my opinion.
When we play.
No, after.
Well, fortunately for him, he didn't take my advice. Runs into pocket 10s here of Tujani on the button. Certainly could have open shoved this one. We have 13, 10, and 7 BBs behind.
Yeah, actually, nice. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Castro I've seen has been a lot of, 2.5 to 3xing. So he's obviously adjusted. He's down to 20 blinds. But yeah, with you, maybe this is a spot where the bigger open would have been more favourable. However, he's going to save himself. One assumes, not over yet. But I've seen a lot of Castro, and if anything, I'd say he kind of would lean towards the overfold camp in these kind of spots. We saw him make earlier today a questionable raise fold off like 22 blinds with ace queen.
Okay.
I just get the sense that, as I said at the time, he was really good yesterday with a big stack, wielding it, doing the driving, doing the pressurizing. But I don't think he's as confident when he's reactive.
Okay.
People are 3-betting him. It kind of takes him out of his comfort zone a little bit. But let's see. But that's just asking for the count. I mean, obviously you're not going to play this king 4. One eye always on the ladder ups. And And maybe just wanting to highlight to Castro, just to make sure, hey, you know, this is only like 12, 13 blinds when it comes, oh, sorry, yeah, 13 blinds when it comes back to you. Actually, this is a lot closer. It's only remake myself aware of the situation here. In my head, mentally, I was back at the 200k big blind level, Andrew. This is
okay.
He did make the fault.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I like shove.
Yeah.
It's just to take the decision away, and if we do get unlucky and run into an overpair, kind of so be it.
Now,
like it's not great to raise fold hand as strong as fives from the cutoff against the kind of reshove range. It has a lot of overcards and stuff like this.
The other fresh player at the table, Kirill Burtin, joining us. He was the man who got us down to 18. His 2 6s all in pre-flop. As the covering stack versus a short stack jam, nonetheless, but his 6s outdoing the jacks of Mihai Nista. Finishes in 19th place. Flopping that 6, getting us down to the final 2 tables.
Yeah, unfortunate way to go for Mihai. Great player, lovely guy. He'll be back. Nice run.
And just like that, down to 17. Konstantin Baronin out in 18th place. Oh, in fact, it happened simultaneously. There we go. He shoved King Jack into A7, did not improve. Finished in 18th, but notably got that pay jump. So that happened at the same time. I wonder if there's any time bank usage, that kind of thing. Those 2 tables on the outer floor probably near each other. Probably some, oh, are you all in there, are you pal? I'll just, before I call this off, I'll just throw this time card in. Make myself a couple more grand.
They're like thinner.
It's such a big part of things nowadays, right? Like, it really is a skill in itself.
Mm-hmm. It's certainly something you see, because it's still relatively new in the sense of poker, that you still see some inexperienced players really not getting to grips with it, because you just don't often get that deep in these tournaments, 1,000 entries. So maybe you haven't had a shot at this in a couple of years if you don't play that often. Maybe you're not so aware of what you're supposed to be doing.
Oh, what a cooler for Buetas.
Patience, you said he hadn't really been dealt a situation. Got dealt one here with an ace in the small. Would have felt very good to him. State just waking up with the goods behind. Patrolman State. Here we go, the car's in. The officer. Got probable cause. Ace in the window, king behind, all but does it for Buetas. He's doing the prepay. It's the strongest move you've got. Yeah, I did see here. Just as we... Oh, there's a chance. There's always a chance. You can see there's still 1 on the deck. For a chop. The faintest of equity left in this tournament. Oh my word! Oh my word! How has he managed that?
No!
He threw his chips in. He did the prepay. He threw his solitary time card in. And then, from nowhere, running 9s for a chop. We saw just 1 out remaining. The case 9 in the deck. Incredible. Wow. High drama on day 4 of the Notte Degli Assi. Now, a very small pot, but
I mean, it's huge.
A complete 3-1 out.
Yeah.
For Buetas.
Wow, what a story it would be if he could spin it up from here. Running 9s. Bit of a bad beat for State. You know, that 1 point, what,
right.
2 million, right? Basically, it's cost him. Well, a little less, of course, when he chopped it up.
Yeah.
Goodness me. Running 9s.
Would you believe it? But point was, Buetas 1-time chip, State the same. Saw there when we went to the close-up on those 2 playing that pot out. So there is potential issues going forward for those 2. But yeah, State would have had, what, 4.5 million if he'd held there. Would have been a lot more comfortable than he is now. Pacini, the 2 6s. All right, let's see. What's the play?
I think just raise and evaluate is the plan. He does have the Shinka in the big, so
you're quite right.
Well, Fluto, you've been very patient. And this one is pretty grim. If it does come back round to Pacini, may feel compelled here to flick it in with 6s. That's burn a time bank chip. I've never quite understood that strategy here. Like, aren't we just wasting like 30 seconds here? Like, we're never not shoving this. We have 8 blinds. If Puccini is going to call us, he's going to call us. Do you think it changes the ranges behind much? Like, not really. If someone has 10s, they'll still put it in.
I guess he just wants to balance it. But yeah, you never see someone do this then fold, though, do you? You're right. The time chip seems like a waste. You're right.
I might be being a little critical, I suppose.
I mean, he's got plenty of them by the looks of it. However, I'm with you. Do you ever tank and then fold? Probably not.
Yeah, this is kind of nasty for Puccini. I know it's only, you know, 9 big blinds, but the 9 big blind range that does 3-bet shove here from +2 is still pretty tight.
Right.
You know, we're really just hoping for a flip.
I'm going to say something to you here.
Go on.
Here's a pair.
Yeah. I don't think he'll fold. It's one of these, and we have 11 million. There's more than enough sort of ace-jack suited, ace-queen off, ace-king offs are all in there. King-queen suited.
Yep.
Might still put it in.
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
I'd imagine even, would we go as far as like the king-jack suited?
I don't think so.
We just respecting Puccini still opening from early.
Full table behind, I think we would have to fold.
Okay.
He doesn't like it. Yeah. Look at this.
Wow.
I honestly don't mind it.
That is a class fold from Puccini.
Brilliant.
Exactly what we were saying earlier. Sometimes you don't believe how much fodder equity you've got.
Yeah.
You made a point. It's a full table. It is a slightly different situation. But look at that. 9 big blind rejam. Just under 9 big blind. Rejam. Not a jam. Rejam. Gets a pair to fold, closing the action.
Yeah, Fluter will be very disappointed here.
Although, on the other table just now, we had jacks with 6s.
That's
I know.
He's thrilled.
He survives. Gets one through. No risk to the stack, no chance of elimination. Of course, he would have rather the call.
Jack,
Yeah.
6-6.
It's actually a great laydown.
Jack, 6-6. 6, mono.
You watched with him?
No, not with him. No, with me.
Oh.
I feel like Mario's facing the rail. He needs to look forward. See what's coming. What's going on? Rocking. 10 and a bit in the hijack, 9-6 suited. Not a qualifier, that's for sure. Especially with just 17 players remaining in the Notte Degli Assi.
No, not Rumin. My soția in Galați. Galați. Soția mea, da. All understand, mai vorbesc mai puțin, para mai bine înțeles, da?
Beautiful setup here at the Merit Crystal Cove.
Sorry? No,
Such a fancy, impressive stage. Amazing what you can do. Andrew with some LEDs.
It looks fabulous, doesn't it? I gotta say. I mean, it never fails to impress me. Tech team have done a fabulous job all week.
I have a friend to Yash.
It just looks great, doesn't it? I want one of those in my house at some point. Just like one of those poker tables with all the lights underneath and stuff. Not that I can afford it currently, but you know, maybe one day. Have you got a table in the house? Have you ever had one? Like ever had a kind of gaming setup for the lads to come around and play?
Definitely, yeah. I don't think I ever had a specific table. I definitely borrowed one off a friend and stuff before, but I certainly had, you know, all the chipsets and stuff.
Yeah,
like that in the past. Not anymore. I think. In fact, when I just moved out of my house in April, the last chipsets I had, I went, nah, you're not going to storage. You're not making the move. They went in the bin. I'm like, come on.
Did they?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sacrilege.
Yeah.
Oh, this is intriguing. Back into the action. Where does this side end? I'm not a big fan of this, I must say.
A little optimistic, huh? Queen 8-0.
6 bigs. Like, 6 bigs is 6 bigs here, and the average stack is shallowing. It might work. Okay.
Oh, it's going to work.
Well done. Seems too thin to me.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised as well with you there. I mean, Queen at O just does not perform particularly well when we meet resistance.
Oh, he's going to be absolutely thrilled to get it through. I mean, to be fair, this is a man that just runnered 9-9. So he's like, you know what, I'm going to win for sure anyway.
Who cares at this point? Was, well, 2 feet out the door and an arm and everything. In fact, someone had to say, hey, you could hit a 9. Didn't even know he was drawing live. 1 out for the chop. You can't be in any worse spot, Andrew, than 1 out for a chop. And then
unbelievable that he found it.
That's the, like, you see 1-outers.
Yeah.
1 out.
1 out.
Off the pot.
Yeah.
That's the situation he was in.
What's his percent on Ace King 9? It's got to be 1%. 1% to win or whatever, and similar to chop, right?
I mean, less?
Less than 1%.
You need an Ace King run out?
Yes, Ace King or 7-7
to win.
Yeah.
7-7 to win, Ace King to chop.
9-9
chop. That's it.
That's it. Found his way out of it.
No backdoor flush draw combinations, no straight draws, nothing like that. It was only the perfect runners that could do it. Of course, he doesn't tell the whole story. He was all in pre-flop for 5 blinds with a 7 blind on blind.
Sure.
I mean, in essence, kind of unlucky to be behind.
100%, yeah.
Plenty worse.
It was like a huge cooler under the circumstances.
Yeah. But now, can he run that? Can he run with it? Can he turn that story into something?
I'm kind of feeling it.
He was off the stage. He was taking the mic off. He'd thrown his time card in. He prepaid. He'd done everything. He stood up. He changed his flight to tonight. He'd done the whole lot.
The Jack double.
Also 9.
We have this very interesting setup now.
See, sorry to cut off. That's not what I do. If I'm showing the 9 deuce off when I fold the big blind. I'm saying, look, I'm not weak. I'm not going to fold those in the big blind. I just happen to have 9 deuce off. Don't do it again. I won't always have 9 deuce, as opposed to the showing an ace and saying I respect you. Like,
that was an interesting strategy from Dashinka. Just an interesting dynamic, isn't it? We have Dashinka, Burton, and Pacini with all the chips on this table.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they have 140 bigs between them. And then the other 6 players have, what, 28, 45, quick math, 75 blinds only. Wow. So 2/3 of the chips in play at this feature occupied by seats 1, 2, and 3.
The rich corner.
Yeah. They're not loving it, by the way, to all be, of course, seated
right. I mean,
next to each other.
There's one man who's enjoying it, but Pacini downwind.
Yeah.
But yeah, even he maybe doesn't get to have as many still spots as he would if they were more spread out.
Right.
But he'll also enjoy the fact that he just never gets any tough 3-bet spots. Tujani, King Queen suited from under the pump. Gonna give this one a go. Seems to make a lot of sense to me. Another one of these ones where he just want to get it through.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just be very happy to see people fall.
Like, why are you giving me this hand under the gun? Give it to me in the cut off and I can do something more with it. I could raise, get it in. Going to get it through the big stacks. That's the first bit of relief. Flutter, no interest. And yeah, Castro.
That's what you suggested. Look at this. 10-3 off, mate.
Yeah. There's something to note for those watching at home. You know, it's just the showing an ace and folding a big blind when there's an open is. It's
a strange
people
one,
to come after you. You want to minimize the chance of people coming after you. If anything, you want to leave it just the big blind because you do best against their range. You don't want mid-position suddenly thinking, hey, there's the guy that folds an ace, now I'm going to open tighter. Now, you do create more action behind you because people will adapt. And sure, you're playing against a wider range here, but I promise you, you'd rather play against a button range than you would do against a mid-position wider range.
100%.
But it's fun when it creates action behind. Now they know he's going to open wider here, so now it's like, might be some sort of leveling war going off downstream.
Lighting the blue touch paper, so to speak. Action going to be round to state in a moment's time. We are on another pay jump, so Buetas very aware. Just burning that pre-flop time. Oh, we're not. Well, we're 2 away, so he's still makes sense to take your time.
You just want to play fewer hands near the table. That's it. It's more pronounced when we're on the direct pay jump, but even when we're not, it just still makes sense.
Yeah.
Which is again why I advocate for sliding shot clocks in tournaments with them. Better believe if I'm sat there and I'm in a short stack, I'm taking 30 seconds every hand.
Absolutely, you just have to
nothing but that.
Do what you got to do. Like this from Burton. Of course, these raggedy aces start to become quite valuable now against a bunch of shallow stacks who, for the most part, are playing pretty straightforward. You know, reshove or fold can happen often at these depths. We've seen Tujani make a couple of tight folds, and I think this would be very reasonable to lay down in any case. Kind of bottom of a range defend anyway. 17 left. Let's just move on to the next one.
With 100 left, we're never ever considering folding, but
yeah, that's
17. Recognizing the situation has changed.
16.
Burton.
16 left.
A nice little pickup. Oh, nice discussing.
16 left. No.
Ah,
16
must be down to
left,
16 left because we are moving a player.
Oh, who is it?
So Drocken, so of course going to be the next big blind, has been sent out to the floor.
Yeah.
Can mean only one thing: 2 tables of 8. So we are on that direct pay jump now. 3K the difference between 16th and 15th.
Why? No 16. 16. Oh, okay. Okay. Perfect.
Garbage all the way around. Tujani in the small with the 8 big blind stack behind.
This is a pretty low morale situation to wake up with 5-3 suited. Buetas has 8 blinds in the big. So it kind of handcuffs us a little in this spot. But he is still reaching for complete chips.
Okay.
Kind of interesting here because very, you know, large parts of our range here want to jam.
Right, so
it's like now we're just basically saying we have a real trap, right? Like a 10s plus, like even ace queen off here, for example, just shoves from the small.
Okay.
So we're really saying now we either have a pretty weak holding or a very strong one.
There's a lot more weak ones than strong ones.
There's a lot more weak ones. So, you know, Buetas could consider jamming some holdings. This one would seem to play okay as a check, so we do see 3.
Well, 2 hearts on the board gives Buetas that flush draw, but Tujani with a gut shot to the wheel will check it, and I guess hard for Buetas to tell a story on this board, isn't it?
Yeah, I like this. Let's just take the free equity if we are being trapped. You know, we don't want to bet and have to call it off. Kind of like the check from Tujani and play this as a delay. You know, we really don't have many ace-X of our own, right, for 8 bigs effective.
He's checked once again.
Yeah, he's going for the delay river bluff, which I don't hate. Like, it's the same problems for Buetas, right? He doesn't really have an ace. He doesn't have too many strong holdings, too many queen X even. So, I mean, this, I don't like this.
Yeah, I feel like with you, just go fire 1 blind, right?
Just bet 250K. Like, it might induce Buetas to do the same, but I don't really think we can. I mean, what are we targeting here if we bet?
Right.
Like, most of the king highs have jammed already. We're trying to get jack high specifically to fold when we bet here. But he is aware, right? I can't check back with 9 high.
Maybe he's thinking, you know, all the worst hands would have stabbed. So therefore, it is a lot of this jack high. Maybe some better 9 high. Well, 9 high would be a chop, but
yeah.
250 is possible.
And you know, not to be too hard on Tujani, but every pot kind of critical here.
I'm with you there.
Like there's a million chips up for grabs. Let's have a little stab at it.
Ooh, look at this.
Okay, one is good.
Look at what's on the line. That is a beautiful trophy.
Is there a story developing with Boetas? I wonder. Finds the runner, 9-9 chop, gets the queen 8 shoved through, is allowed to win that pot on the river. And just creeping his way back up. He's back almost to 10 bigs. Some potential to open this one in my eyes for the Shinka. Whether he agrees is to be determined. Like, don't mind opening a hand like this with the ace blocker. We do have the full table to get through, so very reasonable to fold, of course. Wouldn't have been shocked to see it. Everybody playing pretty snug.
Castro then, 6-7 suited in the cutoff.
Yeah, shows restraint, like it. Just not much playability.
Tujani, a pair against a 9 big blind stack and a 10 big blind stack. One assumes only one course of action.
Yeah, you got to take it. Again, it is quite uncomfortable. It's not a lot of fun jamming this hand. This is my least favorite. Looks like he's counting out raise non all in.
Yeah,
I don't like it at all.
This feels like.
I mean, you play. It's into 2 very good players as well. State is going to defend properly here, and he's either going to defend with call or shove with lots of hands, and you just don't want to see 3 with deuces. Not the one.
Never. It's like the hand that wants to shove the most, isn't it? And it's just a dreamy scenario to do so for just 10 blinds, I think.
Yeah, I mean, just put it in, right? We can flip against lots of the calling range anyway.
Well, he's kind of got himself in a situation where it is 9-3 suit. Now this might be one of the ones he still wants to fold off 10 with 16 left.
Yeah, it's pretty grim.
Also, State's shown a willingness to sort of get involved. He obviously rates his chances quite rightly post-flop.
He is reaching that tipping point now where obviously we can still be sort of disciplined because there's lots of stacks around about this step.
Right.
So I think he, like, you know, probably just recognizing that and deciding, all right, this one's not quite making the cut. But living a little dangerously, Tujani, in my eyes, just min-raising.
A little lucky to get away with that one.
You don't want to raise fold a pair here to 2 very good players. Like, if Boetas wakes up with ace-8 off in the small, like, he's just going to put it in. And then we're going to have to fold deuces. And sometimes you just have to close your eyes and go all in.
It's gambling.
It is. I mean, there's 625 in there. We need those chips. But it worked out. You know, I think it's a little different. If we have, like, a king... You know, king 7 off or king 7 suited, even like a blockery type hand that could more get behind raise fold. Got a pair. Let's go.
Piccini, +1, 2 7s. Does have the Shinka, the big stack. Oh, a fellow big stack in the big blind, but the rest behind 11 bigs, 15, 19, 9, 8. Is he called? Wow. Well, well, well. What have we got going on in here? Talk to me, Andrew.
Pretty interesting adjustment. So let me have a little peruse of these stacks behind you. We're saying, so we have 11, 15, 19, 9, 8. and then 55.
Right, so it's unlikely we're going to see a limp along is the point of those stacks.
Yes, I think basically that's what we're looking at here is that the short stacks kind of have to play honestly. They can't really speculate and over limp like a Jack-9 suited type holding. I guess the plan is that if any of the 10, like 11, 9, or 8 big blind stacks jam, we just get to call off. And maybe just doesn't want to raise fold a hand as strong as Sivens to like the Tujani 20 bigs, the 15 bigs of Castro. I still would just open. Like, it's a little confusing to me that he has gone with this.
Is it a case that he thinks maybe, hey, if I just limp my 2/7s here and one of those guys finds like a King Jack suited, maybe they'll just limp along rather than jamming and I don't have to call off? I'm just trying to work this out.
I'm honestly a little flummoxed by the decision. But he must have ideas. He clearly wants to establish a limping range with some hands. And you know, he's crunched the numbers and decided that this hand fits into that range.
Well, he's an ace-king board, one that would always favor +1. I think even still so, having limped probably still does.
Yeah, just a little one big blinder. Let's just clear out 2 random cards. But I must say, I wouldn't per se here with the big stack have a limping range from +1, but that's just me. Like later position, I can see it more.
Yes.
You know, like cut off onwards. Normally when...
Right, because we have weaker hands.
Yeah, and well, it's also because when you look into theory, the decision to limp is often based around the fact that, like, everyone behind has a share of the equity of the pie, so to speak, in each hand of poker. And when you limp in early, you are allowing, you know, hijack, low jack, all these hands +2 all to kind of get involved and get their piece of the equity pie. Whereas when you limp cutoff or button, for example, you're not going to go like 4 ways, 5 ways and have to share that equity. It's my way of looking at it. But he must have reasons for doing it, and perhaps as, you know, maybe he's run the Sims with these stack depths at this stage of a tournament and decided that limp is profitable. Maybe it is Demps, maybe we're
I know one thing for
behind.
sure. If I was sat behind that, I'd be very confused.
Yeah. And like, he hasn't limped once, and then to all of a sudden do it from +1 specifically would definitely confuse me. I'd be like, I don't think I'd necessarily think it was really strong, like, but I'd also be a little flummoxed. I'd be a bit confused.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, that's Queen 6-0.
Oh, hello.
Thankfully, is a fold because State with 8 blinds finds them on the button. The 2 big stacks behind.
Actually, kind of a tilting spot to find this. Well, not tilting, but like min raising off 8 starts to become a little absurd, I think.
Surely with 8 we just...
I think with 8 we just put it in.
And I mean, we're going to get called by plenty of hands still, right, for 8.
Nah, he's still going to go with min. I guess you're kind of hoping that your opponent...
Oh my word! Yashinka wakes up with aces behind. How cruel is this? And how can he play anything but a flat? I mean, he has to worry about the big stack behind. Does he just clicky raise to say, hey, I'm going to get in against that 8 big blind stack?
I think we will. I mean, the intriguing thing here is you have to start working out what the min raise folds are from button.
He is just going to
It's going to peel, okay.
Which gets pretty spicy because he allows Bertin in now. Bertin 8-6-0. Not covering, but having a big side pot potential against Shinka also. Because I think perhaps maybe a mistake from Shinka. Because he kind of want, even with your mediocre hands, you kind of just want to ISO, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of hands that will min raise fold for 8. And it's going to be something like a King 8.
Right.
King 7 off that just goes for a steal. Like, none of the ace-X will do it. They'll all just put it in. All the low pairs will put it in. All the suited broadways and offsuit broadways will put it in. So the only real steals come from, like, this King middling.
9-3-3. Couple of diamonds. Does State ever find a check back here? 3-way. Just trying to sell that he's just given up.
I don't think so. Stranger things have happened, but I think 1 big blind is more likely. Yeah, lands on that.
Shinka loving life.
What a hilarious spot now, though.
This is fine. It's going to take 3 streets to get 8 blinds in with Kings v Aces, but that's the situation we're into.
I tell you something, though. State is... He's never getting away from Kings, right? I think is fairly clear, and definitely not now. But he's going to be curious. He's like, what do you have?
Now do we find the check back? I'm itching for it. I just feel like we've got the nuts.
You might now.
If the nuts and half pot.
If we're against like 10 Jack of Diamonds, that's drawing dead, and these are the type of hands. Like most of the pairs surely 3-bet get it in.
Yep.
A 9 we have dead. Like he's not going to have ace 9.
Yep.
We basically have to protect from nothing. He might. Oh, beautiful.
Love
it's
this.
such a shame.
Love this check back from State. Oh, and Dashinka finds the check. They're both trapping.
I mean, I like it, right? Your man's either given up.
They're both trapping to the nth degree.
Or he's trapping you with worse.
Fantastic stuff here. The slowest cooler of aces v kings you'll ever see in your life.
Check back one time and you're the best poker player who ever lived.
Does he ever go non-all-in and face the jam and feel sick? No, he's gonna leave back what, a couple of chips.
Yeah.
Which is obviously the kind of standard thing to do here. Here's the all-in and get shown aces. What a cruel, cruel way for State to bust this tournament.
Goodness.
Aces v kings of 8 blinds. It took a pre-flop raise, a flop bet, and river 2 bets technically for all the money to find its way into the middle. But ultimately, it ends this man's run in 16th place. And what a star he's been over the last couple of days. $19,000 for his efforts. And you just got to laugh at that one.
Yeah, well played, Adrian. And, you know, actually really love that turn check. You were advocating for it, showing some nice awareness. We have most of the range of the small blind pretty much dead, but not the pocket aces. Interesting hand. GG, sir. Great run.
If you fold, I fold. I had like 6-8.
Yeah, no.
I just called because it was good.
Wow. Burton was so sure the button had the goods.
I mean, it's so hard not to, right? When min raising off 8.
He said he would have folded.
Yeah, I know. You have strong end.
Yes.
He would have folded if Dashinka hadn't completed as well. Just with the extra price and potential to win a big pot, he came along.
Every end
sure.
push and 2 pair.
Yeah, flop a miracle and cooler Dashinka somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What a nasty way to go for State.
I mean,
it's a cruel game sometimes, James.
No, pre-flop. Pre-flop kings. Just push. Because I know that he has strong hand. You know that he has strong hand.
Yeah. Now I
It makes no
understand
sense.
what you mean. Because he short still.
Okay, short, no? Okay, say he push, he have ace, queen, jack, but he make a double.
Jack 10.
100% queen more.
More. He have king jack.
But in this level, people do it with they can jump into the match.
As jack, il fait tapis, no, qui flop.
Well, an extended post-mortem.
Kings, 10 bigs.
It's easy to be right after the fact. That's all I'll say about this. You say there are, and I agree with you, that if State isn't finding the 8 big blind open, he probably is capable of finding some of those sprinkled in light ones as well.
Yeah, the more I thought about it, the more the small blind peel is pretty nice, because the really strong hands, we get it in on almost all textures post anyway, and you do keep in like a king 7 off that went for the min raise fold by just flatting from the small.
And you're not too concerned then with the counterance of letting the big blind in? And
we can just proceed, can't we? I mean, a lot of the time they're going to have something really good post flop to sort of put the 7 big blinds of the button in. And any further aggression from us.
Well then, we continue. Pacini defending. Pardon me, Pacini checking back 8-6. Seeing this flop, finding a gut shot draw. Pretty bad holding overall. Up against small blind too. One presumes a little less of this.
Yeah, these spots favor lots of betting from the big. Like, we have all of this. Small blind's not going to have deuce 3 off, 4 deuce off types. Normally going to walk us, I think, with the situation the way it is. So we can start with a lot of small betting. Just sort of dislodge king high, queen high, jack highs like this. Well done, Pacini. And we got 2 overs and a gut shot to boot.
Si, si, je pense, c'est sûr. Ah, je sais pas. C'est bon, c'est sûr.
Around 3 million.
Si, hier, la même heure, il y avait la double break.
You can raise king.
Still a lot of debate going on at this min raise of 8.
Pretty out of character how this tournament's gone so far that suddenly we're seeing so much chatter all over one kind of very small hand.
Yeah, these kind of non-standard spots that you don't see too often normally compel people
now
to try and dissect it.
As we mentioned before, we went down to 2 tables of 8, hence we lost a player here, and I can confirm that it was Tulop Bergenov.
Oh,
the man who busted out in at 17th place. Got it in with 2 8s against Simon Andrin's ace 4, the latter flopping an ace, sending Bergenov out with the same $19,000 payout.
Does Andrian have chunks now? Every time you mention him, he's winning a pot.
Yeah, he's up to 11.5, but he's taken out a couple of short stacks, but they all add up. So he's one of the biggest stacks for sure, with 11.5. Now then, Tashinka in the cutoff, raising it up. Burton. First time we've seen kind of any of this big stack on big stack scenario, certainly since we came back to a full table. And a very sensible one here with the 2 jacks.
Yeah, these spots always interesting. The Shinka, you're always thinking here, what are my best sort of 4-bet bluff combos? And it could be something like this that like doesn't really mind, so to speak, if it gets 5-bet ripped on, but just a little too weak. Just gets out of the way.
Thank you.
I always kind of ask myself when we're playing in these type of spots, you know, what are my opponents incentivized to do? I think it's quite a good way to approach things when you like which guys are incentivized to play tight, which guys are incentivized to like it's time to get the money in, and like how often is Burton just coming for me here when we're the kind of 2 big stacks? You know, like the Shinka's the chip leader, Burton has 50 blinds. Like, is he really stepping out often enough from the button here with a light 3-bet? That's not to say that he won't find them, but you hear where I'm coming from. And a hand like ace-5 off, we can just ditch it. Our man with the Miracle Survive has a pretty nasty one. Pocket 3s from +1. We are 7-handed, so blinds will be hunting us. I wonder if he takes this one, James. I think I like lay down 9 blinds. You can still sort of find some more favorable spot to get it in. Might have to send that one in if we have something like 6 bigs. Does find fold. Allows the Shinka to open the action here with the King-Jack. It's going to get round to Castro. Yeah, once again, doesn't find a hand that passes the test to continue. It's a very serene progress for the Shinka, really.
Sorry. Of course.
Certainly on this table, turning into a tale of those that have and those that don't. 3 players over 10 mil, 4 players, Andrew, below 5 mil.
Yeah, it's very interesting, the distribution, isn't it? Very much the sort of rich versus the poor. Pacini, Burton and Dashinka all pretty large favourites to make the final table at the moment.
Yeah.
But of course, stranger things have happened.
Now, not fully aware of exactly the stacks on the other table, but we can go by what's on Poker News, and I believe that'll be fairly accurate, sort of implying, of course, that we have Tuvel Garbi still leading over there with 16 million in chips. That matching here, that stack of Dashinka. First, Tatino with 11.5 million, and Simone Adrian with 11.5 million. So clearly a similar tale over there, that those two have got a whole bunch of chips. And of course, Manikaros over there as well with 8.3 being the next largest. So again, a sprinkling of short stacks over there. And by my reckoning, that means we've got sort of 6 players in the double-digit stacks in terms of millions.
One end.
Oh.
3,500,000.
Yeah, nice spot here for Castro.
1,500,000, good luck.
14 BBs.
No?
Quick fold from Dashinka.
First end. Flip. No, I know flip, but...
Same end. Okay.
Yeah, I know, but... Never found.
He's a fun character, isn't he?
Yeah, he's great.
I wonder...
He was really fun yesterday.
Does he give the same, like, kind of spiel there if he has, like, kings? You know, there's like 3.5 million. Good luck.
I think so.
Yeah, he does. Right, okay.
Yeah, he was very effervescent at the table.
Like it then.
The real character driving both the chat and the action.
Sure.
He had sort of 5.5 million at a point where everyone had like 1 million. You know, 1.5 million. He was a monster stack.
No, I know, I joke.
Still in the hunt here with 15 left. Getting to the bigger payouts now. 22,000 locked up for everybody. 10 buy-ins or so.
Genie from the hijack suited king. Not going to use that one. His stack kind of, you know, the other's still pretty short, but he's getting a lot closer now, isn't it? That 11 million he has, can't really afford to lose a lot of chips to Castro, Chujani. Both got 4.5 million.
Yeah. Yeah, having that deuce alongside the king as well is always something to take note of. You know, we always want the players behind to have a deuce so that they will be auto-folding. I'm sure he would have opened with like a king 7 suited or the like.
Well, I can report we sent Volodymyr Drokin over to the outer table in balancing efforts, and sadly, his race has now been run. Got it in with king 10 against Manikaros's 9s. Flop. Jack 10 8. Flop to 10 with king 10 against 2 9s. Manikaros had this straight flush draw.
Ooh, good luck fading.
Turn 4. You start to get excited. The river, the original out, he finds a set of 9s and wins in the least likely manner on the river.
Oh, wow.
So Manikaros building his stack up to 13 million, sending Drokin out. And yeah, obviously just peering at the situation here.
Yeah, Castro comes with min raise, king 10 off from the button. Buetas likely to run this with pocket 4s.
Yep, he has, and he's just checking there. Obviously, the pay jumps. He's 2 away from a pay jump. He was obviously thinking about some sort of tank. And here we go. This is the point you're making. Like,
old equity.
Let's see how much equity we can generate when we only have 8 blinds, 7 blinds.
I don't think we can call as Castro. I think it's 2 million.
Yeah, 8 blinds on the nose.
Yeah, and it's just. This king 10 is shrinking. I mean, okay, we do all right against the pocket pairs. Oh, this is intriguing.
Little gamesmanship from
Buetas, who obviously though, right? It's always weak, right?
Yes, you're right.
I mean, who does this? Stands up in an aggressive posture with a big hand. Oh, he did
Shrug
call.
And
all
a
right.
call from Castro, the covering stack, putting Buetas at risk. King 10 be the 2 4s. Buetas, of course, the man who needed runner just to split, just to stay alive. Can he now double up fully to 4.4 million chips? Castro and Mario. What can they muster? Someone's calling for a king on the river. But there we go. Queen 5-3. Good news for Buetas. Just 4 outs remaining in the deck. That case remains the same, even though Buetas does, of course, improve to a straight draw. All he needs is to fade the king of the 10. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He does improve to a straight. More than enough hand. And here we go. He's right back in this now. Castro down to just 2.5 million. I wonder again, Castro, if we're going to be calling that off, like, let's just jam it in.
Yeah, I'm really... It's so thin. You know, Buetas, he's not just going to rejam on us here with like a king-9 off or anything like this. We're going to be in spots a lot where we're dominated, I think, by the kind of king-queens, king-jack suited, ace-10, ace-jack, all these type of holdings are going to put it in. We do flip against some hands, but do we really want to put half of our stack at risk with king-10 off? Maybe he just feels compelled. He's like, it's 8 blinds, but 8 blinds with 14 left is a hell of a lot different than 8 blinds in the middle stages of a tournament.
Yeah, the pay jumps, obviously, we've been referencing thus far, pale into significance when you compare them to what happens when you get on the final table.
Right.
We're currently guaranteed 22,000. If we just get to 8th, we're guaranteed 45,000. That's a big old difference.
Big leaps. Well, the Cinderella story, though, is gathering speed. Really is.
Yeah.
Part of the reason we love this sensational game.
If he comes back to win this tournament,
unbelievable.
This is the most chip in the chair story of perhaps all time.
100%. Kind of here for it.
Having to hit a 1-outer to have 5 blinds.
Madness.
Potentially spinning this all the way up. Yeah, Castro. Perhaps, I mean, if we're going to call, let's just jam. Let's leverage all the pressure on Tujani in the small blind. And let's maybe make some hero folds from the big blind.
Yeah, the way I just construct this spot is I'm just going to min because Tujani's been pretty tight.
Right.
And when Buetas jams, which is pretty infrequent, it's not the end of the world to fold. Like, it feels a little gross, but
yeah.
I mean, Buetas ended up having bottom of range to put it in. I just don't think our hand performs that great, even for the 8 bigs. It's tricky, though. We can't, you know, it's a nasty spot to be in.
Buetas now in the small blind. Dashinka the one behind, and is he going to come up with a non-all-in? This is... I feel like limping's fine, and...
Yeah.
Just open the door for this. I mean, admittedly, Dashinka's in there with a very strong hand. I think you're also just going to encourage a lot of flats, right? And then you're going to be in no man's land.
I wonder if any of that applies to when we saw Dashinka just fold an ace. Like, do you remember from the big? Maybe he thinks that he's too tight on defense. Because I'm with you, it's not really a hand.
It's a good point.
Queen Jack that I would plug into raise fold from small here. He also went very small, like 575, like 2.2x.
Again, yeah. I actually quite like where you're coming with this, because obviously a very different scenario versus a hijack opening off like 13 blinds, as opposed to the small blind raising. Very different scenarios. Yeah. But I'm hearing you. It's certainly a consideration.
I'm just trying to think for a reason why he decided to go with this line.
Yeah, if you do these kind of funky lines and this player's already interpreted that to be maximum strength before, why not again?
Sure.
It's a very good point. Right. Sit corrected.
It's funny because when we do limp and the big blind just raises, I don't think we can fold our hand. And we may end up getting into a very tricky spot post where we were dominated. So it may have worked out for the best. If we shoved pre, we were getting called.
Fluto just burning some time. Castro, deuces, 10 blinds in the hijack. Is it Mario's time?
All in.
Certainly seems like it.
2-6, 2 million.
Yeah, this isn't a lot of fun. But one thing I will say, Castro showing willingness to play for the win.
Does Tujani know he's still in the hand? He hasn't been one who's been tanking. I generally think he might have forgotten. Yeah, he did. He forgot he was in there.
So far, so good for the Italian. Are inching closer to a $4,600 pay jump once we get down to 12. The Buetas has been aware throughout.
Yeah, he's been very card dead, but very aware. And I think there's a lot to come from him. We haven't seen him have a chance to play poker yet.
That's it.
And I've got a feeling, just the fact he's so aware, obviously so familiar with these situations, that we might see something at
Wow.
I didn't expect this, I must say.
Shinka calling off 10 blinds with ace-5 against a player who hasn't really shown the propensity to go crazy pre-flop. As it happens, a dream scenario for him, given that Castro has deuces. Doesn't really get much better than this, bar some of those suited Broadways. Castro, for the second time this orbit, all in. But for the first time with the pair against the overs, hoping history repeats itself. Well, a good flop so far. Board pairing queen brings a myriad of outs to Dashinka. You see them across the screen there. Can he counterfeit Castro? Can he hit an ace? Can he hit a 5? No. Castro continues. Mario goes statue-like. And breathe. Look at him. Look at him. He's gone for the timeline. This orbit, he's basically broken level. That does not tell the story.
All in twice, covering once, covered on the second occasion. Finds the hold against ace-5 of spades of Dashinka. Little surprised that he made the call. Like,
so quickly as well.
I think it's a little out of line even, to be honest.
King 7. Yeah. You fold? No, you fold, my friend. You fold, you fold.
Of course I fold when I see 7.
Yeah, I know, but you fold.
I will fold, I will fold.
You fold.
I feel good with this. I was King 10.
I make another double up, I play. It's 5 to me. It's good call.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, 10 big blind. Less, 10. Break, no? The last.
This is going to be the last hand for the break. The players discussing there. They're going to pop out for a quick snack breaker. Truncated, shortened dinner break. Will be just 35 minutes for the players.
35, huh? Is that enough time?
I lie, 45.
Oh, 45, okay.
You wanted 10 minutes more to eat, Andrew? I'll give you 10 minutes more. How does that sound to you?
Thanks, James.
Tujani, well, he's got ace-king as an appetizer. Decides just to rip it. Must be hungry.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of this.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm kind of surprised from Tujani because we've seen him come out with some of these really small raises and really aware of how he can still operate with this stack. Sure. But to suddenly just rip ace-king with you seems like a waste. And Pacini's going to love to look down at that. Snap it off, and we're going to have yet another all-in showdown. This one, though, most likely to be anticlimactic.
Prefer to see this or not 8? Yeah.
Yeah, Pacini going to be very surprised to see a hand quite as strong as this.
Right. Maybe some ace-jack, maybe some 8s, 9s kind of holdings.
Happy to see, I guess, that it's very often a pair. Right. So, likely chopping.
Very likely now with the Jack-9-5 flop. There is no path to victory for either player. And there we go. What a sort of breakneck pace we had here for the last orbit. All in after all in results in, though, still 14 players remaining here. As those 14 head off to their dinner break, and with it, myself and Andrew will do so also. When we come back, we will play down to the final 9. And it's anyone's guess just yet as to how that makeup, how the final table lineup will be made up. But please do join us again in 45 minutes for continuing coverage of this, the Notte Degli Assi. $32.25 locked up, first prize $16K. Still the $500 bounties, although at this point, chump change.
Starts to become somewhat negligible for sure. Of course, fast clock. We had a large average stack, maybe not as little as, 2 hours ago, and that has shrunk down considerably. Onto Fedotov, and he's going to commit essentially here, James. Suited queens.
Yeah, this structure kind of always lent. We knew it would end up as kind of a turbo-y affair on the final table, and that's the moment we've reached. Carrion with the boots and a covering stack. Chance to send us down to 5 players perhaps and grab himself a bounty.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Fedotov.
These are such ugly aces as well.
Sure.
He's actually, is he thinking?
No. I feel like he should hide his cards a little better. Generalov, if he wanted to have a look.
He doesn't enjoy it, and he wouldn't enjoy it. Like the ace 10 deuce, but yeah, he's got aces. What else can he do?
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't actually say anything, has he? Oh, okay. There is a 3-bet going in. Oh, Zerlikan in there with double-suited kings, chuckling to himself about how ridiculous this situation is. I wonder if any of that posturing from Carrion is believed. Because if he thinks he doesn't have aces, I mean, I say believed, it still feels like he kind of like felt resigned that he had to go all in, which kind of does often mean just bad aces. And
he's going for it.
He has. He's sort of, I don't think Carrion was doing that to try and entice someone else to come in behind, but that's exactly what's happened.
Is there any universe here, Demps, where Fedotov could have folded and left himself 135? Or maybe just feel compelled and committed? It's not a big ladder.
Yeah, it's, you'd have to be so sure that the other player's going to bust. And
Sure.
Yeah, I like where your head's at, because obviously it's always an option, but I think with Queen's double especially, it just does too well. You see here actually he has the most equity in the pot, 38%. Incredible stuff. So then, Zerlikan looking to eliminate 2, take us from 6 to 4 in the first hand since break. 10-8-4 flop. Well, Zerlikan with the open-ended straight draw. Top pair for Carrion to go with the aces he already has, and a pair of 4s for Fedotov with 2 backdoor flush draws, both working. 9 gives Zerlikan a pair to go with his open-ender on top of the pair. He obviously will have the kings. There's just too much going on here, Andrew. Look at the equity, still so close. 6 on the river. Zerlikan does it. Rivers the straight, sends 2 home. 6 to 4 in one hand.
Incredible stuff. 5.5 blinds for Zerlikan.
Well, he's running it. Jack 10, 4, 3, and he's running it straight into Antoon's kings. They're all in. He's had enough. Here we go. Antoon with a shot to win it. His first for a while. He's just survived 3 all-ins where he was covered. Can he win the... Not now!
No!
Don't hit us with a technical...
Okay, we're back.
It was a bluff.
Oof.
It was a bluff. I panicked there.
The stream's had everything. We almost had
yeah.
a blind finish.
They can't take it away from us.
It would have been awful.
Here we go then. Can he win the 4th all-in a row and end this tournament? Or will Zerlikan take a monster lead once again? He's lucky. He decided it's lucky to look at the screen.
Yeah.
Ooh, 7-6-4 pair up for Zerlikan, but look at this. The 7-5 open straight draw. There's some kill outs. You know, I like to say it. Can Zerlikan find that second pair? He can! But look, no hearts. There are hearts. We've got an open straight draw, a board pairing counterfeit scenario, plus the flush draw. But no, he backs into that boat. Zerlikan. He even laughed.
He looks exhausted.
Wow, how did he fade that turn card? He had to take the lead and then fade the rest of it. Incredible stuff.
Theoden, I call blind, I don't know what is that. You don't answer.
He's asking if he wants to go in.
Yeah. Can we just turn it over?
Oh, this is great. Kind of descended into absurdity, but what a fantastic spectacle.
But it's great fun.
It's been amazing. Yeah. We love it.
All right.
He's found another decent hand.
Double-suited hand with an ace. Let's see. Zerlikan. Well, we haven't seen his hand yet because he's turned over. He hasn't put it through the scanner. Come on, children. By this point in the night, we've got to know the rules. How many times you have to be all in? Let's just see a wide shot. Let me see an overhead. Andrew, give me the overhead.
Sweat with Zerlikan, heads up for the title.
I want to see the cards.
I kind of want them not to show us and we'll just look at the faces. Just look at the reactions. Is this the end?
No.
Oh, hang on. What's
the hand's still to go, I think. Well, it looks like an ace and a picture card, so yeah, he's got him in bad shape here.
Does.
Ace, king, 6-5. Obviously, the double-suited nature of any hand means you're never that far behind.
Open anything, no king.
Open anything, just no king. Just wants to be live. Wow. The wheel wrap. Obviously, Zerlikan smothering this board with nut spades and a pair. But look at this.
ace, deuce, 3 or 6 will get it done. Spade on the turn, that's it, it's over. Just like that, finally, I think both relieved to see this tournament over. Incredibly long event. Incredibly long heads up. I think the heads up match was as long as the rest of the final table combined.
Unbelievable stuff, Demps, and what a viewing spectacle it was for us. But we do finally have a winner, and it is the son doing the father proud, excuse me. Zorlachan Air is taking down the title. Congratulations to him, and a huge commiserations to Abdu and Toon.
Canzonieri, 2 6s action is already on him with 30 blinds. Coming in for a go. Oh, wow, this is funny because Aaron obviously 3-bet. Canzonieri just a few moments ago. Next time he raises, it's going to be met with another 3-bet, one presumes.
It's the old adage, James, that when they do it the first time, they might not have it. The second time, they always have it.
Okay.
You set it up. Yeah, this is a tricky spot when, if assuming nobody finds anything behind, and this comes back round to Canzonieri. Oh, wow. Pascucci's called found the queens.
Yeah, this is just death, isn't it? This is such a dream spot for the cold 4-bet jam. What he's playing, what, 25 blinds? And take his time, of course. Gonna be a lot harder decisions than this one. This one, a must. And, well, bar some help from the deck. He's been dealt out of this one. Makes, you know, Canzonieri was probably in like a real tough spot here, wondering what to do.
Sure.
With these 2 6s, this will of course make things a lot easier for him. And here we go. There is the jam, as he must do. Chelik. Pondering with the 8-4-0.
I wonder if we are on a pay jump.
We're not, but also he's, you know,
Interesting.
with 6 million in chips, he's the big stack.
Does he know it's on him?
I mean,
I feel like he might not know.
I'm wondering.
I'm sorry.
There we go.
Yeah. He checked out so long ago. I thought that must be the case, because if he was like the shortest stack, maybe he's tanking.
Sure.
Here we go, the cold deck, the announcement received. Pascucci not liking seeing Gazera just insta-flick the chip in. Cannot be good news. There are still 5 cards away, though, from the end of this hand. Anything can happen. Gazarian, wow, look at the stack he'll have after this hand if he were to hold. 8.3 million in the pot. Here's 1.1 behind as we see a Jack 4 5-flop paint, but not of the right variety. Pascucci with no backdoor equity, but with the courtesy of the folded cards, we can see he is drawing still to 2 outs. But with just 1 pull of it, very unlikely the Italian will continue, and that is the case. Simone Pascucci eliminated in 20th place.
And what a hold that is for Sahafi, fading 2 nut flush draws. And a bunch of overs.
He knows it's on him this time. He's got the butchers. Fast-paced action here. Missed the IP Masters final day. Sant'Agostino. Getting more and more ladders, although no financial pay jump.
Yeah, I'm just
that last one.
Just having a little look. We're
15
two places away. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no! Once again.
Canzonieri finds the bullets, the rockets, the boots, the aces, whatever you want to call them, at the perfect time.
Goodness me, we've already seen one cold deck. Queens running into aces. Now Chelik with the kings. runs into them once again. And I believe we might have seen both the remaining kings folded there, which is going to make this even worse for Celik. Koza once again, this
Yeah, just looking at the clock.
Very deliberate style.
Just wanted to get as deep as possible. We're playing a few hands as possible. For whatever reason. Again, makes sense, I guess, more as a short stack, but everyone has their reasons. Now, Celik, decision point. Which way does he play this? Canzonieri just looks so strong when he 3-bets against another guy open, but at the same time, the 4-bet looks so strong, he makes so many hands fold. So he's trying to think, right, does Canzonieri just have a hand he wants to go with here, or are there going to be some... 3-bet buffs are always a possibility, but does he have hands that are going to 3-bet, that think they're good, and then end up folding to a 4-bet because now they get an answer they don't like? Like maybe he's got an ace-queen suited
Ace-queen
or
off or something
like, you know.
Occasionally 3-bet folds, yeah, I'm with you.
Instead, he just goes for it, and Canzonieri's going to beat him in the pot, flips over the boots. It is the coldest of Hold'em cold decks. We see it so often. Kings into aces pre-flop. 8 million chip pot. And, well, if you're right, then Celik's drawing dead.
Spades only.
Ace 4, 5, and yeah, I mean, our graphics telling us that he has no chance. The deuce 3 run out being it, of course. He'd have no chance, even if the kings were live in the deck on ace 4, 5. Wouldn't change it. But I saw pre-flop, it was saying 4%. So it was, you're certainly right, all the kings were folded. And that's that, the full double.
Yeah, brutal stuff for Celik. Nothing to be done.
Belaku, king 10 under the gun. Yeah. This table, he's going to try and get one through. It's been snug since his arrival. Maybe I want to capitalize on that image. But like I say, I think at this point everyone knows everyone. Cove, again, not going to keep banging the old same drum. Clearly has his play set out here. Canzonieri, the one on the big blind here, and Cappiello in the small. They're the big stacks, 11 mil and 9 mil. So kind of actually a nice seat for Belaku. Obviously Gazarian behind, very capable with 9 million in chips, but he is left of the biggest stacks. Celik, stock take, but Queen Jack O, can't imagine him being a hand he wants to play against an under the gun open, albeit we can see here it is a lighter one.
Yeah, he agrees, not quite enough hand to get into the mixer. This one going to fold round to Cappiello in the small. Round to Canzonieri. Very pretty looking 8-6 of spades. He's counting out calling chips here to defend from the big.
Seems to be a devout Yankees fan. Just knows the double logoed apparel.
Oh, wow.
Coldest of cold decks here. Canzonieri flopping the flush from the big blind, but look out, flopping the joint, the straight. Oh, is he coming out with a lead? This is naughty on ace, queen, jack. How do we have leads here? This is feisty.
Absolutely unreal stuff on this flop.
How's he found the lead?
Yeah, super rare that you will see leads on this ace, queen, jack texture, never mind of one suits.
Does that instantly scare Belaku?
I don't think so. I mean, a lot of the time, you just, really? Does the guy just flop a flush and lead into me here? I think more likely it's going to be a sort of one spade in hand.
Right.
Maybe something like a king of spades X.
But
would make a little more sense. Belaku going to start with a call.
Yeah, still, you don't almost want to raise here because if he has got one of these kind of weak one pair with a bad spade, he's just going to fold anyway. Maybe you want to allow your opponent to come blasting.
Sure.
Little does he know, he's the one on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, I'm with you. You also don't want to give a hand like an ace-8 or something like this if it has somehow decided to lead a route to the exit door.
Now, 1.375 in there. What size does he come with on the turn? A little over half. This is getting real all of a sudden. Here's Palico with no option but to keep calling.
Sure. It's still likely, I think, going to be feeling pretty good about his hand.
Right, it's one of these spots where you just never expect this action, so you don't really know what it is, but at the end of the day, you flopped it straight, so I guess we've got to feel happy, but obviously the value that, the big value that takes his line, it does have us beat, right? It's not like our opponent has a set when it's come ace, queen, jack, and we've opened from under the gun and they flat the big blind. They don't really have two pairs. Maybe there's queen, jack that might go this way. That might be it.
Yeah, I think I'm with you that calling is the way to continue here.
So he does.
He does agree.
Throws in that 700, 2.8 resides in the pot. Palico with overpot behind and, well, the grimmest of cards, the 10 of spades on the river. Obviously, neither player likes seeing that one. Comes in area. Is he going to find a bet? He'll block. The 8-high flush. Kind of scary, right? Because the most likely hand that Palico's keenest to call two streets with is the king of spades in hand.
I think one...
Ace, king, king, queen, king, jack, king, 10. All these hands could be in there with the king of spades.
For sure. I think one thing that is sort of working in our favor, very difficult for Burlaku to have like the 9 of spades or like 9 of spades, 7 of spades or another small spade in hand.
Right.
Like he'd have ace 9 off. Yeah, it's basically king of spades or nothing. So we can sort of still fairly comfortably value bet. You know, look to get value from a hand like a straight, something like an ace king.
Right, all the sets.
All the sets, right, might feel compelled to flick in 800k.
And is there any world where...
I wonder if we can ever bluff.
Wow.
It would be very spicy.
It would be, but I mean...
Yeah, it does get away from it.
Well, he won't like that river, but he's going to see later on that it was one of the best rivers in the deck for him.
Round to Aoun, finds pocket 8s in the cutoff. Nice strong holding, of course, from late position. Does come in for a raise. 40k to go. Does Faisal have ideas in mind? Is reaching Demps. Very interesting. He's chosen spicy line a few moments ago with the ace-6 suited. Big blind versus early. Going for it again here from the button. Rogov out of the way. Back on Aoun. This is very spicy from Faisal. King 9 off. Just a shade under 40 big blinds to start the hand. Action back on Aoun. Decision point to be made. Probably argue, Demps, you could go either way here. If you think your opponent's too aggressive, you could 4-bet jam this hand. I think typically people will continue with call, which is what he decides on. Inflated pot here.
Because of the fat?
Yes.
Ooh, Jack 9-7 finds a piece, but a piece also for Aoun. Pocket pair, obviously still best against some of the legitimate 3-bets, the ace kings, the ace queen, and of course now picks up additional equity against the biggest of pairs. Came with a 10, but as it happens, has fallen behind. I like this in Faisal, just recognizing, hey look, Oh, wow, he checks back the 9, finds trips. But I like the check back. Obviously, not going to get a lot of value with the king 9. Trying to rep himself, perhaps he has got those ace king, ace queens. They're always going to want to check. Here. Now Un's going to feel pretty good about these 2-8s, right?
Yeah, I think recognizing Fazil that this sort of Jack 9-7 connects pretty well with a cutoff range that opens pre and just calls 3-bet, you know, going to wrap around this Jack pretty often. And you've called it, James. Aoun now probing turn. I believe he's bet.
He's got chips in his hand. He's thinking about it.
Okay, sorry. I thought I saw them going in.
This is when Fazil's going to look back and go, did I really 3-bet king 9 off? Is that what I've got here?
This is going to work out beautifully so far.
It's so nice to have this strong a hand when you look like you've got an ace high or a king high.
Absolutely.
Perhaps king 10, king queen, something like that.
Yeah, I think we can have some hands like a pocket 10s or something could potentially check back here. Maybe a hand like an ace 7 suited, but I'm with you. We're extremely high up. I mean, very likely just to continue the story of like sort of somewhat weak holding here and continue with call.
He's going to call here. You're going to hope your opponent perhaps bluffs rivers, but also on the flip of this, actually, assuming this goes like a brick on the river, and then if...
Oh, wow.
There we go. Wow. Moon gets there. Straight on the end. Let's see how this plays out now. Does he check and just throw some rope?
Very interesting one.
Because he's... What am I trying to get ready from here? Like, did a jack 3-bet me and check back? Has he trapped with, like, aces?
Yeah.
What do I know, like you say, he has 10s at some frequency.
He does. It does feel like, I think, in the long term, that the button checks back too often when we check.
Yeah, it's kind of like...
You know, a hand like a queen jack suited, like a jack, you know, king jack off that decides to just pot control.
Yeah, like he's just going...
Yeah, he got snapped.
Wow. And what a horrendous run out this was for Fazil.
Yeah, 230k snapped off.
Yeah.
Tough to blame him, of course. King in hand, blocking some of those king queens. Of course, we're blocking full houses. Very unlucky. Pretty nicely played hand from both, I think.
Have you got any gorgeous looking trophies at home from anything?
Oh, you've done me.
Not.
I've actually never won a live tournament.
Oh.
Yeah.
What about from your wakeboarding days? Did you win any big awards?
10-pin bowling trophies, mate. I've got bags full of them.
10-pin bowling?
10-pin bowling, mate. Yeah.
I could see you being a bowler.
Didn't you know that?
I didn't know.
I used to be ranked 2nd in Scotland as a young man for 10-pin bowling.
2nd in Scotland for what age group is that then?
The under 16s, I think. Then under 18s. That's how I was so successful with the females of the species. They love bowling. James is making a symbol that I will not repeat in the booth. Right. And that's enough of that nonsense. Round to the button. Canzonieri, ace jack of hearts, 450k. Berlacci has a potential one here, Demps. We did reference that he likely thinks that Canzonieri has been really pushing the action.
Yeah, and this...
Here we go.
This seems like a pretty reasonable spot, doesn't it?
Really tough to blame him. You should have fold equity here against the chip leader.
Yeah, when you're this short, 12 blinds, you don't get many 3-bet jam spots because, well, you just don't have much 3-bet. You don't have much fold equity, but against the button, you do. And look, I mean, Canzonieri is taking a moment here, but this is way enough hand.
It has to be.
And he just moves it. I mean, Berlacci held back some chips. I think he's just checking the situation. We're showing us 15 left, so we are through the pay jump. I guess he's just confirming that. 16 players, got 76.
You didn't restart it. You didn't restart it, right? So, okay.
Pretty unfortunate here to run into a hand.
14 left?
No, 15.
15, 14, same price.
It's the same
3 people for money jump.
I'm sure.
Can you move a little bit? There is 3 for money jump.
So yeah, he was just, he thought the pay jump came at 14, but the other players quite nicely pointing out, hey buddy, you've already got the pay jump, saving him as time banks. I mean, there's some camaraderie.
15, 14.
Yeah, it's the same.
He didn't realize.
Da.
Has secured that pay jump. In fact, the next pay jump's not till 12 left. So, Berlacci, he's the one at risk with the ace-4-0. But we've seen the ace-4-0 perform pretty nicely on this table up to now. Can it continue here? Well, there is a 4, but not before a jack.
One of those outs folded. He's going to have to go.
On the river.
Oh, doesn't even want it now. Well, he hasn't got it now. So there we go.
Time makes here for 4.
But he has asked for it on the river.
No.
Balaku. Oh, finds it on the river.
Wow.
Wow, there we go. That's the trick, Andrew. We live and learn. You don't ask for it. You be specific where you want it. Didn't want to find it on the turn. Said I want it on the river. Little does he know that the other 4 have been folded.
Oh, it was? Yes. The old one-outer? Wow. I'm just glad I wasn't losing my mind. I thought we'd spelled it wrong. It turns out it's a different gentleman. Well.
Balaku, ace queen on the button. Let's go.
You reset it? You did reset it?
He's always asking about the shot clock. He protects his time. The timekeeper, I'm going to call him, I think. The Time Lord, perhaps. Goes for 2.5x. Almost like he's, hey, I'm going to fight your 505. You like bigger opens? Have one of these yourself. It's Cove. Cove is going to defend with 10-7 off.
Yeah, not a bad hand to drive more money into the pot with either. Ace queen.
Oh. 7 in the window. Ace rolls off behind it. Cove with a diamond as well, and perhaps some danger ahead. Again, acting quicker than he's acted thus far, but it does seem like he's a little bit more composed, at least body language-wise this time. Dreamy spot here with ace queen.
Yeah, already deciding mentally how to line this one up down the streets. It's gone pretty large on flop.
And a snap call again. It's just unraveling here for Cove. Needs this break to come up soon. There is one coming. He needs to survive this hand first. Oh, well, he's going to more than survive as things stand. What looks like a brick for Balaku is tragedy.
Goodness me.
And I mean, is there any way this... I mean, this might just end up on the turn here, right? This might just go check jam.
Very strong chance that Berlacciu sizes this on the turn to get it in by river. Koza may just send it. He's not toying with the lead, is he? He is.
And he just announces $1 million. Now, was Berlacciu...
1 million. He said 1. Yeah. 1 million.
Did he thought she said all in? It wasn't. It was 1 million. Now, Berlacciu with an interesting decision. Does he just jam it himself here now? I mean, does he just call? Do we want to deny equity against the draws that might take this side? How do you construct the range of Cove? Because Koze's been fairly passive in all the hands he's played, right?
Yeah, without being unkind, it's such a sort of button clicky turn lead. It's not something that you see too often here.
He does just say, I'm all in, I want to run it. Koze's going to love this scenario. Well, that's just going to feel like, not that it's a slow roll, but it's a nit roll of sorts. He's going to feel for sure he's got the best hand when he doesn't get snapped. As it is, he needs help. 2 pair on display. Ace, queen, or deuce is what's required. They're all live. They're all in there.
Yeah, wry smile from Berlacciu. Can't believe the combo he's run into here. He's going to have to improve.
10 million chip pot. Berlacciu all but all in himself. Holds just 125k back. And is that deuce?
It is.
It is the deuce, the dirty way. The counterfeit. Even the dealer missed it for a second there. As it dawns on Koze now.
Oh.
He sees the bad beat.
Lucky twice, my friend.
Lucky?
Got lucky twice.
Do you see the start here?
And once again, a playable one for Berlacciu, who seems to be playing almost every hand at the moment.
Yeah. And Saeed out of the way. Now, here we go. This will give us a glimpse into the psyche approach of Zargaran. I mean, pretty big hand, David, obviously. This one wouldn't be out of line by any stretch. Interested to see how he wants to approach this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him bump it up to about 1.8, 1.9 here.
Yeah, looks like 1.625. Just under 7 BBs.
It's a little small from out of position, but I guess you start being allowed to have smaller sizings with ICM about.
Yeah, I think I would agree. It's one of these spots where Berlacciu is going to have to tread cautiously and may not peel in position as liberally. Oh, here we go. Looks like we have lost a player on the outer table. So it looks like final table is imminent as the players rack up their chips. Now back to Berlacciu. I did say, David, it's going to be tough for him to defend as often, but Queen Jack of Diamonds, he can, and he's jammed.
Wow, big play here.
Credit to him. Thinks Zargaran is going to be out of line and sends it for just a shade under 40. Love this. Credit to Berlacciu. For finding this for 40 blinds.
It's a huge moment in the tournament right now. We've obviously seen that the final table bubble has effectively just burst. These guys are going to play their next hand on the final table. And Zargaran can basically be sitting fairly pretty here with the chip lead and 20 million if he lets this one go. On the flip side, he could have almost 30 million if he calls and wins the hand, and then he can really take liberties on the final table. But if he calls and loses, he's back in the pack, and Berlacciu looks like the kind of front runner who might run away with this as well. So it's very, very interesting dynamically.
Yeah, agreed. And also Berlacciu knows, like, do you think the fact that the players know that the final table bubble has just burst means that Berlacciu is going to play, counting the chips? Like, is Berlacciu going to play tighter now, knowing that, okay, I'm on the final? You know, with the 4-bet jam, do you think he's going to be tighter? Because he's like, right, I'm on the final now. I can just play a bit more honestly and fold. Very interesting.
Well, I think what we can be sure of here, I made the point that maybe ace queen and ace jack don't find the call, and that's what's kind of cool about using the queen jack suited, because the hands that dominate you actually, you know, can fold here. But I think given the duration of this tank already, we can be pretty sure Zargaran would have gone with ace queen.
I know, credit to him for thinking this long. I think most people would end up folding here to a 40 big blind 4-bet jam. Still deep in the final. Time bank goes in. Each one, guys, worth 30 seconds. So basically now with 30 seconds to act. Big sweat here for Berlacciu.
What a hand we have here. Oh, he's...
Oh, my goodness. Is that an angle? Was he looking for the reaction?
Oh, he absolutely was. He's made the call! What a call from Zargaran! We do not know how this one is going to finish, but what an absolutely phenomenal in-game call there. He read his man as capable, Andrew.
Beast of a call from Zargaran. Will he be rewarded? Biggest pot of the tournament, 20 million in the middle.
This is huge. This will decide the type of final table we play, and would you believe it? It's never easy.
Goodness me, 10-9-4. Backdoor diamonds and an open-ended straight draw for Berlacciu. 38% of the time he gets there. Not on the deuce of clubs turn. We've seen him survive on the river twice already on the main table. Can he do it again? And he he doesn't get there, sorry. Jack of hearts.
That's it.
On the river.
Pandemonium here in the booth and on the table. Berlacciu will now feel as though he punted a little bit. But to be honest, that was a ballsy play. take another hand in here. Already action whipped round to the hijack, and Sarakoglu with a potential bottom of range cheeky open here. He's going to turn it down. I like that. I generally steer clear of those offsuit ace-5 and worse in that spot.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think when we have a really big stack and we, you know, cover everybody behind, I can get behind it more. Very impressed with Zargaran, really just getting after it here, even into 2 short stacks. Yeah, Solovev confirmed over it, as we say in Scotland. Now then, Barbarix.
Yeah, this is definitely a defendable one, and could actually consider a non-all-in 3-bet as well. I think with the king-6 suited wouldn't be unreasonable.
It's actually one of the exact ones in theory world that you don't see people take it much, but 3-bet jam is preferred. Just rifle it in, you get so many better hands to fold.
Well, we've got an action flop here. Clubs for Barbarich. Zargaran with enough of it to not feel obliged to bet.
Oh, trouble. Big trouble here for Zargaran. Actually improves to a gut shot straight draw and flush draw of his own. Some real potential here to lose a lot of chips. Like this from Barbarix, gonna fast play. Recognizing, of course, that when his opponent checks back, he's gonna have a bunch of showdown value, David, that will always continue on turn. And Zargaran doesn't know it, but he is drawing dead. This would be an outrageous laydown if he could somehow find it. Does look concerned. Don't think we can ever fold this one, though. Way too strong.
Yeah, our equity's in a few different places here. We can have the best hand right now.
Yeah.
We can have the best draw. Oh, that could be a nasty one. Although, obviously, the ignorant end of the straight here on a flush board. One would presume, depending on size here, Zargaran would call a bet. But Barbarich could come with the sneaky little check here, hope that his opponent has a queen and will do the betting himself. Then he can go for the
beautifully
check shove.
Played.
Wow. So very tempting now for Zargaran with a 7 or a queen indeed, but 7 kind of also to target some 2-pair combos, to kind of think to himself, I can get Jack 9 to call here, I can get Jack 8 to call here.
This is lovely stuff from Barbarix. Really, really like it.
Yeah, beautifully played hand.
You know, you can get a hand like Ace of Clubs X to bluff, right? You can get some straights, of course, to value bet. Even a hand like a pocket 9s should probably bet if it hasn't bet by now. Like, you should value bet a set, but people maybe don't find it in game enough. This is beautifully done by Barbarix.
I'm presuming he puts it in here, or at least puts in a very large raise here.
Yeah.
Then we have to start thinking about the bluff combos, and that's going to be hands like Ace of Clubs, King of Clubs with a pair. So it's going to be something like the, you know, Ace of Clubs 10, Ace of Clubs 9 maybe also makes some sense, because your hand has some showdown. You don't mind it going check, check, but then you can turn it into a bluff if your opponent bets. That's going to be the issue for Zargaran now, is how capable is Barbarich of a move such as the one I just described.
Yeah, this is very spicy stuff. I really like this line from Barbarix. Beautifully played. And you've just called it, David. Zargaran now gonna recognize, of course, against this polar all-in. His opponent's mostly saying he has a flush or a bluff, right?
Yep.
Maybe occasionally, like just the Queen of Clubs thinks it can free roll. That would make some sense too. So something for Zargaran to factor in my opinion, if he does want to put on the hero call in boots. And having that 10 of clubs in hand makes this quite a little bit more problematic, of course. Sometimes really just does come down to, is my opponent capable? I think he announced call. He did make the call, David. Huge pot goes the way of Barbarix. Fantastic hand of poker, very well played. Zargaran back at it, pocket 8s. Like, credit to him though, really earned that pot.
Yep.
I think most players there would flat flop and proceed. Soloviev having a very grim time. Round 2, Barbarix. Fresh off that big double. Finds a very playable king-queen. Here we go again. Round 2 between these two. Is reaching for 3-bet.
Yeah, and
I like it.
I assume Zargaran will take this one to the streets, keen to win back those lost chips from a few moments ago. Interesting spot here. These guys have virtually the same stacks here, and they're two of the deeper ones, 40 bigs deep here at our feature table. If you're Zargaran, do you always make the call?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
40 bigs effective or so. Too much to shove, but we have too much hand really to fold. You never know with this man though. It's not a lot of fun, of course, out of position with a middle pair.
No, and I wonder if he's the type of person who sort of goes for this like depolarized 4-bet here with sort of an in-betweeny hand.
I'd be very surprised with this exact hand, but you never know.
Given just what we saw on the other hand, where we saw a raise that we didn't expect, I wonder if he just wouldn't want to proceed. He just doesn't feel like somebody wants to proceed passively. I suppose that's what I'm trying to get at.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Much more conventional play so far.
Yeah, just one of these hands that it just feels too strong to fold, but it's very uncomfortable. Off to the streets we go. Another inflated pot between these two. Jack 7-7. Zargaran here still best.
Yeah, and I presume we're going to see a down bet here from Barbarich, something in the region of 200k, which, yeah, Zargaran's going to call here, and we're going to probably end up in a very interesting and shallow turn situation.
Yeah, Barbarix will be aware this hand's likely going down the streets. Already need to start analysing, do I have a good hand to start bluffing off down multiple streets? Have a lot of good things going for it. Block pocket kings, block pocket queens, block the natural top, some of the best top pairs, King Jack of diamonds and Queen Jack of clubs. And look at this, Zargaran deciding. I'm gonna raise flop. Very spicy stuff. Makes it 415k.
It's a little fishy though. Like,
yeah, will Barbarix be able to sniff this out?
Again, Zargaran with a very non-standard line here. I wondered if he would do the non-standard thing pre-flop, but he's actually decided to do it post-flop here, like he did.
Look at this.
We're playing some poker here.
Beautiful stuff. Barbarix finds the float. Recognizes he has all of the really strong hands, all of the overpairs.
Sorry. And if you're Zargaran, you're feeling very much like your opponent has aces or kings now.
Big turn incoming.
Oh my goodness
drills the 8 of hearts on the turn.
Credit to him for an absolutely steely poker face as he spikes dirty here.
Can he find
the check now?
Spicy check.
Or does he think his opponent has aces or kings and is in call down mode and doesn't want to do that? We obviously see that it was a float, but it's actually not going to be a float very often.
Goodness me. Now, if he can find it.
Put you all in. There is going to be chips left. I check.
Oh my goodness, gives the speech then check.
Wow, this is poker, ladies and gents. And Barbarich has to go for this now because he's floated with intent.
I wonder how Barbarix perceives that little speech though. Is your opponent really gonna give you this little speech? Here we go.
Sort of like fake strength. It reeked of fake strength, but it's actually real strength.
I really like this from Barbarix. If we have a hand like aces, Oh no, and he does just snap shove. And that is hand over.
That's a pity.
Yeah.
He had so much hand, his hand wasn't vulnerable.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Merit Poker Dolce Vita series from here in northern Cyprus. La Notte Degli Assi, day 4 of this marathon main with an astounding $1.5 million guarantee for a $2,000 buy-in that was shattered and yields a total prize pool of over $2 million with $355,000 up top. On the backside of the break, yours truly, Ali Najad, joined by Andrew Headley, very much ready to guide you down to the final 9 with 14 players remaining. Blinds will be 150, 300,000, and if I tasked you, Mr. Headley, with a predictive element as you get a look at the chip counts here at one of our 2 remaining final tables, that which we bring you, do you sense that we're going to get there in a hurry, or do you sense that chiselly, you know, nitty, sort of tight procedures will be upon us?
It's a big question, Ali. You're putting me on the spot. It kind of depends. Here at Merit, we always sort of jokingly have fun with it and say, you know, people are not as tight, they're not as worried about making the money. I think as you approach the final table, the sort of gravity of the situation, even for the action players, sort of sinks in a little. We're like 5 away. We have seen some aggressive action on the table. I like a couple of light calls of all-ins, a couple of light raise call all-in. And this table here with a little more chips in play. At the just before the break, we had 5 or 6 stacks of like 10 BBs, and those have been shifted to the outer table. So maybe for us here on the main, it will be a little bit more of the chiseling that you mentioned.
Okay, noted. $22,000, the current payout right now. It stays flat until the gap between 13th and 12th, when an extra $4,600 will be available for acquisition. Note 46 big blinds is all that it takes to be the chip leader here at this feature. 13.85 million for Dashinka, who has really been up toward the top of the board for the bulk of today.
Yeah, he's one to watch. Has played very well and did take a pretty marginal spot before break that me and James were both a little surprised at. But he's been pretty serene progress, just sort of making his way up to one of the bigger stacks in the room. And also, to his left, Pacini, we've been very impressed with him. He's one to watch as we make that assault on the final table. And the short stacks, trying to get something going. By the way, Ali, the man on the right of your screen there, Buetas, we saw one of the sickest hands you're ever likely to see. He got it all in, small blind versus big, ace-7 versus ace-king. Flop came ace-king 9, so he's basically out the door. He's out of his seat. The prepay throws away his time banks, and it came running 9s for him to get a chop somehow, which is a less than 1% potential, and he has now spun up from sort of 5 blinds up to, I think, close to 20. So there's a little bit, he has 15 now with the blinds up, so a bit of a Cinderella story is in play if he can find a way to make it to the final.
Yeah, 15 bigs, a bit of a precarious spot, but I think a lot of work has been put in by professional poker players to stack depths such as this late stage of a tournament. So in contrast to yesteryear, where you would have looked at anything under 20 big blinds and thought to yourself, well, it's time to go and find, you know, 2 good-looking cards and rip it in there and hope for the best. There's a lot more care being exercised. Looking here at Raffaele Castro.
And this is an exact case in point that you've just referenced. 18 bigs here, pocket 3s. I mean, I would like to see fold. Yeah, exercises discipline. This hand just really worth nothing. But this hand, however, worth something.
King, Jack of Diamonds for Tujani.
Kind of an interesting one. He does land on min raise. Certainly an option to open shove here for exactly 15 bigs. It's the type of hand, like King Jack suited, that raise folding doesn't feel great. Like we can kind of just take our equity, but we are +1. So I'm on board with min raise and then proceed. Like, it kind of sucks if you have to raise fold this hand. And Dashinka with a decision.
King Queen in the cutoff, played as a flat. Now for Pacini in the small blind. Does he want to go on the duck hunt?
Yeah, tricky. Immediate decision here. One of the things he has going for him is if he does decide to hunt, he has a similar stack size to Dashinka. So if you do hit that deuce, there's some potential to win a really big pot. But with Tujani opening off 15 blinds, the implied odds not amazing against his sort of opening range. Gets out of the way.
And well served, considering a deuce is busy in Flutor's hand, but suited king beside it, and the right price. He'll close the action and look up at 7-5-4. All clubs, and Dashinka definitely with the best of what's around.
Yeah, horror of a flop for Tujani. You know, if we have a hand that wants to give up, this is certainly it. King, Jack of diamonds, nowhere to go. Can't imagine that he tries to take this one down with c-bet. Got to shut this one down. Decision likely to be on Dashinka. It's a tricky one for him. You know, we have two overcards. We have the second nut flush draw. Do we go ahead and just bet? You know, if we bet and Tujani check jams, for example, it's very unpalatable. But the fact that Flutor only has 4.5 blinds kind of makes it easier here, I think, to just go ahead and bet small. And if Flutor puts it in, we have a very easy call anyway. Actually really like this. One big blind, and Tujani just can do absolutely nothing here.
Yeah, the check out of the pre-flop raiser feels very honest in this spot, and as such, we're left feeling a lot more comfortable about delivering the, you know, maximum modesty that is a single big blind. We get through the big blind in Flutor, and now it's back over to a hand that's not supposed to want to proceed as played.
I think potential that there is a pay jump coming that you just talked about. So maybe just taking the maximum time here, like recognizing that we're 100% just check folding here, but let's just take the entirety of the time bank as we look to ladder up a couple of spots. 4,600 bucks, right? It's not insubstantial pay jump. We can outlast two more of our competitors.
You're right. You see keen eyes being trained on the other table in the room, in between hands, here at the feature.
One soda water, madam. Soda water. Soda water. Soda water. Yeah, lemon.
Boitas a little preoccupied with service personnel. Eventually gets around to his 10-8 offsuit, puts it into the bin. Queen Jack now for our chip leader, and he just declines.
Very tight. Quite surprised, actually. We have seen him very proactive. I can't really think of any reason to open fold this one. Just having a look at the stacks behind. Yeah, I mean, we have 4 big blinds in the small. We can just comfortably call him if he puts it in. Castro with 18 bigs is in a very handcuffed spot where he can't do much. Quite surprised. May have been well served, Ali, because 2 pretty reasonable holdings for the other 2 big stacks here.
And even though the 2 stacks that were big have position on them, we see Pacini mulling over with this king-queen. It's going to take a good bit of hand for them to push back upon us.
Yeah.
Given the landscape.
Interesting decision for Pacini. Looks like aggression is the way. Quite like this, you know, king-queen off. We really put a lot of pressure on Burton here. You know, if you say to your opponent, you're going to have to 4-bet pile on me here. Not easy to do with the bulk of the opening range when Burton just this mid to big stack sort of has to tread a bit carefully against someone else with chips. This is going to give us a glimpse into how he wants to approach the rest of this tournament. Not impossible to shove this in. Cutoff versus button specifically, but not the ideal candidate to use, of course.
It's just pushing the high variance approach, one that maybe he doesn't feel well served to employ. He looks over at Pacini and brandishes a smile.
It's one of those spots, isn't it, where you probably suspect that Pacini can be light or light enough a good amount of the time, but can we really shove it in with sixes here for 40 blinds on the kind of soft final table bubble? Very difficult to do with sixes.
Trying to shake his man down for some insights. He says bluff? Was it bluff?
Strong, strong. More.
Speculations out of Dashinka and Bertin, but mum's the word for Pacini. He's not giving away anything. Folded around now to the button of Latour. 10-9 offsuit, but so few chips. Cannot attack. Is dominated by the suited king of Castro. He's going to try to limp. Deuce 3 off. The dirty diaper. Or Tujani.
Pretty interesting to choose limp here. You know, Tujani with just 11 big blinds behind. You do feel as if King 9 of Hearts generally here is enough hand to just send it in pre. It does give Tujani options. Oh.
Bottom of range activation.
Very interesting, and he's gone tiny. 700k. Sort of 2.3 big blind raise. Very curious. You know, we're representing something real strong here. Lots of our range, of course, would want to go all in, right? A bunch of ace-X kind of holdings would be content to shove most of the pairs. So we're representing sort of jacks plus here with this tiny raise. Castro definitely not going anywhere with a hand as good as King 9.
Well, I pointed out that nothing's ever definite around these parts in these stages of a very top-heavy payout scale. However, Castro does, as you predicted, stick around, does not like the look of Jack 6-5 with a couple of, pardon me, diamonds. Tujani, however, with the little gut shot, stays cheeky. $500,000 into 1.7.
Very likely to work. Castro's come up kind of stone empty here on the Jack 6-5. Well done, Tujani.
Yeah. You see him exhale there. Tujani playing under the French banner, but it sounded like an Italian exchange to me.
I did miss it, I must say. I think Castro is Italian.
Yeah.
I think we can translate it as, I'm not sure. I believe you in this spot, but nothing I can do.
Ace 5 suited now for Flatour. The cutoff. In it goes. Roughly 1.25 million. Will he get a spin?
Oh.
Yes, yes he will. Ace king for Boitas. Snap call. Quickly on his back and quite pleased to see he dominates. But if you ever questioned why it is that ace-5 suited in particular likes to get itself into the middle for all of it, consult the equity that Flatour has despite being dominated here. A third of the time, he wins this pot. And 10-8-7 with a couple of diamonds improves that to almost half the time. 2.9 million in the middle. Now, Boitas, again the favorite. Anti-sweating the diamonds and 5s. Can the Romanian connect? No. A board pairing 10 on the river. And we have another casualty in the main.
Yeah, good game to Flatour. Hung on gamely as long as he could. Eliminated in 14th for $22,000. Flopped max outs or close to it. Couldn't connect turn or river. Great run, sir. And we're down to 13.
Beneficiary there. Boitas, who was absolutely devastated during my last tour of duty in the booth when he played King-Jack against pocket aces. Flop top 2 on the King-Jack X board. Turn was a queen, so the aces added the counterfeit outs and then the Broadway card, the 10, and instead just found the ace on the river. And that was for all of it. Boitas was down to just 1 million after that one, but obviously he has bounced back, hanging around 5.2, 17 bigs, let's call it now.
You start to wonder, he was the guy before break who found the running 9s to stay alive. Is there some destiny afoot? He literally was less than 1% to survive pre-break, found the miracle run out, and he's slowly creeping back up the counts. There's something to be said for momentum. He is going to be feeling it on the complete free roll. Should have been out of the door. All of a sudden, still in the fight.
King 9 played as a flat, mindful of the depth of Dashinka's stack to his left, but also cognizant of the value of King 9, blind versus blind. Suited queen for Dashinka will give Boitas a break. Taking the free trip to the flop, 900 in the middle. And that's a board that Dashinka can work with.
Yeah, interesting decision for Boitas here right away. We are likely, of course, to have the best hand with this king high. Spade and heart in hand, also working for him. Can check, is going to decide to probe with the old 1 big blind bet. Of course, I can definitely say this one's not getting through, Ali. Spoke about definitives. Looks like a raise from the Dashinka min click.
Yeah, they're getting real cute out there.
Yeah, very likely to have more 5x in his range. Dashinka, you know, some of the very dusty 5x combos from Boitas will just fold pre-flop. Unlikely to limp, you know, the 5 deuce offs of this world, 7 deuce off, 8 deuce off. Sorry, 8-5 off, excuse me. Yeah, Dashinka continuing to motor.
That was like a limit pot.
Yeah. I mean, just at this depth, it's just so hard for Boitas to continue, right? Even facing min raise.
What's the plan? I mean,
yeah,
you may have no immediate outs to the lead if you're up against a 5. You may have just 3 if you're up against the queen, and you may be asked for a much chunkier price on the turn if you do pick up the backdoor equity. He might be reconciling the loss of that pot in his mind as I could have just 3x'd it pre and lost 3 big blinds, or I can limp, look up at a texture such as that, spend 1 more blind in total, trying to win this pot. And as such, I saved myself one big blind net versus the other option, which would be to 3x pre. Granted, it's not a given that that queen 3 suited is going to be across the way or that Dashinka's going to play it.
Yeah.
So maybe he wins it pre-flop with the 3x, but you know, the games we play in our minds.
Yeah, just very tricky for him. He has one of the worst seats at the table with Dashinka, Burton, and Pacini all on his immediate left. So
no doubt.
Have to tread very cautiously.
He's performed quite well, though, in spite of that.
Sure.
Up to the task. Here he is with an ace-7 offsuit, up to 600.
Yeah, Dashinka's trying to decide here whether to try and hammer away with more pressure. Does let it go.
Just north of 40 minutes remaining here. The 150-300 level, the jump. Healthy. Once the clock expires on 150-300, we go to 200-400. So the urgency is very much there for the short stacks.
Yeah, the next blind level really is going to put the cat amongst the pigeons. Decision here for Castro, 14 bigs. Can go either way here. Open shove, certainly an option, and it looks like he has landed on it. Makes sense at this depth. Kind of ready to just run it here. You know, don't want to raise and somehow go multi-way or face a big blind defend from one of the big stacks, which is Pacini. He can put us in some tough spots. Let's just send it.
Yeah, the fold equity that we're able to invoke off of this roughly 11 bigs, let's call it, for Castro. I mean, well, more than that, forgive me. We're talking about 14 bigs, is perhaps the manner in which we're best served with a hand like ace-queen offsuit.
I
hate to get down the streets and then give away, you know, a raise pre and then a potential c-bet.
Definitely. It's a precarious kind of stack depth. We can see Pacini, king 10 off, would have defended versus min.
Yeah.
Then it can get a little dicey down the streets. Quite like it for 14 blinds. Just keep things simple. Just basically a race at the moment to outlast our fellow short stacks. Obviously not fun being six-handed in particular. Like a bit of a fair disadvantage here for this table versus the table of 7. Right, we're playing more hands, the blind, not more hands, but the blinds are coming towards us that much quicker than at a 7-handed table.
14% quicker.
Yeah, it really makes a big difference. You hate to be on the shorter-handed table.
Queen 6 suited here. Not sure the pause is as attached to the kit as it is to the on-tap pay jump of $4,600. Portas in particular has been keeping the keenest of eyes on that outer table.
Yeah, he's been incredibly aware and just taking that full 30 seconds. It's 30 seconds, I believe, on the shot clock to act. Makes sense to do it. Let's try and ladder up. $4,600. You know, 2 buy-ins if we can outlast one more player.
Shinka. Ace-8 opens. Pacini truly not looking to tussle with that stack. Certainly not for the time being. Lays down the ace-7 and Castro lamenting. Use 3 offsuit.
He's a character.
I love it. I'm here for it. Italians are all so passionate. I actually watched a YouTube video once about how animated Italians are whilst speaking, and they showed a child. I mean, couldn't have been over 3 or 4 years old.
No.
I'm promising you this. And was using their hands while speaking, and I was like, this is woven into the fabric of language in Italy.
Amazing.
It's this very expressive element. They say, I've heard the joke of, well, how do you make an Italian be quiet? Well, tie their hands together. Right?
Very good.
I say this quite lovingly, of course, one of the most rich cultures, such a popular destination for people worldwide. You spent much time in Italy, Pick?
Actually have spent some.
Whereabouts?
And as a youth, I went to, Sartiano, the place was called, where we stayed. I used to go camping with my family as a young man, so I actually spent a fair bit of time going to, you know, the south of France and some places in Italy. Also been to Rome and Milan, but just for kind of short visits. I went to watch Manchester United in Milan in 1999.
Wow.
Play in the Champions League quarterfinals. Enough about me. Look at this for a cooler.
Yeah. Ace King versus Ace Queen. Tajani with a little bit of salesmanship. The decision, I think, is a little bit more straightforward. He's not in a hurry to tip the strength of his hand, nor to act with the pay jump imminent. Here comes the jam, and a snapper from Burtin. Only other involvement from him was a pocket sixes open and lay down. This time he digs in, and unfortunately for him, this 8.75 million is listing quite heavily toward the Frenchman. Cyril Burtin. Can he get lucky against Fouad Tajani? Jack 6 deuce suggests not. Turn does not provide any assistance, and all Tajani needs to do is avoid a queen, only 2 of which are actually available, and he's successfully done it. So it's coming a bit undone here for Burtin. Sub 6 million, under 20 blinds. Still a playable stack depth. No cause for panic.
Yeah, just very, very unfortunate setup by the deck. You know, cut off against big blind specifically. There's just no escape in this.
You're right.
Hand as good as ace queen, facing 14.5 bigs, rejam. Just have to click the call button. Expect to be in good shape. Fair amount of the time here. No good.
C'est bon, c'est bon. 4 millions, il faut 3. Il manque 1 million. Bien joué, mon ami. Bon, très bien.
Burtin going to try to recollect himself as you get a look at some of the spoils of victory. And I didn't realize that in addition to the 2 trophies, we've slid a bracelet out there as well.
Nice.
Even further adorning our eventual champion.
That's my first look at it all week. Like a beautiful little bit of bling added into the middle of those 2 trophies. Round to Puccini. Ace-3 offsuit in the cutoff. Oh, wow. Here we go.
Aces for Castro.
What a time to find them. And from the button, 14 big blinds deep. He's counting out just over a min raise.
$750.
Yeah, interesting little decision there to sprinkle one extra red on top.
Yeah, tend to agree.
You know, if there's ever a hand that we don't mind the big blind defending, right? It's when we have aces. It does size up to 2.5 bigs. Tujani does have a playable one, of course. Queen Jack. But sort of facing this larger sizing and off a shallow stack to begin with. Wow. Buetas. Another cooler developing.
Pocket eights. How will he choose to proceed?
I think this just goes all in every time. Button versus big blind. Another big cooler. Would be shocked to see anything other than shove from Buetas.
The thing about it is, with $355,000 up top, I understand the poker in and of itself dictates this action, which Castro is in love with, but we've seen some restraint and some caginess and some conservative approaches. Unfortunately, for Buetas' sake, he does not succumb to that. And plays the hand as it should be played, but runs into ace-ace. 8.65 million in the middle. Castro all set to collect it as a 3-to-1 favorite. Nervy moments for him as the covered stack. To the flop we go, and it's clean. Stays that way on the turn, and now keep the snowmen at bay. Per favore. The thought on Castro's mind, and success. At least one person on his rail is equally in love with this outcome.
Love the passion. Like a caged lion. Strolling around his paddock. Finds the hold. And very disappointing for Buetas. And once more on fumes. He's come back from it before. Gonna have to do it again.
Have really done it to him on the day.
Oh, it was the same one? Same spot.
Last time it was King Jack top 2 on the flop, and money didn't get in pre, but still, he's run into the aces twice now. On both occasions, it's left him with a roughly 1 million chip stack, and on this one, that's even leaner, considering the blind levels here versus what they were last time around. Doing a little bit of accounting, but when the dust settles by our count, Buetas is going to be left with roughly 4 bigs.
Yeah, sometimes these coolers develop. Button versus big blind, nothing to be done. Sends the 8s in. He's not out of it yet, but in a short-handed format. Gonna have to get moving. Oh, look at this. We've got some pyrotechnics under the trophies now.
I think we're shining the light up from above, but yeah, I mean, we're doing our best to keep that bling on display.
I want some information on that beautiful little bracelet in the middle. I wasn't aware that it was coming into play.
I want to say that's OPE's contribution.
Okay.
think Imperium is responsible for the big blue number to the left. Of course, we know Merit offering up the crystal etched obelisk on the right with built-in lighting. Batteries not included, or? No, we include them.
I hope it's the expensive ones at least. Duracell. None of this, you know, knockoff garbage.
Buy into that name brand battery thing?
Oh, am I wrong? Have you
I
got
don't know.
you got some inside info?
I heard it's all a scam.
I'm sure it probably is.
Designer energy feels like a tough stretch. I'm a sucker for designer everything else, I'll be honest.
Not gonna lie, I've seen it daily. You make it work.
I keep my leaks in the shopping mall.
Myself and Mr. Lappin were, well, in fact, it was mostly Lappin. Was saying that, you know, Italy as a nation is pretty impeccably stylish.
Oh, yeah.
But he was like throwing me under the bus, saying that, you know, the Gallic Irish and Scots, that we have no style. That's rough, right? That's a bit strong.
You know, the pleated plaid on, you know, with the, that's bagpipe chic, but...
Bagpipe chic, I like it.
It's style. You may not care for it, but
I do.
You do, but I'm saying Mr. Lappin, you know,
but
granted there's some elitism in terms of, you know, that part of the world.
They are very stylish, though, it has to be said.
Oh, no, the Italians objectively are among the most stylish people on earth. They have a swag, no doubt about it. The French have their own thing going on, by the way. They're very renowned for fashion. King, Queen, en vogue. Takes us to 600.
Tough not to feel for Boetas here. Roller coaster of emotion. Did come back literally from the dead, was less than 1% to survive, was spinning, then runs into the aces once more, has to climb the mountain. Just trying to lock up this pay jump off our 3 big blinds. How hard does the Shinka want to lean on his table mates? Certainly some potential here for a 3-bet bluff. Let's think better of it. All of a sudden, Tujani on the upward trend.
He is. Ale.
Ale, ale, ale.
That was not an invitation for booth karaoke, Andrew.
I don't need an invitation to serenade our viewers with my beautiful golden tones. You should hear me in full flow.
Are you, what are you, a soprano or something? I don't know.
I don't know about soprano. I can carry a tune, can you? You got some solid... No, zero? Like, awful? Awful? Not even in the...
I wouldn't say awful, it's not my forte.
Not even...
Prefer to observe and mock.
Okay.
For karaoke than...
I know this well to my cost.
Yeah, sure. But the thing is, I also don't drink, and drinking and karaoke are something that go hand in hand.
That's true.
You're emboldened once the sauce flows a bit, and emboldened with an ace-jack offsuit, Tujani will be, as he continues to be the man of the moment. Boetas again.
Yeah.
Just chiseling away. This is a very professional piece of behavior. We'll take 30 seconds every time before we fold, even when we know that's what we're doing, just because that pay jump looms.
It's quite chunky, 4,600.
Yeah, over two buy-ins, rather.
Yeah, if you can lock it up, be foolish not to try.
Note the difference, by the way. for Dashinka, the big stack. He's looking to play as many pots as possible. Granted, he's not opening with 100% frequency or anything, and we can see Tojani raising in front of him makes it less likely that he's going to want to get involved. But, you know, when we have the big stack, we have such a competitive advantage at this point in the tournament that we want to keep the action moving. The inverse, of course, when we have just north of 1 million in front of us for Boitas, where we would like to grind everything down to a snail's pace.
Yeah, 100%. If I have the big stack, and if there was no shot clock in play, we'd be viciously shot clocking all of the shorties.
Well, this is a bit vicious here as the dominated Jack-9 suited of Pacini connects with top pair on this rainbow board. Action checked to Tojani.
Yeah, we have this tricky sort of combo. And, you know, at the stack depth, we really don't want to bet and get raised. I'm a big fan of this check back. We can have the best hand. There are some turns where our hand can improve and we can face some aggression from the big blind. 10 of diamonds likely to be one of them.
Modest improvement in the form of the gut shot straight draw, but it's one that's shared.
Yeah, I would expect Pacini to bet here. You know, you do think that Tojani's overpairs would all c-bet this board, and I think that's very reasonable. So just look for some equity denial, bit of value. You know, we can get value from all the Broadway hands that didn't c-bet, the King Queens, King Jacks of the world. Even a hand as strong as a turn 10 may not raise, and we have a gut shot straight draw to go with our hand. We can charge diamonds, bunch of ace high type holdings, hands like this, ace jack. Tojani here. I'd be surprised if he folded 2 overcards and the gut shot, you know, getting a very nice price. But this is a pretty tight fold. What's the correct one, though?
Pacini, no clue just how fortunate he was. Falls that one in. Updates being gestured. Tends to be that you don't get a lot of lone wolf travel down to Merit, especially this time of year where a group can get together and indulge in this festival. So one would imagine that it's quite exciting for Castro's camp to see their man with this deep run here and perhaps a shot at a final table. Certainly set up to get there at this point, courtesy of that healthy double through Boitas.
Yeah, always fun to sweat one of the boys from the rail as he attempts to take down this title in $355,000. As we see Boitas, it's time. Leaves a few chips back. Has a few time banks. Going to do everything in his power to find this ladder up. Effectively all in here for a shade under 3 big blinds. Count requested. Here we go. Pacini not going to be folding this one. Dominated hand. Unfortunately for Boitas, King Queen.
That which is going to greet him once this remaining 75,000 is requested by Pacini.
Yeah, he's just deciding here whether to isolate this hand. Has Castro in the big with 28 blinds. Does just land on call. Certainly an option to either jam or click it. Wow, okay.
Now this is interesting. It just so happens that Pacini's in great shape dominating both of his opponents over here, but you do prefer to c5 with no further decisions required with this King-Queen, which performs so well, than to invite Castro in. That said, you're taking 4 cards up against 2 now as the collective effort, the implicit collusion of a presumed very honest approach into a, let's call it dry side pot, given that Wojtas still has just 75,000 behind, allows us to kind of navigate with clarity. Note that the King-Queen is still in the lead on this ace-high flop, which Wojtas surely doesn't love. But again, he's going to milk the full 30. Hunting the ladder.
Very likely to do full-time bank and check. We'll hope to not be asked for the remaining 75k unimproved.
It's a shame that Wojtas doesn't have a little bit more back, by the way, because it wouldn't take a whole lot.
Yeah.
Even if he checked back on this flop and sees 2 checks in front of him once more, to just barrel the, you know, minimum amount of a reasonable bet into this 2.7 and take it, but 75, you know, any 2 almost would do. No pair for Pacini, certainly.
Yeah, we got no fold equity.
Yeah.
Needs a jack. Oh. And he's going to find a chop.
Everyone's playing the board. The most improbable of runouts.
Goodness me, and Wojtas survives again.
Wow. You know what? His turn to get lucky.
They can't get him out the door.
Già prima sapevo che faceva questa cosa qui. Questi non cosa avevo detto, già prima sapevo che faceva. Chi? No. River, ma...
Ends up making 150k. In fact, a little more than that. 250.
Yeah, però... Yeah, I know.
No, you should, because he will fold, you will like not triple, just split between 2. Huh? Yes, but...
Yeah, he take a different... Yeah, no, he go more up.
But
he
will win like...
He take 8, coming 8 to 2. 1, 2. Correct. 8. 1 million, 1.2, 1.2. Is a bet 8.
You less for us, but not for him.
For him, for you.
For me, it doesn't matter.
Mi ha chiamato al buio.
He makes you can put more, put us
Lucky River
in a difficult situation.
Yeah, but 500 more, I push all in.
What do you want to do with this 25 seconds we've got here? Andrew, anything?
I mean, this is pretty close, you know. I mean, what do we have? 975k, 3 bigs. He may put this in. I wonder if he's going to max tank.
750 is going to be the cost of taking a whirl through the blinds. And yeah, he realizes Jack 9 is above average. But what's happened here? Wouldn't you know it? Again, Wojtas is going to run into aces. He's just been a magnet
2.1.
for this specific hand, having fallen to it twice already, and might it be considered appropriate for this to be the one that polishes him off? You see the 3-bet from Dashinka, all others briskly ushered away from the pot. Wojtas is going to roll his eyes pretty hard once this extra 75 comes in, and he's shown for a 3rd time ace-ace.
Well, now we can decide what to do with the next sort of minute and a half or however many time banks he has left.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. I want to get back to your karaoke chops. You don't even sing in the shower or anything? Like a little... No?
No, I listen to music in the shower.
Okay,
some speakers.
What's your poison of choice?
I try to use Spotify's got this Discover Weekly playlist, so it introduces me to, you know, things based on what I've liked and saved and listened to. So that tends to be my go-to.
So you trust the algorithm to know you better than you know yourself?
It's actually really effective.
It's actually quite scary.
There's an AI use case.
Well,
calling floor here?
I don't.
For you, my friend, you didn't play anything. It's not fold, right? Fold? No, it's not fold. It's fold.
Yeah, you can fold or you can call.
No, he.
Yes,
yes,
Oh, I think he showed the aces.
It's okay, I'm all in.
I think he's exposed his hand.
Hey, you fold. You fold.
We sure about that?
I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense. We still have a time bank card. There's no reason to call the floor. I feel like Dashinka may have exposed aces after the big blind folded, thinking that Buetas was all in. Okay, in they go. I could be wrong. He's come back from the brink several times. Can he do it again?
Okay, it does sound like you're spot on, Headley, that even though we didn't see it, that Dashinka in sort of a this is a foregone conclusion sort of manner may have shown those aces prematurely. Nevertheless, there's no world in which the 9-jack can walk away from the over $2.5 million that was available, courtesy of just calling the extra 75. He has connected with the jack. Spade takes the 9 of spades off the board as an out. 3 real outs for the Montenegrin. That isn't one of them. So it finally comes crashing to a halt here for Adrian Buetas, who flirted with disaster on more than one occasion, but ran into aces 3 times on the day that I can recall. And that really was all it took.
Yeah, and for Dashinka, the 3rd time is indeed the charm. Disposes of Buetas. Great run, came back from the brink several times, just couldn't hang on. Finally dispatched.
Yep.
We are down to 2 tables of 6.
Left to collect the last of the 22K payouts and leave the remaining dozen players enjoying a $4,600 pay jump. 26,600 now, the on-tap payout.
Nothing. You know it was big.
I was big. I was big, yeah. I was big, yeah.
Wait. Coming 6-6, you know?
Yeah.
Little discussion here about whether Tijuni was in the big blind.
Well, of course, because it was an almost all-in under the gun.
Yeah.
Last hand.
As we wait for the table to be balanced, of course now 2 tables of 6, inching ever closer to the final table.
Okay. No.
Best name for a tournament ever, by the way. The Night of the Aces.
Oh, yeah.
Like, how good is that? It's like from Italy, poetry in motion. And it has been the Night of the Aces. Dashinka dispatching with said holding. Oh, did we lose someone on the outer table? We are continuing 5-handed.
Next La Dolce Vita, part of our preparation has got to be a course or 2 on Rosetta Stone in Italian.
He was on the table. Now Flora, how many players? 11? 12? And why? Why are coming big blind?
Yeah, but we were waiting to finish the hand. I not stop the clock in this situation.
Yeah, but he's...
Yeah, but only with a different free.
Yeah, but coming another player, he coming big blind.
Yes, but it's part of the game, so it's
same.
No, it's not same.
Yes.
Change. I should give you words, but yeah, I know, Flor, but you know, I speak for this before.
Not sure what it is that's got Castro.
Yeah, I think he just wanted it to be 6 max and 6 max on the 2 tables.
Which it is going to be next hand.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's annoyed. He's on the button.
Too slow. The screen.
like still 13.
I think he's pointing out that if the rebalancing effort had been made directly on the heels of the bust out, then there's the potential for the person that gets pulled over to inherit the big blind here at this table, which would be a competitive advantage not only in terms of an extra hand.
The rule is wait to finish the end and after start.
Here, I'm explaining.
For me.
The finer points, for sure. But I can understand why Castro...
He does look very tilted by the situation.
What's done is done, by the way. He'd be well served to just kind of focus up on the fact that he's one of the bigger stacks here. There's a little bit of work to do. Here is the man who's had his number called. Slide into the 3 seat. Little does he know he's already on Castro's naughty list. Through no fault of his own.
Yeah, that is Denis Stoma, Belarusian. 7 million in chips. Good for 23 blinds. Although that 204k level fast approaching. Really going to leverage more pressure on the shorter stacks. Here he is.
Well, listen, he packed for the festival. Got his Juventus kit on. Legendary Serie A team.
Maybe that's like an angle. He knows he's going to play with lots of Italians, and he's like, I want to endear myself to them.
Right.
Right? Let's wear the most, dare I say, the most famous Italian football team's jersey. I might get in trouble from some people on the rail.
AC Milan.
I know.
Folks are
it's
gonna
close.
Have to say about that.
Close.
I mean,
they're a big name too.
Diego Maradona put Napoli on the map.
He did.
For a while too. Let's not overlook their presence.
Decision on Burton, likely to just defend here. Does commit calling chips with Queen Jack.
Top pair. Out flopping. Healthy way. His opponent.
Yeah, Stoma asking for a look at what Burton has behind. You know, you're not thrilled with this board with ace-6 of spades. Just kind of hoping here to dislodge 2 random cards that don't connect with the board. You know, fold out some suited king highs. Maybe put some pressure immediately on a hand like a 7 that we can leverage down the streets. Maybe fold out like an ace-8, something like this. A slightly better hand than our own. Burton going nowhere though with this top pair. We'll be considering his options. Do we want to fast play this hand? Certainly was an option in my eyes with just 14 big blinds behind. Could check raise go here with a strong queen, but does decide just to call.
4 diamonds on the turn. Doesn't give this ace high any relief.
The main benefit here, of course, is that on a blank, we can induce a second barrel bluff from our opponents.
Yeah, we see Burton checking once more with 2.6 out there.
Nice to have some strong hands, right, in the check call range. You know, otherwise here it looks like we always have a 10 or a 7 at best when we just check call. And now it does induce a double barrel. This is working out beautifully for Burton. Is now the time to pull the trigger. Yeah, beautifully played hand. Sends it.
And in turn, Stoma sends it into the muck, that is. Burton
he's my friend. He
shows
No, if
top pair.
like he folds, so you don't.
Yeah, very nicely played.
Just hope he doesn't.
You know, locks himself up an extra 1 million there, which is huge at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah.
Don't mind this bluff from Stoma, by the way.
You like the turn bet targeting the 10x, 7x?
You need to have some kind of no equity bluffs, and this one's kind of nice. We don't interact with the call folds. If Burton was to say check call turn and we go for the triple, you know, we don't have a king or a jack in our hand for like the king jack combos, 8, 9, these type of things. And we're just going to put a lot of pressure on a 10. Like that's mostly what we're targeting to get to fold here. Don't mind it at all. Just unfortunate to run into a very well played deceptive top pair from Burton. Well played hand from both.
I watched it on TV, but it's okay.
We are down to 11, by the way. Just ticks down. So 2 away from the final table.
Two away from our final table.
This is a very tricky spot for Burton. He has Pacini on his left who covers him. You know, we have a very strong hand, right? Blind on blind. Likely to face a fair amount of aggression from the man on our left.
A bit of a logjam in terms of stack depth for Burton coming into this particular pot with he, Castro, and Tujani all in that 20-some-odd big blind range. Only one stack shorter than his own. It's the man he snacked on moments ago, the late arrival to this feature, Stoma. He's made it 8:50 to go. The size up, commensurate with the blind versus blind spot. 7-5 off. No further contest, says Pacini.
Yeah, well done. That's a very good point from yourself. You know, we have sort of 3 stacks all with the exact same chips. And everyone right now just with their eye on making that final table. Most importantly, just get back to 9-handed. You know, where the blinds aren't chasing us and eating us alive in the short-handed format. Quite like that adjustment from Burton just to open himself. You know, takes that play away from Pacini. We don't really want to limp face a raise and have to start, you know, limp calling 700k more out of position. Even with a hand as good as King 10, quite like it.
I don't know. What did he say? I don't know. I can play without sunglasses.
That was peculiar. The floor just came over to Dashinka and relieved him of his sunglasses, which is odd considering Castro's still sitting there with his. Now, granted, he has taken them off, but I mean, to this point, nobody has been...
They did?
Advised that they can't utilize sunglasses in particular here at the feature, so we'll await more intel on exactly what took place there. Not sure we'll get it.
Yeah, I've never seen that enforced here. That's intriguing.
Chini not doing any enforcing either with the 7-6, simply looking to limp. Will Stoma wag the finger? Jack-8 offsuit doesn't appear to be a candidate.
Yeah, I'm with you. Likely to check this one back. Not strong enough to raise and not weak enough to raise either.
And that's exactly what he does, and all of a sudden he gets real strong on an 8-4-4 board. But Pacini's got himself the gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, quite an interesting combo for Pacini. We have one of these hands that sort of blocks continues. So hands that Stoma could have, like a 7-6, like a 7-5, 5-6, that would call a stab. We block those, so that's pretty nice. So we'd imagine he's going to agree and just try and fold out, you know, some better hands, queen highs, king highs, jack highs of the world. Hands that have no interaction, but Stoma with way too much hand, of course, with that top pair, excuse me.
Extra 600,000 into the middle as Stoma's not in any sort of hurry to try to inflate this thing. just in case. Nothing treacherous about a 3 of spades turn.
Yeah, these spots are really interesting. Pacini now trying to analyze what kind of hands can I get to fold on the turn. So of course Stoma can have some 8x. He's going to have some slow played 4x in there, but also just going to have some kind of king highs that feel they have to call, right, for just one big blind. Going to have some straight draws of his own, even though we block a bunch of those. Is going to try and get like a sticky king high type holding to fold turn. This is working out very nicely for Stoma so far. Note the sizing from Pacini. He literally is just targeting like a queen and king high that didn't believe flop. So I quite like it. 450. We can get king high to fold on this turn. Not getting an 8 to fold though.
No, and another 900 slide into the middle. Unimproved is the 6-7 with no real showdown value, but also no sense that what lies across the way is apt to fold to a third barrel. This is not the kind of texture where we look up and go, none of the flushes and straights got there, so I can bet again. I'm unblocking that kid. I can put that hand into the bin. This is dry texture and a sticky man in position.
Yeah.
So the give up, I think, is certainly the preferred course of action here from Pacini.
Yeah, very nicely analyzed by you, Ali.
Stoma does have some showdown, or he could go for value rather, given that the jack kicker still plays. If this was a shared 8 situation for Pacini, who's just playing pot control on the river by checking after the 2 barrels, we could seek value in this 550. I think is actually a well-served approach, because we expect that there isn't too much 4x that's going to be leading out on the flop or not firing the river.
Definitely.
And there's not a lot of 9-9 plus that would have been played in this way, so nicely done there for Stoma. And is he being ping-pong back over? No, in fact, in a little bit of an ironic twist, it is Castro who was complaining about the rebalancing, who's pulled over, as we're going to be playing 5 and 5 with just 10 players remaining now. Rafael Castro is headed to the outer table with his 8.3 million, and the blinds are headed to 200, 400, and just take a look at what that does to these stacks. A 33% increase to the price of poker. Inflationary pressures that create even more weight on the shoulders of the shorties. Final table bubble. And a healthy pay jump, by the way, as the $26,600 payouts have been claimed, leaving us with an on-tap jump from this last of the 26,600s to 34,450. Almost 8K.
Yeah, things are getting real now. It's business time. 10 left. Very much a case of the short stacks just trying to squeak onto that final. I'm right in saying that we're playing down to final table and that's it for the day?
Yes, sir.
We'll pick up that FT tomorrow.
What I was led to believe, and I'm inclined to believe it. I think all the players would be very happy to bag, hit the hay.
Yeah, get a good night's rest. Prepare yourself for war tomorrow afternoon. We will, of course, be bringing you all of that coverage down to crowning a champion. This is pretty spicy. Somewhat unexpected from Burton. And as weak as this on the direct FT bubble.
Yeah, I mean, he's the second shortest stack at the table right now, just a click back of Tojani.
Yeah, this is pretty out of line in my eyes. Stoma with the decision. Now he has his sunglasses on, so perhaps we were ill-informed. This is kind of close. Like for chips, you could certainly 3-bet jam this hand. But on the direct final table bubble, perhaps another matter just decides it's a little too weak. Burton seems to have timed this one perfectly. A little glimpse into his mindset, right? Just deciding, all right, I'm not going to sit back. I'm going to try and be proactive, make these guys fight back. I mean, 1 million in the middle, right? Every hand to pick up. That's a lot of chips at this stage of the tournament. 10 starting stacks just for stealing the blinds.
Yeah. So an uncontested and tidy little pickup there for Kirill.
You play previous tournaments here? 1K? No, yes. Do you get it money? Nope. Always, I was a bubble boy of 500. 550. Yes, I was exactly the bubble boy. No, me, even, not even near. I busted like 12 before the money in 1K. So I kept my mana for a long run here. Yes, I thought the same.
Bertine chatting with Pacini there, talking about the fact that he was on the stone bubble in one of our prelim events and 12 away from the money in another one. So this will be a welcome change of pace for him as he is set to punch a ticket to the final table potentially. But one bust out still remains between here and there, and nobody wants to be on that FT bubble. Notice the full 30 is being taken once more. You would think, Andrew, I don't know, weigh in here, that hand for hand would really save us some time.
Yeah, that's interesting. Almost seems mandatory here on the direct FT bubble.
Yeah, with the pay jump immediate.
Pretty surprised that it's not being enforced.
Yeah, there's almost no circumstance on which going from 10 to 9 in any event where you have a 9-handed final table won't involve the added layer of a pay jump. There's never going to be a flat payout that extends into that final table. Shouldn't be, at least, in any properly structured pay scale.
Yeah.
And so, you know, hand for hand here would really get things in motion and not leave anybody sensing that they need to maintain their competitive advantage by virtue of taking a full 30 seconds on every decision.
Somewhat surprised the players haven't asked for it. Normally is the case. Yeah, you've definitely called it. Pacini would have got rid of this hand in quick, short order if hand for hand was indeed invoked. Strange little wrinkle. Do you have a football team? Wow, that was a big sigh.
I liked some obscure clubs.
Okay.
Prem, I liked Tottenham Hotspur for a long time. I was a Spurs guy. And then...
Did you just like the name, or did you like the team?
I liked the kit. If I'm being honest, they used to have this lace-up collar Panasonic kit from way back in the day.
Oh, I think I remember.
Mid-90s, I want to say, was when they were rocking those. And then Olympique de Marseille. Jean-Pierre Papin used to play there. Juventus, though, was never really one on my... I do have an unworn Juventus kit from like the better part of 10 or 15 years ago, hanging in my closet.
Unworn?
The Sky Sport. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. But
That's two very hipster clubs, I'd say.
Yeah, sure.
Like Tottenham Hotspur and Olympique de Marseille.
Right, everyone was a Man U fan or a Chelsea fan or Liverpool, Arsenal, you know. And I just somehow ended up with...
I just kind of wanted you to, you know, to just go, yeah, Burnley. Burnley FC.
You know,
Wraith Rovers in Scotland, you know.
I'm really keenly... Oh, hang on a second.
Call in and call.
Drama perhaps here at the outer. What have we? It looks like a King X on a King High board. Unclear if that's the covering stack or the covered one. We'll find out in a moment. No one on their feet, so it would appear that the covered stack will be finding the double.
Yeah.
Disappointingly, of course, for those back here at the feature.
Yeah, that was Simone Andrian shoving from the small blind. One of the bigger stacks gets looked up by what looked to be a very short stacked big blind, which makes sense when you see that he called off with King 4. Manages to find a hold, so on we go. Action on Stoma. Gonna try and sneak one through here with the Ace-4 of diamonds. Not getting through.
Pocket kings for Dashinka. 3-bet.
I believe he's just jammed.
The covering amount.
Interesting decision to shove. Burton with 20 blinds. Pacini with 28. Okay. Perhaps just deciding that this can look like a little weaker almost. Like if Pacini wakes up with 10s now, right, he might call it off.
I'll tell you what, a little bit of it is going to depend on what kind of bearings these boys have on stack depths over at that outer table. You know, I think they're tasked with coming upon that information in their own means. It's not being made directly available to them, which is why they keep peering over with such regularity. But, you know, if there's a couple of sub-10 big blind stacks over there, which moments ago there was, until the double through Andrian, then we're going to feel a little bit differently about our range than we would otherwise. Stoma, though, quite content not to spin the wheel with that Ace-4 suited.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Actually saw Pacini there mouthing to his rail, sort of gesturing as if to say, who's short, what's the stacks?
Yeah.
And you know, these things have to be done. You need to be aware. Obviously, if there's a bunch of short stacks who are about to be eliminated, right, or at risk, then we're likely to play that shade tighter. Just try and lock up our ticket to tomorrow's final. What a serene day's play, by the way, for Dashinka. Just been really easy, just consistently chipping up. Really has faced no adversity at all. He's got his glasses back. It's all going his way.
It would have felt pretty unjust to be looking out there at Stoma rocking the shades.
Do you have any opinion about that type of stuff? I know that, you know, some people say you shouldn't be able to hide your face whatsoever.
Hoodies, headphones, sunglasses.
Have you got any particular stance, or you don't mind it?
I mean, listen, in particular here at these feature tables where it is very imposing, the production aspect with the lighting. You know, we've talked about this on a number of occasions. People do look to kind of protect themselves from the impact. It can be taxing and draining over the course of a day, and disproportionately so for name players who are much more likely to be selected for a stream, you know, in any given tournament. So I tend to think that that should be fair play. And if you want to ban it, I guess you do need to ban it across all tables. You can't just give preferential treatment to anyone who happens to be at the feature.
Right.
And if you're going to allow it, conversely, you got to allow everybody to do it. So I do think people who, you know, they'll grab the hoodie and then they'll drawstring it to the point where it's a small, you know, porthole. You know, just...
It's a bit much.
It's a bit much.
Interesting here. Pacini has limped from the small with 9-10 off. Certainly could have considered jam here. You know, just have to get one through one hand. And Stoma now, he decides to get proactive. Decides that this limp-in range is going to be pretty weak. Makes it 3 million. That's going to get the job done. Certainly we can see that he would have folded to shove himself with the king deuce. Well done.
Little pickups like that are oh so important as he tries to chisel his way into this final 9 and enjoy the almost $8,000 pay jump in the process. Not to be overlooked, of course, a continued opportunity to potentially scale the summit and lay claim to the 355K up top, and 3 pieces of hardware for the trophy case. Average chip stack at present, 11.3 million across these final 10 players. It's about sub 30 bigs. 28, 27-ish.
I wonder why there's no hand for hand. It's sticking in my mind. Like, doesn't it just waste time a little? It's a bit strange. Everyone's going to be doing the same now, I suppose, taking the max time.
Yes, like very short.
Perhaps there's a policy whereby it needs to be requested by a player.
Right.
No one has yet to ask. I'm not sure either.
Interesting decision point here for Pacini. 13 big blinds in the small, 17 in the big. Actually some consideration to open shove this hand. Like, plays very well against calling range. You know, the ace kings, ace queens of the world.
But we're not really looking.
No, we're not.
This many chips to find ourselves in that spot. In fact, we're trying to avoid it. Well, I would guess, but I hear what you're saying in terms of just like sound, late stage, you know.
It's more that if we jam and the big blind, for example, wakes up with pocket eights here, like it's so tough to call it off. So you can actually get folds from like an ace 10 type holding, even ace jack offsuit facing open shove. With the ICM implications, gets put in a pretty grim spot. It does just land on min raise, which is of course reasonable. It's going to get through. Tujani with nothing to defend.
I'm Russian, but we speak same language. No, I mean, it's...
So the min raise gets the job done for Hermano Pacini. I will say this. Earlier you asked me about if I have a football club.
Oh, right, we're back.
The first ever World Cup that I soaked in was 1990 in Italy.
Yeah.
And I fell in love with the Azzurri.
Yes.
The Italian national club.
Toto Schillaci.
Toto Schillaci, the
I remember
Golden
him
Boot
well.
winner from that year.
Roberto Baggio.
Yeah, well, he was a
See a
little
bit
bit
later.
more. Well, his fame came in '94 when he sailed it across the crossbar in the penalties.
The divine ponytail, as he was called.
Yeah.
Fabrizio Ravanelli. Is that later as well?
I don't remember Ravanelli. No, certainly not in 1990, but that was one, that was a fun World Cup. Cameroon making a mark.
Roger Miller.
Roger Miller. I actually hung out with the Cameroon team.
Did you really?
As they were just staying in a down market hotel. You know, they didn't have massive budgets, you know what I mean?
Right.
And they were practicing on a field that, you know, my own club was practicing. So we just went over and we just hung out with Roger Mila and the crew and kicked the ball around
cool
and
story.
took pictures. And
a great
they
story.
were very accessible.
Nice. Yeah, you feel like sadly those days have kind of gone now. You know, the kind of romance of it all. They're all prima donnas and protected
Footballers now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I doubt you can just go for a kickabout with Messi and the lads without being, you know, huckled into a wall by the big burly security team.
Yeah.
Sad times. Now this is really... We saw Pacini earlier limping, exercising like a limping strategy. Now, there has to be a reason, of course, for it. And it's clearly because Dashinka has 50 bigs in the big blind. So whether Pacini thinks, like, on the flip side, Dashinka hasn't shown any sort of appetite to 3-bet light or to really run us over. So it's kind of intriguing to decide to limp here with a hand like nines.
I don't want to make a meal of the ace-3 offsuit that lie on the button for Stoma directly behind, by the way, but it is worthy of note that he recognizes that this isn't a limp because I'm trying to speculate, per se. This has got to be a decent amount of hand from Pacini, given circumstance.
Yeah, it's not going to be, you know, too wide or spew 8.
Right.
But now we're going 3 ways. Do we really want to go 3 ways here with nines?
No, but we want even less to raise and then get punished.
Yeah, but who's going to punish us? The only one, though.
But listen, we've seen it, Andrew, where somebody looks up and goes, that's out of line. You're not supposed to be raising my big. Don't you know who I am right now with 10 left? I'm the guy that holds your fate in the palm of my hand.
It's true.
You better have woken up with something very trappy. I mean, certainly when world-class, the opportunities I have to watch people of that echelon ply their trade, we see a decent amount of that, and the response is quite a bit of aversion. There will be far less aversion now on this turn from Tajani after the round of checks on the flop where the nines were performing so well for Pacini. An in-position check back, mind you, from him. I'm not a fan of that on the heels of the limp. Headley, I don't know about you. And
It
we've
just
been
sort of becomes a very, like, we're kind of muddied the waters now. And I can understand flop check in that both small blind and big blind can have a bunch of 7x, right? And we basically never have a 7. So that's why we've checked. And we're sort of trying to, now that we have limped, cautiously navigate our way to showdown. Now, we have induced a bluff from Dashinka, 450k, and we've got sticky. And now what does Tajani do? Facing bet and call. This is nasty. Like,
we just have ourselves to blame for this one, I think, if we're Pacini. It's the product of not having, you know, not having bet on the flop.
We just don't cover this board well at all now, and we're in a 3-way confrontation to the river.
Or double pairs on the end. Neither of the flush draws do get there. Dashinka's effort, I think, is a one-and-done sort of situation.
Yeah, when you get called in 2 spots here, okay, we took a stab.
Here's the thing, Dashinka has the 7s as played.
Sure. But not,
so, you know.
Not when he checks river, though.
No, but if I'm saying when the action was on him, he activated, all of a sudden, even Queen X gets pretty bashful. And you kind of remove 4X from the calling range of the opposition.
Yeah, Pacini knows now that this hand hasn't gone how he had planned, gives up, and Tajani going to be absolutely thrilled to scoop in 3 million, by the way. Massive boost to his stack.
Credit to him for being willing to stick his neck out.
Yeah, to me, this hand was just a little complicated from Pacini. I might be being a little overly critical, and I'm sure he has his reasons for the limp
you know,
first place.
The look on his face suggested that in retrospect, he immediately sensed that there was other ways in which maybe he could have gone about it to affect a different outcome.
Yeah.
When you say the hand was complicated, I think we're both on the same page in that he's the one that complicated it. It actually was a little bit more simple and straightforward than he made it. I don't know that I mind. Of all the things that took place, I think limping the 2-9s pre-flop is a forgivable sort of spot.
Oh, yeah.
But then on the flop, checking them back on that board texture, that's where I'm really much more inclined to fire in position and, you know, not leave myself playing a guessing game of sorts on turns.
I guess it's another one of these spots. It's easy to say from the booth.
You're right.
And he clearly has crunched the numbers. We saw him implement the limping strategy earlier, by the way. So it's not like he's just out of nowhere gone, you know what, I'm going to limp this one. And you can see him there mulling it over and thinking it through. But clearly had his reasons and didn't work out on that occasion, but still with a very healthy stack to work with.
Ace Queen for Tajani on the button. North of 20 bigs coming in.
A very big hand, especially.
Oh, and
here.
another Ace Queen in turn, delivered to Dashinka. A 3-bet, but not a jam.
A little surprised. I thought he might just send this one in for 20 effective. Typically the type of holding that does like to just jam. You know, we can put a lot of pressure on Tajani. Make him fold some hands, right? Like pocket sevens or something like that is going to really struggle to call off here. And we can get called by worse when we shove, is the important thing. The sort of ace-jack suited, ace-10 suiteds of the world may feel compelled to call if they think the chip leader is getting a little out of line. As it stands now, actually gets to reopen the action here, if he so chooses.
You know, we've seen a lot of aversion toward taking the high variance line, given the top-heavy nature of the payouts, given the immediate pay jump, the final table bubble. I think that all comes together to really constrict people's behavior.
You're right, it does. But I mean, this spot against the chip leader, small blind 3-bet against button open, when we have to fold so many hands, ace queen has just got to be too strong, and we've got to jam, I think. And he agrees.
Yep.
8-5.
And now Dashinka, we've kind of painted ourselves into this awkward spot, being asked for 15 more blinds. Round about a third of our remaining chips, by the way. This is why I kind of favor just jamming pre. Like, if we're going to 3-bet here, we can't 3-bet fold. Like, the hand's way too good. The plan has to be, you know, 3-bet call this one, 3-bet fold your ace-8, ace-9 offs of this world, king, queen off even.
But how
like
well
this.
is his ace-queen offsuit performing against the 4-betting range on the button from Tajani?
I mean, more than well enough for 20 blinds. Button versus small blind, like, the hand's just too good, Ali, I think. 20 big blinds deep to start, right?
He knows Tajani's strong. What's bottom of range as a 4-bet here?
I mean, it can be certainly wider than this. King, queen suited, you think he doesn't just say...
Oh, possibly.
Oh, hang on.
We got something brewing once again at an outer table. Oh, and it looks like Castro has inflicted wounds elsewhere as the man who had doubled Anthony Kuzami through Simone Andrian, now eliminated in 10th place. He will collect the last of the $26,600 payouts. It was ace-jack versus ace-king. Back here.
Wow, he folded.
Where? Dashinka, did he fold?
He did fold.
In spite of the fact that the bust out took place?
I think that's almost why he folded. He's like, all right, I'm on the final table. Let's go home. I'll take my 17 million. Thank you very much. Don't want to be at risk. So
yeah.
What a result for
Let's
the Frenchman.
go back and play for first.
Yeah. What a result that is for Tajani. Kind of back-to-back. He got 3 million with the queen 5 suited in that awkward little 3-way pot, and then gets the same hand to fold. He's in great shape coming into tomorrow.
Joins the 8-figure club with an average stack. Roughly half an hour will remain in this 200-400 level before we leap forward even further.
It's done for tonight. But please stay here because I need the photographer take a picture.
It's finished for tonight? It's finished for tonight?
Finish for tonight.
Okay.
And then I'm going to give you the bags to bag it up.
Okay.
So tomorrow when there will be the ceremony, will be your picture passing on the screen from all of you, okay?
So some procedural advisories being issued.
Been tough last 3 hours.
Photo ops are going to be needed, then the bags will be distributed. I don't think anyone's going to be complaining about any of what they're being tasked with here, as it is in exchange for a ticket to the final table of La Notte Degli Assi, our main event here in the Dolce Vita series in Northern Cyprus, where Dashinka's 16.8 million certainly will be a stack to contend with. Stoma, the shortest of what was around in terms of the 5 that remained here at our featured table. Final thoughts on the day, Headley?
Yeah, great day of poker action. You know, I would like to focus in on Piccini and Dashinka. Piccini played very well. You know, had a kind of unfortunate hand with the 9s towards the end, but played great. He's going to be a threat. Dashinka, very serene progress, as I was referencing. He comes into the final table tomorrow as one of the chip leaders. Great day of poker, and we've got 9 warriors tomorrow afternoon looking to take down the title.
Yeah, we're going to kick things off an hour later than we did today, local time. So obviously, set your alarm clock and come back and pay us another visit. I won't unfortunately be here. I'm headed off to the airport myself, up to Montenegro, but I leave you in the very capable hands of Andrew Headley, James Dempsey, David Lappin, and of course our entire crew here at Merit. It's been a pleasure and a privilege as always, but we're going to call it a night, and we and 9 more will come back to play for 355 tomorrow. See ya.